Good morning, race fans, or indeed good afternoon or good evening. It's the weekend endurance races. Many a time zone getting themselves involved. It is, of course, the Coach Dave Delta sponsored FRL Endurance GT3 2024. After a phenomenally successful series in 2023, of course, they are back. We'll be back for 12 races starting today at the Hungaroring. 12 hours in Hungary for today. Donington, Valencia, Suzuka. The Nordschleife will be making an appearance. Watkins Glen, if not the greatest addition to any racing sim. Come at me. We've got Zolder, we've got Laguna Seca, and we will be finishing the series with my beloved Kyalami. What another absolute cracker of a calendar that we've got, or FRL, my apologies, have got ahead of you this evening, and some absolutely cracking talent out on track. A bit so-so in the commentary box. My name's John Wright, aka Double O Raven. I'll be bringing you the opening 6 hours of this event, and that should be changing. We'll try and fix that in a moment. We will have Christian Romano, of course, Mr. Chromatics. He will be taking over for the final 6 hours of the race, but it's my great pleasure to be bringing you the opening. It's going to be 12 hours. It's going to be Hungaroring. We've got 30 minutes of qualification, which is already underway. The team's out on track. The chat is going wild. Big shout out to... Was it Jordan May? Let me make sure I get this one correct. It is Jordan May, first one in the chat this morning. Jordan, you did say as well it's your first race watching an FRL today. So let's hope this one lives up to the level of action that we've seen from FRL races in the past. That doesn't seem to be working, so let's quickly jump on and just look at some cars on tracks. Let's face it. On the track, my apologies. It is only one track. I don't know why I went plural with that one there. But we will see what's happening out on track, because my fancy slideshows decided to break. So let's go there, but we can't bring up the teams in the bottom corner. There we go. 50 teams all signed up for this one, of course sponsored by Coach Dave Delta. Experience seamless setup management with Delta. Perfect for Assetto, Corsa, Competizione and iRacing players looking to optimise their performance. Make sure you get yourself over to the Coach Dave website. Over 800,000 laps have been recorded and analysed already. Program's only been running a couple of months, so do make sure you get yourself over there. Massive thank you to Coach Dave Delta and the gang for sponsoring this series. The series itself, as I said, 12 races around some absolutely incredible tracks. It will be following the standard IRL format, 65-minute stint timers. Of course, no mandatory pit stops to speak of, but yeah, I can assure you these cars won't do 12 hours on one set of tyres, so we'll see a few pit stops over the piece. All the races will be broadcast here on the FRL YouTube channel, so please do feel free to jab a like and a subscribe. You can go back and watch all the action. I almost missed the start of the broadcast because I was too busy watching the highlights from the race at Spa. Klassen and Ritchie going at it in the McLarens was quite the battle. So if you do love your sim racing, make sure you get back onto FRL's YouTube page. All the racing that they do, beautifully back catalogued by Mr. James Williams himself. Some say he is to spreadsheets what Neo is to the Matrix. The man is a savant. The series itself, there will be prizes. One of the big prizes, of course, will be that teams finishing on the podium will actually get a discount for the next round as well. And of course, we will be using the low fuel motorsport balance of performance. It's proved to be the most popular bot on the planet, with yeah, every series out there making sure they use it. Hopefully that slideshow is working in the bottom corner and we're not just looking at the same teams, and that's not even the right one. Plenty of other series on the go at FRL as well. We'll have a look at them while the once we get into the racing action. It's 12 hours. Oh, and of course, my apologies, Pitwall Live. If you want to keep up to date and completely on top of all the action as it unfolds. Then yeah, there is, we are live on Pitwall as well, so you can jump in there and keep up to date. I myself will be overly analysing the amount of time the teams spend in the pits. Hopefully with the data that we'll be receiving, that will become apparent as to why. But as I said, the teams are out qualifying. We'll get rid of that because it's broken. Thank you, technology. As you can see, we've got quite the number of cars out on track. Some absolutely incredible drivers behind the wheel. We do have a full 50-car grid for the opening race. And everything's moving really slowly. As you can see, we've got... there is Luke Addison, who I was going to look for him. Oh, there he is, Hayden Harter. Gratuitously do like to give Hayden Harter and his team extra camera time. Much like the Ferraris, I'm slightly biased. I do love Hayden and the gang. TSE Racing. They're back out. Let's give some shine to current pole sitters. It's FRL. Thomas Nopek, no less, in the Mercedes. And just to add extra credence to just how good LFM Bop is, we've got 3 Ferraris. It was 4 Ferraris. Alex Zakdal, another Mercedes. Up to 5th, it's Manuel Maggione for Vestasport. Finds himself in 6th position at the minute. As you can see though, couldn't really be much closer. Danny Van Urn, 3/10 off pole position. 8th place. It's going to be close. If there's one thing that FRL is definitely going to go down in the history books for, it is some close qualifying competitions. As we can see, the top 19 separated by 7/10 of a second. A massive 2/10 separate 19th and 20th, with 20th through to 25th in fact, all set in a near identical time, giving us a top 27 inside within a second of that qualifying time. Quite the names up front. There is Jakob Schaber, of course, MSR Esports, a new livery they brought this season. That was an Advisor car I saw in front there. Again, another team I do like to give an extra bit of shine to, because I do love Cody Bestlink and the gang. In fact, I saw, I believe, Rockwater's in there. Of course he is, of course he is. How we doing? Michael Firth, good morning. Can't wait for this. Not on until 5 PM and already nervous. My favourite Harry Potter land commentator. Excellent, excellent. I will take that as a compliment. We've got Phoenix is in the chat. TSE. Oh, Jordan, first endurance race. Right, got you. Yeah, I'm sure you'll enjoy this. Yeah, there we go. Phoenix is in the chat, loving the Kadra. There's Kane. Good evening, Kane. How we doing? How was the land down under? Have you recovered from the golf last night? One of us did quite well. We've also got the mechanic. Can you go to 75 for a short time, please? It's my team, and I did delivery. Ooh, nice. Well, I've often said this. I've got huge respect for the drivers. I've driven ACC. Well, I say I've driven ACC. I've been on the track, and there has been a virtual car underneath me. It was more driving me than the other way around. It takes a special kind of talent to be quick and talented around here, but the people that do the liveries, you have my never-ending respect. I tried that for a whole of 4 minutes. I was actually watching Kadras. He is a bit of a master at it. And yeah, I gave up promptly. Extremely promptly. It is not easy, but let's have a look and see what MGR Esports are bringing to the table. Nice clean representations of the red and gold there. Classy. Driving again in the FRL. Ah, okay, nice. Nice. Is there anyone else? Who else is everyone cheering on? Who are our favourites to win today? There is Luke Allison. We all know that name. If you don't, where have you been? Seriously. His setups, they're not too shabby as well. Alex Akdar leading the way. Still for FRL. The mechanic. Yes, Awesome Sim Racing is working slightly better now, so we'll have had a much higher turnaround in the number of liveries that we're seeing out on track. There's Tice Payne for QRT Esports. We've got a time from all 50 teams so far, 6 minutes left of the qualifying session. There's Drew Barzakovsky, I was looking for him as well. Future Competition Esports in the Lambo. And there he is there, the man himself, Mr. James Williams. Oh, just pulling into the pit box, in fact. Currently sitting 42nd place. There is Cody Besselink for Astro Racing Team. And I'm also looking for, there he is, Fabian Karner for Adwiser. Again, I do love that livery. That and the QRT, very good use of the blues. Patrick Majikovsky for the Red Balls Racing Team. You've got to take your inspiration from someplace, I guess. Matteo Scaputra, we're on board now for TSE Racing, the Project D car. They're out in the Aston Martin. Phenomenal mix of cars, I have to say. As an ACC broadcaster and commentator, most definitely one of the best things to come to ACC in the past year has been the LFM balance of power, balance of performance, BOP, whatever you want to call it. It really has made the racing phenomenal. Chris Pizek, how we doing, bud? Good luck and have fun. All teams from car number 315. That's Hughes at the moment. It's Junior for the Run DJC Racing Team. Big fan of Junior's because he is a big fan of the broadcast. He does pop in quite a lot. So it's great to see him out on track. Quite the lineup they've got in the team as well. Some of these teams with absolutely incredible lineups. We do have a scrolling team lineup. Let me just see if I can get it to work again while we watch and listen to the beautiful sound of the Ferrari. Is there a better sounding car out there? Everyone's instantly going to say the Porsche. This is broken. No, that's just going to freeze the whole thing. Okay, so we might not get a look at the teams. We'll see if this is working. It should be. Now I tell you what, Dark Saber, Dakar Saber, my apologies, Dakar Saber, Paris Dakar Rally. That was one of the reasons that it was actually spotting the Honda in the lineup. That gave me. I'm a huge Ferrari fan. The Lambos, I think, are getting a bit of a tough time of it recently. I've seen them struggle at quite a few tracks, but yeah, it's good to see cars like the Honda. I mean, the Aston Martin. I mean, we're doing it, and I've even seen Bentleys running recently. Genuinely, I've seen Bentleys like podium finishes doing really well. So it's good to see the cars really are evenly matched, and it really is down to what the drivers can do behind the wheel, rather than just taking the meta of the moment and smashing in a few laps. There's been a few laps smashed in at the front. Could it be any closer? I did say not but a few moments ago, if there's one thing FRL's going to go down in history for, it's some close qualifying. The top four less than a tenth. There is 0.02 of a second separating MSR and Vestasport up at the front. Go on the Ferraris, not biased in the slightest. Alex Akdal in the Merc now finds himself in third. Giovannini for Vesta. In 4th place, it's Francesco Adamu for Vesta Sport as well. 5th position, so quite the dominance up at the front. And Clean Racing Finland, Matti Kartinen, a new name for me within that particular team. And yeah, he is making quite the debut under my gaze. It's 6th position at the moment, only a 10th and a half off the top spot with a minute and a half to go. There's Jan Barth, Mr. Advisor himself. Good morning, Jan. How we doing? I ran it for my first 4 seasons with FRL, the only car I've got podium. Oh, Dakar Sabre, so what would your name be in game? If you've done 4 seasons with FRL, what would that be on PlayStation or PC? Check your name in the chat. I'm sure I would recognise it, surely. You would like to think so. The wall. Tom Brunel in the chat. What a day this is, racing fans. Yes, it is. It is round number 1 of the Coach Dave Delta FRL Endurance GT3 2024. As I say, we've got a Hungaroring. Today we're going to have Donington, Valencia. We've got 30 seconds left to qualify, so we need to do this quick. Donington and Valencia next. Then it is Suzuka, double header. Ulton and Snetterton. So a dual endurance, 2 3-hour races in one day. Then the 24 hours of the Northslife. Watkins Glen, Zolder, Laguna Seca, and 9 hours around the South African beauty that is Kailami to finish the series off. It's going to be another absolute cracker. Chris Sotar. Okay. Of course I know that name, Chris. How are we doing? Dakar Sabre, there we go. Ah ha ha, and there's one of the admin sugar. It's Sotar, it is indeed. Just setting things up to throw some practice laps in. Nice. Yes, indeed. The drivers up at the front, they've definitely got some practice laps in with the lap times that we're seeing. That's only 100 seconds faster than I can get around here. And it is Manuel Maggione who's managed it the quickest. We've still got Alex Zakdal on a fast lap. So too Adam Berry. The turn 1 sim racing car out of the last corner. Takes pole position. Takes pole position from just outside the top 10. That's Adam Berry. Turn 1 sim racing. Breaking hearts all the way. Can Maggione answer in the die? The qualifying is this exciting. Can you imagine how much the race is going to be? Maximilian Niederler is in the Velocity Esports car. It's strange that their livery's not worth. I've got all their liveries. Around the last corner, he could see himself up about 7 or 8 positions as well. 4 up to 11th. What a time that is by Adam Berry. Comes from absolutely no place, right at the death of a 30-minute qualifying session, and takes pole position. Luke Addison was on a lap there as well. Couldn't quite bring that one home. But what a finish that is to qualifying there. Berry crossing the line. Phenomenal. We're going to have to do a restart after quali and start the race with the quali positions, so there will be a short delay. Okay, yep, we've got plenty we can do to cover that. Let me just very quickly... take some of my screenshot. Yep, so this is going to change over, so let me quickly... Yeah, there we go. Hopefully that's one. Some more of the seasons that are on offer here at FRL. PlayStation 5 and PC, of course, on ACC. 2 Twitch channels and a YouTube channel, bringing you as much coverage of as many of the races as possible. Some phenomenal in-house commentators and a Scottish bloke they can't quite seem to get rid of. We've got... and yeah, the slideshows are really broken today. But there is, as I say, plenty of action to taking place with Formula Racing League. You can jump over to their host page on SimGrid and keep up to date with everything that they've got going on, and of course in the Discord as well. And wrong chat for that. But there is the link to the host page on SimGrid. Jump on there, give them a follow, and you can take part in all of the racing. Like I say, we've got Assetto Corsa Competizione on PlayStation 5 and PC. And there's also, of course, iRacing events and rFactor 2 making an appearance with FRL as well. So, if any of those sims tickle your fancy, then jump on over to Formula Racing League on SimGrid and yeah, jump on track and get yourself involved. As we just saw, not much between the qualifiers, I believe. Let me just open this up and see if this is working now. The top 27 there, I believe it was, within a second. Wow, that's taking a picture of all three screens. Excellent. No, my apologies. Top 22, 21st and 22nd. Van Hoorn and Jacobs. Exactly the same time. 1 minute 43.495. It was 1 minute 42.465 for Berry and the gang. The Vesta Sports team in second. With a 142.685, they took a purple sector too. It was Alex Zakdal in the Mercedes for FRL that took a purple sector 1. The Mercedes benefiting from minus 4 kilograms around this track, with some of the cars as much as 28 kilograms being added. Predominant the McLaren in that case. Kartinen, Immonen and Sarin Pa for Clean Finland Racing, still managing to get the car up to 5th position though, so a great drive by them. 5 Ferraris in the top 11. What more could you possibly ask for? Hey Alan Brown, how are you? Welcome in. Are you racing? You will be racing today, I have absolutely no doubt. That was 30, so let's have a look at this one now. We're just doing a quick server restart, slight issue, so they're going to set up the grid. Based on the qualifying results. The server not quite up and running yet, but it will be very shortly. Oh yeah, perfect. We've got that. We've got that. Yep, just trying to get the quality results up, but it doesn't seem to want to go in. Yep, just got up. Got ya. The early starts. We're here for the Coach Dave Delta Endurance GT3 2024, brought to you by FRL. Again, a quick look at the calendar. Phenomenal. Oh, okay, you're not racing this one. It'll be Donington's the next one you're doing, right? Okay, 4 hours. That'll be, yeah, shortest race of the calendar, February the 2nd. That one will be taking place. Again, it'll be live here on the FRL YouTube channel. So thank you to anyone that does subscribe or give the stream a thumbs up. There will be live coverage for the entirety of the race. It'll be myself bringing you the opening 6-ish hours. Might be, yeah, so opening 6 hours will be myself, and then it will be Christian Romano himself. Oh yes, Mr. Krovenix. He will be bringing the action to a conclusion. We'll need to reset the pitwall server as well. So yeah, we're just waiting on the server to restart. The admins at the minute will of course be popping the quali results in. I'm just... just going to try and load the the quality results in so we can have a look. Just to quickly check as well, if anyone is there, how is the stream running at the moment? I'm getting some weird data, shall we say, from my streaming software. So if anyone is having any issues, either audio or visually, please do let me know, and I can try and make amends to get it fixed. Nice. Steam looks good on my end. Excellent. To me, it's okay, mate. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah. Streamlabs OBS is having a bit of a fit at the moment, but as long as everyone at home can see, that's absolutely awesome. So there we go. There is the quality results there. You can see the top 22 cars. As I said, could not be any closer. 1 second separating the top 22 and 21st and 22nd set in exactly identical time. Not too bad at all. Nope, never mind accessible. So yeah, we'll just be a moment or two. Yep, the server's been reset, so the quality results will be input. So when the teams join, we'll be straight on to the starting grid. Right, we're going to get rid of that. And of course, my apologies. Where are my manners? Happy New Year to everyone as well. I hope you all had a phenomenal festive period. I myself had a nice quiet Christmas with my daughter, just the way I like it. Some people like to go out partying. Some people in their old age like me like to keep it nice and quiet. So whatever you did, I hope you had an absolutely incredible day. And I hope old Chris Kringle was excellent to everyone. T1SR, let's go, says Saber. Cheering on the teams. There is the calendar. We're just, again, waiting on the server reset. Should only be a moment or two. And we'll get ourselves up and running for round number 1. 12 hours of the Hungaroring ahead of us. Not exactly known as a track for overtaking on, so it really is going to be a phenomenally interesting race, especially through turns 3 and 4 and the opening 5 laps. The track itself, built back in 1986, it's only really been changed 4 times in its history. Some of the original corners still remain, of course, through turns 2 and 3. They still do have the extra kink that they put in there off turn 3. For the bikes when they do race there. It was, of course, a phenomenal Formula 1 venue since its inception in 1986. The chicane being removed 89, and then a more extensive rebuild, of course, in 2003 sees us with the 2.7 mile track, 4.3 kilometres. That is the Hungaroring. Some really tight sections, turns 5, 6 and 7, particularly tricky. Not much in the way of corner names, they're all numbered on this one, which does make it a bit easier, but a little bit less interesting, you would say. But no sign of the server as yet. That is a lot of teams that they need to get into place. Jay Brooker, T1SR boys, and all 5 cars killing it. Yeah, quite a few teams have got quite a lot. Yeah, a few of the teams got quite a few cars in there, which is great to see. Christmas was brill. Have 2 Christmas dinners, so I look like Santa. You grew a beard after eating 2 Christmas dinners. How does that work? Jay Brooker with P1, indeed. Everyone's saying hello to everyone. Totally okay. I love that. Totally okay. It really is. Let's go. Yeah, well, let's go in the chat. That's the quality results. And again, just a quick reminder of some of the upcoming events the FRL have got. Oh, sorry, ongoing events. Upcoming events, sorry. Yeah, the new season's all starting off. Coach Dave and Pure Sim, you're both sponsoring quite a few of those events. Oh, nice. One with the family and one with next door. Nice. So yeah, for anyone that is just tuning in, expecting to see the race underway, there was a slight issue with the server, so after qualifications it was reset. The admins are currently inputting, my apologies, the starting grid. And then once that is done, everyone will jump back in and we'll get the race run. It will still be, as far as I'm aware, the full 12-hour race. And the server's definitely not there. So yeah, 12-hour race, it will be in full. Now, and yeah, that is running. There we go. So yeah, so as I mentioned there, some of the events that FRL have on the horizon. If you do enjoy racing on ACC, on PS5, or on PC, or indeed iRacing or rFactor 2, then definitely get yourself over to the Formula Racing League SimGrid page. Give them a follow. They've had a few off-season events, have been phenomenally popular. And quite a few more coming up as well. We've got the Italian job, the Alpine Super Cup, as well, of course, as the Masters seasons 10 and 13. The rookies are in 10. The Masters, that's just appeared there. They're in season 12, 13. Quite a few under the belt. Let's do some PR for third retro ride revival, says Tom Rell. That would be the one on screen right now. There we go. Yes, we do have that one up there as well. Again, all of these events can be signed up for on SimGrid. The one that Tom's just mentioned there. Let me just... oh no, don't do that. It's amazing what happens when you hit the wrong button combination. Strangely, bad things. So there we go, Tom. There is a link directly to that specific championship, the Retro Revival. Spa, Brands Hatch, Suzuka and Bathurst. There can't be a classic. No server as yet. We will have it up and running very shortly, though. Let me just have a quick look at a couple of things here. Yeah, we will have the server back up and running very shortly. It won't be much longer now. and we'll get everyone and anyone in the chat waiting to get behind the wheel of the car. Mario Mariano and Mark Stewart are putting together a custom bot for the old cars. Ah, nice. Very nice. Yeah, good to see some of the old cars getting a bit of love. The old Aston, old Merc and things. So yeah, that'll be a phenomenal race. Yeah, especially if we're getting a custom bot done for it. Cannot argue with that. It will be round number 1. As you can see, it is Hungaroring that we're here for today. 12 hours. Slight technical issues mean that the start is slightly delayed. But when we do get up and running, it will be a 12-hour race. Of course, the mandatory driver stint timer, 65 minutes, as per most events. No mandatory pit stops, and refueling, strangely, will be allowed. The driver's out today for 12 hours. Then it's 4 hours of Donington, as you can see. We've got 8 hours of Suzuka. Then it is a split event. June the 1st, set your calendars, as it will be 3 hours of Wilton Park, followed by 3 hours of Snetterton. So 6 hours of racing split across 2 tracks. And then after that, it is the big one. Yeah, I mean, Watkins Glen's been well received. How will we do when the Nordschleife arrives? Someone did actually ask in a broadcast recently, do I think there will be any 24-hour events on the Nordschleife when the track is released? Pretty sure that's all there's going to be when that track is released, but it will be debuting with FRL July the 6th, 24 hours of the Green Hell live on YouTube. Make sure you tune in for that. Then, of course, the home stretch, and what a series of tracks we've got there. Watkins Glen, cracker. Zolder, cracker. Laguna Seca, amazing. And of course, Kailami to finish it off. That final 21 hours of racing, sorry, 29 hours. It's going to be incredible. Cat jamming to the background music. Yeah, thank you to Keddy, Marco Keddy. He's the one that comes up with the a lot of the stream assets and the music and things. I'm glad you are enjoying the tunes. They are not bad. They are not bad at all. What is this we've got? That's the qualifying results. My apologies. That's not what we're looking for. We are looking for, in fact... Let's have a look at some of the teams that are taking part in this one. In fact, there we go. There's a lovely sheet that was put out by James. It's amazing what you can do with a spreadsheet. The man that ain't no end to the man's talents. You can create that from a spreadsheet. Incredible. Marco von Kidrowski. Moin. I'm going to assume that says morning, or something along those lines. But good morning, good afternoon. Not quite afternoon where I am yet. It will be 7 minutes till lunchtime in Europe. Tom, I hope you're ready for tomorrow. We've got big races today, Jordan. Big races today. Let's all prep for today. The server will be up and running soon. Hey, hey! Oh, and I've not... I've left that connected. Goodness me. Oh, wow. That is quite the turnaround then, ladies and gents. I need to do a quick bit of technical stuff in the background, but I've just had a quick peek in the race server, and I can tell you there has been a slight change. 6 minutes until 5 AM here in Texas. Wow. That is the dedication right there. Right, let's see. Okay, we'll do another livery sync just in case anyone is late. There's another 18 liveries been uploaded since the quali session started. So yeah, so we'll just reset that. Some of the equipment there was still connected to the old server for some reason. Yeah, an extra 11 liveries have been updated since the race officially started. Excellent. So we'll get everything loaded back up. The drivers are in the server. They will have. Phoenix and say hello to Joe Rogan. Indeed. Shep says, is the change that it's raining? That, Shep, is a good question. You're 100% right. Yes, it's raining. There is precipitation falling from the sky. Oh my goodness. The hills are alive with the sound of screeching tyres. So quite the change for the drivers. This is going to be fun. Let me just see if I can make it in. Okay, there it is there. Oh wow. I couldn't see the server there. Absolutely. Slight panic, but for some reason it ticked accessible. But there we go, man. I hope. There we go. Yeah. Oh, wowzers. Yeah, these are quite the conditions that we have out on track at the moment. Let's jump on the bonnet of an Aston Martin, shall we? Quintessentially British weather. Needs a quintessentially British car. The Aston Martin on their way back in, so they'll be doing a couple of driver swaps. Let's have you please change for me. There we go. Ah, it's broken. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. So yeah, as you can see, the cats, the dogs, the puddles, singing in the rain. We could go with many warm-up jokes here. Certainly something that won't be getting very warmed up will be the tyres. 18-degree track temperature and a whole lot of rain falling from the sky. The drivers quickly getting an outlap in so they can jump back into the pits and successfully perform driver swaps. At least get one lap out on track in the 7 minutes they've got to join. But yeah, the rain in Spain may fall mainly on the plain, but today in Hungary it's mostly falling on the track. There's Yannick Plus, in fact, behind the wheel of the MSR car. He must have changed over as well. It's Neil Woodward and John Beaton. Now, how is an FRL livery not worked? Oh no, it has worked, sorry, that's the Porsche, the number 46 that's not working. Sean Warby. Now his liveries have worked before. Is it going to rain here at Hungaroring during the race? Well, they do like to use, let me just check, it is AccuWeather that is being used for it. It is real weather settings based on AccuWeather. Settings are confirmed 1 day before on Discord. So yeah, so the weather will be set to whatever's going on in the local area at the moment. So if there is a threat of rain in Hungary at the track, then there is definitely a threat of rain. Now, as far as I'm aware, the race takes place on the same day as qualifying, so they will go straight from this session into the race. So yeah, there is a very high chance that it is going to rain straight off the start. We've got the teams all quickly making their way in. We've got 48 in so far. There's Turn 1 Sim Racing's Ferrari. They definitely won't be starting in 48th, that is for sure. There's Jakob Schaber. Dave Van Eyck out for ERA Esports as well. There is Francesco Zaggetti for Vesta Sports. Now, there's another Vesta Sports car. I've got quite a few. I believe that Francesco Zaggetti not used to drive for Zaggetti Corsa Motorsports. There's been quite a few drivers change teams recently, actually, as well. And there he is. He's out on track. Perfect. Pierre Ferrari driving a Ferrari. It's a good thing this commentator isn't biased towards Ferraris, or he would get miles and miles out of this. Moving swiftly on. We've got 45 seconds left of this quick practice session. Then we'll get the race underway. 48 teams have made their way back in. As you can see, the vast majority of them into the pits. They're all just coming in to the server. Quick out lap and then back in again. Get a quick look at the track and the tyres. It's going to be quite the start. There is Ditsiev as well in the Lambo. Interesting. Well, as a famous tactician once said, no battle plan survives first contact. No battle plan survives first contact with the enemy. And apparently the Porsche didn't survive first contact with the wet curbs. So the drivers now 4 minutes to get themselves sorted out, and then we will be off and running for round number 1. There he is, Vadik Ozditsiev. I just saw you on the track. Good afternoon. Yes, it's just good afternoon. How are we doing, Vadik? Good to see you in, bud. I saw your name on the team list. I've been trying to cleverly find a way of remembering all the team names and drivers, and all I've done is give myself a massive headache and a whole lot of confusion. You know what they say, the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. And I really should have done that, but I didn't. I made it complicated for myself. But we will, yeah, we will crack on. We will crack on. There's going to be so much death when it rains, says Michael Firth. The floppy fox could certainly be the soggy fox by the end of this one. At the moment, though, there is no rain falling. No rain falling for the start. We do have a damp track, and we do have a lot of cloud cover, but there is nothing falling from the sky at the minute. The drivers really are getting put through their paces at the moment. Let's have a quick look at that while I do this. Get a good look at the cars. 48 of them have made it back in, as we can see. One minute 49 left before the drivers take their 2.7 mile warm-up lap. Once they've done the warm-up lap, it will be 12 hours, 65 minutes. The drivers can remain out on track before having to come into the pits. High chance of rain. Average is a shower every 2 hours. Wow. That could be good. Especially with the 65-minute stint timer. Get a good look at all the teams. Vadik, I am very good. Thank you very much for asking. Hopefully you had a good Christmas and New Year, my man. As with everyone else, hope everyone's enjoying the broadcast. Hope everyone's enjoyed the festive period. Not too much of a festive hangover. I'm sure any of the drivers suffering from any festive hangover, they certainly were well and truly awakened when we saw the rain falling. Good morning from Florida. From Royalty Racing. Sorry, I can't see the first part of that name. Let me do. But yeah, in Florida. So that is like 6 in the morning where you are, I believe. Or is Florida at the minute? Is it 5 hour or 6 hour? 5 hour difference, I believe it is at the minute. Well, welcome in. Thank you for getting up nice and early. Thank you for tuning in. Do love the LFM Bop again. Quick shout out to the guys and gals at LFM. Phenomenal mix of cars up at the front of the field. On one's not hit drive. We've got a car down. We are missing a machine. It's already back in the pit. Someone hasn't hit drive. Oh, it's Derek Brough. Oh no, Mark GG's behind the wheel. Derek Brough, it's saying on the telemetry, but Mark GG behind the wheel for FRL, and they're in the pits. They're going to start from the pits. Aha, there we go. And I can't read all of that. Yes, Royalty Racing, there we go. Good morning from Florida. Just woke up to catch the race. Good luck to all the drivers in those wet conditions, and thanks for the live stream. Thank you for tuning in, Mr. Royalty Racing. And yes, Florida is an hour ahead of Texas. So yeah, 6 AM right now. It's almost as if I've got a friend called Dr. Nailbender that stays in Florida, so I should really know that one off by heart. He might actually be lurking in the background as well. He does like to tune in as many of the streams that I broadcast as well. So if you're there, Josh, Doc, thank you very much. And Kane as well, I know you're there. And anyone else from my little RTS server, thank you very much to everyone that's tuning in. And of course, big thanks to Coach Dave. It's Coach Dave Delta that is sponsoring the event. We're using Coach Dave Delta, you can experience a seamless setup management with Delta. It is perfect for the Assetto Corsa Competizione and iRacing players looking to optimise their performance. To find out more about it, you can go to Coach Dave's website, and your very own performance engineer is but a few clicks of the mouse away. There is a link to the Coach Dave Delta website. Gives you a full rundown of everything that comes with the Delta. A phenomenal dashboard, and gives you some great insight into your laps, and could be the difference between those vital few tenths. So jump over. Big thanks to them for sponsoring the event. And yeah, hopefully some of you can find the product useful. I do know a software engineer who has proclaimed just how good it is. It does a lot of cleaning up in the back end as well, so you don't get left with old setups and stuff. It really is a phenomenal piece of kit. So yeah, jump over and see if that can help you get that a little bit quicker. Sean Lobby, yep, livery definitely did not work. Damp track conditions. As was reported by our beautiful weather girl, Michael Firth, we've got a shower expected every couple of hours. And I did think I saw the McLeod Racing team, and I did indeed. There's Christoph Verstappen down in 20th position. That's when you know it's a seriously quick grid, when Christoph Verstappen and McLeod Racing are outside the top 15 in qualifying. Let's see what happens into turn 1. We're about to start 12 hours of racing in Hungary. There was only a second separating the top two. His foot down, it's flat out, and the Porsche is absolutely flying at the turn 1. So too Alex Zakdal. Look at the move he's got right up the inside. Ferrari's once again found out off the line. The Mercedes has outbraked himself. He's run a bit deep. The Ferrari behind is at to take avoiding action. Jakob Schaber got caught out badly there. Pierre Ferrari does manage to hold on to the track position, but did lose out on a couple of spots there. Thomas Nopek safely through. That is a wayward BMW in the background. He's missed his brakes. He's managed to just about keep it through between the Mayo and the Mustard. Derek Brough's picked up a penalty for speeding in the pit lane after starting in the pits. Hayden Harter is currently down at 20th. Oh, and that is a big mistake through turn 2 and 3 by someone. We've got Mercedes spinning everywhere. It looks like it's Hayden Harter that's been unwillfully collected there. Let's just have another look and see. Manuel Novak, good morning. Yeah, Alex Zakdal, what a start he got there. Let's see if we can see exactly what happened to Hayden Harter then. They've got BMW is either side of him. Oh, and he's bounced off the wall, and it's a TSR car. Oh, the TSR cars hit the TSE car, and that has caused 9 cars there to get slowed down at the field of 50. So that is a bit unfortunate there. The TSR and the TSE coming together there. I'm not sure what caused the TSR car to come over there. It did look like a touch of the grass. But let's keep an eye up at the front, because Adam Berry in the Porsche, what a start he's had. Came in from no place at qualifying and absolutely hit the ground running. Speaking of hitting the ground running, Alec Take a Bow Zakdal, what a start he's got. Absolutely outgunned the Ferraris, which are now 4th and 5th. The Ferraris, when the 1.9 block first came out, they really did struggle to get themselves off the line, and that is something that we're seeing repeated. Or I've certainly seen repeated in quite a few races. Unbelievably close down through the rest of the field as Yannick Plus goes to remove into turn number 1. It is Ferrari that tries to fend them off. Oh no, sorry, it's Niederer that's fending them off there for Velocity Esports. And is he going to manage that? As we can see another Ferrari then, the QRT Ferrari. That is Lapello who's driving for QRT. Junior Hughes in the BMW is still close in there as well, but it's Sandro Lapello for QRT Esports under all kind of pressure from Hughes. Beaton's in the background there as well in the FRL. Oh, that looked close to the curb. He's managed to survive though, but Lapello under all kinds of pressure. He's still very much in sight of Ferrari. We do have quite a few cars in the pits. Danny Van Orm, West Competition Racing, that is a battered and bruised BMW. Mark GG serves the drive-through after starting in the pits. Neil Woodward looking worse for wear, and Vadik Odstitsiev as well for Fuchsia. In at the end of lap 1 for repairs, and Fabio Giuffreda, the FMP Italia car, definitely looking a bit worse for wear. Unsurprisingly as well, that is Hayden Harter. We saw took all that damage through turn 2, so 4 or 5 cars in the pits at the end of lap 1. Tricky conditions. I've seen a few of the cars making contact, so TSC got smacked there indeed. Thomas Nopek from 10th up to 6th. Michael Firth, I should have stayed quiet. Looked like our car got collected there. Yeah, it's not the easiest track. I do affectionately call this track the Hungaroring, because it is not easy to get the overtakes done. Throw in damp track on lap 1 and it just takes the slightest of mistakes, and that is massively multiplied, much like the top of Eau Rouge. It can go wrong very quickly indeed in these races. The MSR Youngsters cars is all over the back of Tice Payne in the Ferrari. Tice, I believe, took a bit of contact in lap number 1 as well. Yep, he's looking a bit battered and bruised there. But the Ferrari still hanging on, but Morgenstern is on a charge. He's sitting 3rd at the minute. Full credit to Benjamin Punetz for the MGR Esports. He is up to 14th overall and in the lead of the AMS, ahead of Jacobs, Verstappen and Zaza as well. So great drive there. Skaptura in 2nd for the AMS, with Morgenstern, as we can see there, in 3rd place, right on the back of Tice Payne. Still very close through here as the TSE car is back out. We were in a massive crash in the pits there. I did see that there. More rain in 30 minutes. Well spotted. Michael, you are we need to get you in the commentary boxes like Ted Kravitz. Keep me up to date. One of our just barely made it through. Yeah, it was close. Well done to anyone that did make it through there. The track is registered as greasy. We're seeing an overtake attempt in the background. It's not Thomas Nopek, it's Giovannini and Pier Ferrari. They're going to, in fact, nope, they're going past the back marker. Oh no, it's not. It's Matty Cartonen who's lost positions there. Has he had some kind of issue? Let's jump back on and see. Oh, yeah, okay, so big old battle. Oh, and the Ferrari absolutely sends it up the inside there. The Clean Racing Finland car losing 2 positions through the final few corners. Turns 13 and 14. 13 certainly proving unlucky there for Cartman. He's dropped down a few positions. Ademu is now ahead, so too Thomas Nopek in the Mercedes. It's Jakob Schaeber up in the 3rd. You can see on the track now there is a drying line. The track is still registered as greasy though. Oh, that's a good move on the brakes. Look how much better on the brakes the Mercedes is. Now the track is greasy. but we've got rain coming, so let's cheat a little bit. Yep, they're all on slicks. So we're going to see some tyre changes very soon. Let's see if we can get a look at the Mercedes. He's going to get close enough to be able to see his tyres. Nope, he's gone past. Oh, he's gone for the move. Oh, he's retaken the position. Wow, so that was a full battle, but I was busy looking at the tyres. Please give me back control of the mouse, thank you. Oh no, that's Thomas Nopek making his way past the Ferraris. It's not Alex Zatadel, so that's some phenomenal driving there. By Thomas Nopek. As we can see, he just got the drop on Jakob Schaeber there through turns 9 and 10. Oh, and there's a big move. There we go. So that's what happened while I was busy looking at the tyres. Jakob Schaeber was busy rail sliding the curves. Can confirm that's not the quickest way around the corners, as Jakob has just found out to his cost, and it's cost him that third place. Nopek now making it an FRL at second and third. The boss man will be proud. He will be beaming over that spreadsheet at the minute. As the top four make themselves a breakaway down through the field. It is, as you would imagine, incredibly close. Terry Driscoll though for T1SR losing time on the Deltas. I did wonder why, and that will be why. That is not an aerodynamically sound Mercedes, can confirm. So he's taken some damage there as well, but is staying out, and at this point it's probably as well too. With rain on the horizon, tyre changes could be coming pretty soon. Not only that, the track temperature 23 degrees, so it's going to be interesting to see how the tyres interact with the warmer tarmac, or whether the tarmac actually cools when we start seeing some rain. Mark GG started from the pits for FRL and then got a drive-through for speeding in the pit lane when the left. It's gone from 50th though up to 43rd position with that lap 1 incident that happened. We've got a bit of an overtake going on in the background. I believe that is the BMW of Junior Hughes. No, that's not the BMW I was looking at there. It was Luke Addison down at 23rd position. He's carrying more than just a bit of damage there as well. As we can see, he too has decided to stay out. 23rd position for Addison and the Tri-State team at the minute. Only a few positions behind. Dave Van Eck for ERA Esports being hunted down at the minute by Fabian Karner. As you can see, this one brewing into a three-way battle. The Red Balls Porsche is in there as well. It's Patrick Mazikowski that's behind the wheel of that one, and he is likely to be behind Van Eck and Karner unless he can get himself a couple of quick laps. We've got 0.4 of a second separating quite a few cars. As you see, the Honda getting a bit wayward, and Kartinen coming into the pits from inside the top 10. So the Clean Finland racing car can't get a proper look at that at the minute. Might be carrying a bit of damage, but they've come into the pits. Ah, they're on wet tyres. Yep, there we go. We can see the groove. So yeah, so they came out. They started the race on wet tyres. They've just put on slick tyres, and it's about to rain in 30 minutes. That is quite the strategy to start off. Thomas Nopek for FRL. No strategy needed for him. Get the foot down at the start. Take the lead of the race. Stay there. Job done in the opening 5 laps. Jakob Schaeber in second. Adam Berry down to third place. The Porsche down into third. Jay Brooker. We're on wets. We are all heartbroken. Poor lads. That's uncharacteristic driving. Ah, okay, the T1SR Porsche are in wets, right, okay. So they've started on the wets. That could be a decent strategy if this rain hits as hard as it looks like it's going to. So yeah, a bit of a battle going on there, but of course the wet tyres is why that's happening, as we've been informed. We've got Alex Zakdal in the pits. Again, they're on wet tyres at the moment. They've come into the pits. It's dropped them from 8th to 30th. And they're going to keep dropping positions. That's them down to 34th. So no damage there. We'll see. The track has gone to green. We're still going to be waiting 30 minutes for the rain, apparently. So we'll see what that looks like when it gets here. It does say it's going to be pretty heavy rain as soon as it arrives. Oh, the T1 SR Porsche really is coming under pressure. The car behind is on slick tyres. In fact, both cars behind are on slick tyres. That is Sandro Lapeo, again a new name with the QRT Esports for me, but he is proven to be very quick, currently lapping inside the top 10, and he could be getting a free 2 for 1 here if Giovannini can't find his way past Adam Berry in the Porsche. There's only 6/10 separating the top two. It looks like Christopher Streppin's lining up an overtake on Sander Jacobs, another QRT car involved in some action, being closely chased at Aston. Carrying a bit of damage. So Verstappen caught up in the opening lap exchanges as well. He's got a bit of separation between the bonnet and front bumper. That's not slowing him down too much, so as you can see in the slipstream, he is going to get very close. Not going to be close enough into turn 1, but the Ferrari behind him, Zaza, certainly is getting close there, as we can see. Tobin and Scriptura not far behind. Scriptura, of course, second in the arms, and just ahead of Jacobs, actually. We can see the leader of the arms, 8th place. He's all over the back of Junior Hughes at BMW. Hughes himself has another car ahead of him. Oh, that is Hayden Harter for TSE, of course, having to come in for that early pit stop. King Phoenix, rain again. Yes, there will be more rain arriving, that is for sure. It's said it's going to be 30 minutes. Now, the track's already up to fast and up a degree in temperature as well. This is going to be causing absolute chaos for the team managers trying to figure out what to do with their tyres at this point. Of course, the server was reset due to an issue. The starting grid was put in after everyone rejoined. The qualifying session was dry. The practice session when we joined this oh, and the Aston Martin's really late on the brakes here. Or Sanders Jacobs was really early. The Aston did make it through the corner, but that was very, very close indeed for Streppin. Definitely looking the quicker of the two, and he's going to need to get something done, because that is quite the train of cars that he's got building up behind him. Zaza, Tobin, Scriptura, Yannick Plus in 15th position as well. For MSR Esports, he is absolutely no slouch. He can get the overtakes done, that is for sure. And with the group of cars that he's got ahead of him, they will do well. There is Phoenix's car there, the TSE car just ahead. My guy A. Berry running wet still. Travis Bartlett, more rain indeed, from 37th to 23rd. Nice one, Jan. Yeah, Fabian Carner there, 23rd, we can see. 2.5 down on Van Eck. He's got Luke Harrison just behind him, though. That will not be an easy defend. Again, if you don't know who Luke is in the ACC space, you must surely have been living under an absolute monstrous rock. Kicked from the server from track limits. So that's did see him out of the race. Great driving from Fabian, it is indeed. Like I say, he does have a very quick driver in Luke Harrison lurking behind him. But this, I did mention at the start, it is very, very, very difficult to get an overtake done around this track. It's why a lot of drivers do call it the Hungaroring. Although just as I say that, we've just seen Pinet's. Oh, Scriptura's dropped down the order. What's happened there? Let's see if we can catch that. Has he lost a position there? Oh, my apologies. No, he's not. The timing deltas were just updating with the gaps. But yeah, still running at 15. I could have sworn they were leading the way in the arms a moment ago. Yannick Plus ahead of them still as they appear. Oh, and it's the two MSR cars that are battling out, trying to chase down. Yep, two mission spin now. One yellow liveried Porsche. Oh, and then the McLaren just ahead, right on the back of Tobin. In the pros, in the Ferrari for the Astro Racing team. And their livery worked before the server restarted, so that's another curious one. Let's keep a look at the race lead though, because there is still less than half a second separating the top two. It's Jakob Schaeber and Thomas Nopek leading the way. Thomas Nopek came from no place at the start, absolutely outgunned everyone off the line. We do know, of course, that Berry in the Porsche is on the wet tyres. And that's a yellow band on the side, so Nopex is on the slicks. It still says rain in 30 minutes. It hasn't shifted to the 10-minute mark yet. We're 18 minutes into the race, so I'm expecting that to shift any second. The track is up a degree to 24 degrees, and it has improved from damp to greasy to green to fast. In these 18 minutes, we've seen quite a few cars coming in and getting early pit stops done. Fabio Giuffreda for FMP Italia, their McLaren took quite a bit of damage in the opening lap, but they've managed to get themselves fixed and back out on track. So too Cody Besselink for Astro Racing. So their Astro Racing livery has worked, the other one hasn't. But yeah, another team that came in. Jason Farmer, early driver swap there. 12 cars into the pits so far in the opening 18 minutes. So it's going to be quite the race for them. But still plenty of time to go. That is one of the many joys of endurance racing. You really do need to plan for the worst and hope for the best. I tell you, Jakob Schaeber, he's going to be hoping for the best from the in-game stewards. That is very close to violating the track limits there. You do not want to be picking up drive-throughs during any race, especially this one though. As we can see just how close. I mean, if I have a look off the back of Verstappen, that is an absolutely solid pile of cars, and that's car 934. That's one of the Adweiser machines who has given us a yellow flag. It's Fabian Carner. Oh, and he's facing the wrong way. He was up to 23rd position. Let's see what happens here. So he's got the one of the BMWs ahead of him. So everything's looking fine at this point. Oh, and that's not gone well at all. The Porsche. Wow, the Porsche was driving Fabian there rather than the other way around. Just a touch of that curb. And that's really not gone well there for Fabian. And a collection of the wall as well. Back down to 29th position, and Emmanuelson not far behind for Taylor Motorsports. He is very close indeed. He'll be glad of the distraction after the battle with Arnold Casing behind him. Lewis Robinson for SimTech. He is pretty close to the Porsche ahead of him as well. So big moves down through the field. Kartinen is back out on track. I did see his name there. He is there for Clean Racing Finland. Down in 38th position. And Alex Zakdal as well. Who of course we saw in the front two rows. Front three rows in qualifying. Now finds himself in 39th position. Mark GG is flying at the moment as well, currently up to 40th position, so up 10 places at the minute. Let's see what Alex Zakdal can do, making his way back through the field potentially. It's going to be quite the tall order. Let's look at Henry Handy, the Remnant Racing Honda. Is currently chasing down a QRT machine, as we can see. Yeah, I'll jump on board for some Honda action. We don't get to see many Hondas these days. Solid sounding engine. It's going to need to be some solid driving as well. Jacobs, Scriptura and Morgenstern all very close through turns 9 and 10. An extra bit of steering input in the Honda there, as you would expect. Of course, no traction control at the extremely low speed, so the slow speed corners really can't find the Honda out, and its tyres often don't do well towards the end of a stint. But we will see how Henry does on this one. Look at the exit that he's got out of the last corners along the start finish. It could be a 3 wide. The QRT Ferrari went defensive early, and Handy's gone clean around the outside of turn 1. He's not been able to make it stick. No slight bit of contact on exit, and in the background Pierre Ferrari will be watching this one with delight. The Honda almost climbing right into the back of Sander Jacobs there. Really is letting it be known that he wants this position. They've gone side by side into turn number 2, through turn number 3 where we saw the mistakes earlier, and it is a Honda that runs wide, and that is quite the rejoin. He's made those tyres absolutely stick when he came flying back on there, and all the while Pierre Ferrari, I was going to say he'll be rubbing his hands together, but he will be firmly gripping the steering wheel, of course, purely metaphorically speaking, but he will be rubbing his hands together. Potentially 2 easy positions ahead, if not 3 or 4, given how close this battle is unfolding ahead. We've got some faster laps coming in now, as you would expect. Still no rain falling, but the threat is definitely still there. Sandro Lapeo making the most of the improving conditions, taking the purple lap at the moment. Jakob Scheber has fairly dropped off the pace. Thomas Nopek has got a big old gap back to the rest of the field. Jakob Scheber, not so much. It's Ferrari on Ferrari action into turn number 1 as Adamu gets an absolute flyer out of the last corner. They're going to be side by side into turn number 1. Is he going to get it done? He's got the car on the inside curb. He's managed to get it rotated, but it is Giovannini, Scheber that's on the outside line. Not going to do him any good. You can see Adamu on the damper part of the track, but it didn't slow him down any. And that is the Vestas Sport car up to second place then. So Scheber not only losing time to Nopek, he's lost the position to Adamu as well. Giovannini will certainly be encouraged in the background, so too Lapello. He's got that fastest lap. The fastest lap by Nopek and Adamu, 1 minute 44.4. Giovannini, 1 minute 44.4. Lapello, 1 minute 44.3. So incredibly close on track, incredibly close in the lap times that they're putting in as well. Not really a surprise given how close it was in qualifying. Good luck everyone, great comment as always, thank you very much Vadik. We were kicked, so the rejoin issue can be fixed. Rejoin issue, right, okay. Yeah, that is unfortunate. I was looking forward to seeing the Lambo do well in the race. Yeah, whether it's real life racing or sim racing, all kinds of technical things that could go wrong, and just, yeah, it really can be a heartbreaker. Especially if you have done lots and lots of practice. Vadik, not in that boat, so yeah, not quite the same sting, but still. It's one thing I get geared up for a race and then, yeah, have it come crashing down around you so early into the proceedings. Still got 11.5 hours of this one for the drivers to go. And here we go then, so rain in 10 minutes time. It's going to be getting close to the end of the stint, so we'll see how the tyres hold up and who does what with the tyres. Some helicopters on the helipad there, seems fitting as we're in Helicam. Mazikovsky in 22nd place still, trying to get his way past Van Eck, who's got Zaza just ahead of him as they turn into turn 1. Luke Addison, despite carrying the damage, has got himself up to 19th position, so he's made back places as well. We're going to have to look at Jacobs though. Yeah, there he is, the QRT Esports car's got Handy and Ferrari in the Ferrari, just behind them Scatura just ahead of him. One-time leader in the AMS now finds himself in third. Morgenstern still in second with Benjamin Bonnet for MGR Esports leading the way in the AMS, 8th place overall, so quite the start for the AM drivers. Looking up and down the field, Yannick Plus I think is where we'll settle on at the minute, or shall we go and look at Handy again? Let's go and have a look at Henry Handy. Henry Handy in the Honda. I do love an alliteration, but that might be one too far. Ooh, and this might be a braking zone too far. Not he's managed to reel that one in. Very good on the brakes at the minute with Jacobs in the Ferrari ahead. Just seems to be getting it done in the acceleration phase. And managing to hold him behind. That camera angle, not the best for the best for the advertising board, not great for the action though. Through the final two corners, Handy all over the back of Jacobs. We've got Scriptura really going for it against Morgensen. This is a podium battle in the AMS early doors. Morgensen, has he done enough out of the last corner to fend off the advances of the Aston? It looks like he has. So the McLaren, despite having more weight than any other car added, does get the run from home plate to first base before Scriptura in the Aston. Still 0.3 of a second there. Handy and Ferrari separated by the same 0.4 that Jacobs and Handy is. Luke Addison already onto the back of the next car in his charge to get back up into the top 15. It's Tory Miller that's just ahead of him. Zaza is right on the back of him as well, actually. Let's jump on board with Zaza and see what's happening there. And in fact, Zaza's just got the overtake done on Addison, so let's have a look at that one. Oh, so look, Addison there just pulling out of it completely in the last corners. And there was another Weber car there, so I'm not sure if you couldn't see there if he was taking avoiding action. He's maybe just suffering from the damage that the car's got, but certainly that is Claudio Zaza getting the overtake done. So Addison did look like he was on the back of Tory Miller for 18th. He's now down to 20th position. Miller still in that 18th place, all chasing, of course, Tice Payne. His car carrying a bit of damage as well. As you can see, a fairly sizable crack in the back of the car there, just under the spoiler. Definitely will be helping with the aerodynamics. The aerodynamics which Miller is fully enjoying there. That slipstream for the T1 SR car, absolutely phenomenal. Look at the train of cars being pulled along. We've got a yellow flag. It's Handy in the Honda. Wow, that is a massive indentation in the wall. Let's see if we can see what happened there. This is the final two corners. Yes, it is. Oh wow, the back of the Honda just said no thank you. Oh, and the BMW almost collected him there, so he's having to hold these brakes there. He's reversed back across the track to get out of the way. Okay, so that position he was in wasn't quite as bad as it first looked. But that's certainly not good for Handy, down to 24th position, and right in the middle of a battle then, Simon Risden is out in his Ferrari at the minute. Alex Zakdal down the field has just clocked the fastest lap of the race so far for FRL. Oh, we've got rain and heavy rain. The track now sitting at optimum, so anyone on those wet tyres is really going to be struggling. We've got Lewis Robinson looking to put more pressure on Fabian Carner, and that pressure is about to pay off because they're going to be side by side on the exits of turn 5 and 6. This is a tricky chicane. Is he going to go for it up the inside of the chicane? They're going to go side by side through the middle chicane of Hungaroring. Absolutely phenomenal driving there from them both. They both survive as an FRL car. Is watching on as well. Who is that behind him? Oh, and he's gone for it up the inside. Is that? And there we go. We've got some penalties coming in. Majikovsky picking up a 5-second penalty. So we've got an FRL McLaren who I, for the life of me, cannot figure out. We're down to Burzakovsky. Yeah, Burzakovsky and Jay Wright. Yep. just from the road to the grand finals. And of course, with my name being Jay Wright as well, that does, yeah. That's always a name that I I managed to notice. We've got some penalties coming in. I clearly still can't figure out who the FRL McLaren is. That's John Beaton. There we go, it's John Beaton out in 43rd. So he's looking to unlap himself at the minute. He's got Cody Besselink behind him. But he's got 23rd and 24th battling just ahead of him. So an interesting position to be in. We've got phenomenal overtakes going on as well. Matti Kartinen for Clean Racing Finland started well inside the top 10. And then find themselves down in 30th after an early pit stop. Alex Zakdal, another driver comfortably in the top 10 at the start, and down in the field as well. Risden within 4/10 of Van Eck. Schiebel and Handy having themselves a battle as well. Where is... there it goes, you can see the Honda. It's going to have a bit of damage and a bit of tyre wear. Not the best position to be in, and is being hunted down at the minute. Yuzaban Yumbanesk. Good race it is so far. It has been an absolute cracking start to the race. Quite a few penalties being handed out by the stewards at the minute, so we'll get up to date with all of those as drive-through for track limits comes in. It's the Yellow Submarine Racing team. They've picked up a penalty. We've also got 10 seconds from the live stewarding team. Michael Stoll, the Not Alien crew. They're going to be in the pits for an extra 10 seconds. We've got Van Eck being given 5. Schiebel's been given 5 as well. Driscoll has been given 15 seconds to serve for the T1SR team. When they come into the pits, Majikovsky has been given 5 seconds as well. We've got Morgenstern with a 10-second penalty, and Benjamin Pinette, the MGR Esports car leading the arms, have been given a 15-second penalty as well. So it's going to be, that's going to throw them right back down the grid. As you can see, it's still very, very, very close to track map, all but full, and there it is. The rain is falling. So those on the wet tyres will be eternally grateful now. The track temperature down by a degree as the rain has started falling. We've still got about 30 minutes left. As some of the stints, some of the cars coming in straight away, they'll look at us in. Was already struggling a bit as we saw some damage there, and there is more cars coming in. Tice Payne coming in as well, he too carrying a bit of damage and on dry tyres. Does not want to compound that. The track already greasy, so in no time whatsoever it's gone straight from optimum back to greasy. It's going to be wet soon, as we can see Thomas Nopek, the race leader, still being hunted down by Francesco Adamu for Vesta Sports. Schaber and Giovannini just down the road as well. And they've come into the pits. The top two have come into the pits, deciding it's not worth staying out on these tyres. Can't say I blame them. So that is the top two into the pits. Schaber in, Giovannini in. Lapello has stayed out. What tyres is he on? He's on the dries. He's stayed out on the dries. Giovannini's come into the pits. Velocity Esport, they've stayed out. Rundy JC, they've stayed out as well. Pinetz has stayed out. Verstreppen has come into the pit. All the pit stops coming in. Sergio Osorio's out for FRL, so they've done a driver swap already. We'll see how many other teams. Skiptura in, Morgensen in, Jacobs in, Ferrari in. They're all making their way into the pits. Oh, Terry Driscoll still carrying that damage. He'll be grateful to get himself into the pits. So we're going to see in some teams that this will be their second trip into the pits within the opening 37 minutes. A whole lot of tyre changes going on, as we can see. The pit lane is absolutely jam-packed at the minute. It's likely to be the busiest that we're going to see it during the whole race. There's Lewis Robinson in for FRL, Matty Carton in, Clean Racing Finland back in the pits, so too Alex Zakdal back in the pits from 27th and 28th place. Let's see what Mark GG does. Started in 50th, picked up a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane after starting in the pits, up to 32nd place. But I believe he's going to be in the pits because that is a yellow strip around the outside of the tyre. So he's going to need to change those for the wets. Now the rain is going to get heavier in 10 minutes and then reduce after 30 minutes of the race. Oh, and there's a drive-through for speeding in the pit lane. That is a drive-through for speeding in the pit lane. It's Daniel Morgenstern that's picked that up for the MSR youngsters. So they're going to be back into the pits for that drive-through. Not what you need when you're trying to get wet tyres up to temperature. Sergio Osorio in the Aston Martin. 9th place at the minute, but he's coming under serious pressure from Risdon. He is definitely carrying damage, and I imagine we'll see him in. And that's Schiebel in the background, just running a bit deep. Oh, and the curb really kicking Schiebel off there. Not Schiebel, sorry. Is that Giovannini? Oh no, it was Risdon. Risdon has stayed out. Yeah, the car behind there does seem to be suffering from some kind of connection issue. Unless that's just on my screen. That is a whole lot of squealing on the tyres. That is not looking the cleverest there for Adam Anderson. I'm thinking the Turn 1 Sim Racing driver may well be on Wi-Fi. Yeah, that does not look like the smoothest connection to the server, unfortunately for the Turn 1 Sim Racing driver. Flash these lights there. I'm not sure how accountable the other drivers. It's difficult to say. Unfortunately, one of the things in sim racing that is all about the connection a lot of the time, and that Ferrari does not look fully connected to the server, so it'll be difficult for the other drivers to navigate their way past. Oliver Naird for the Not Alien crew, he's taking the wheel of their BMW. He's out in 37th. We've got Driscoll and Blauwitz, who's another driver swap then, the QRT Esports car. Oh, it's carrying damage again. There is so much going on in this race. But Blauwitz has picked up damage in the QRT car. He's only just behind the wheel of it. Oh, and that's the Red Balls racing car making a bit of a meal of that one. Yep, I could have went someplace else with that, but that pit entrance not the cleanest there for the Red Balls team. In fact, I'm not even 100% sure he was planning on coming into the pits there. Thomas Nopek is back in the lead for FRL. Adamu in second place. That's Gilles Alaman, who's taken over for the MSR Esports car. Vesta Sports still in second place. Lapeo in fourth. Giovannini in fifth. Simon Risdon has come into the pits, so he will drop back down the order. Junior Hughes in the BMW out on the wet tyres. So the early wet tyres for them, that has worked wonders for the Run DJC team, up to 6th position. Great drive there. Frank Sedivi coming out behind the wheel of the Velocity Esports car, and that is the McLeod Racing car that's up his inside. But that's another drive-through, this one for track limits. That is the third track limits penalty. It was second track limits penalty we've seen, and we've seen two, of course, for speeding in the pit lane as well. It's Jeremiah Schiebel, who is just on an out lap, so he's literally only just taken the wheel of the car, got it out on track, and reached and breached the track limits. And the stewards have said no. Mark GG up to 35th. That's 15 places so far. Not too bad a start there. I did see another name I wanted to highlight because we've had another driver swap. Beaton's back out. Packham is out for the car. Neil Woodward is out as well. Gava is taking a turn behind the wheel. None of those were the names that I was looking for there. I did spot a name there and it's gone. Unadi is out for Hayden. Out as well. Some phenomenal surnames to be getting the old laughing tackle round. Ian Thompson up in 22nd. Definitely a name I can easily pronounce. We've also had changes up in the top 15. Cian Doyle out for FRL. In the T1 SR car. That must be a crossover team. And it's Sidivi. Was one of the names that... Oh no, we mentioned Sidivi. We had drive-through there for Sidivi. So he's picked it up for speeding in the pit lane. Because Junior Hughes just went past. They were in the pit. So Sidivi picking up a drive-through as well. Adamu picking up the slipstream of Thomas Nopek ahead. Drive through for track. Well, no, it was track limits confirmation there. The Sidivi did pick that up for track limits again. Not sure why the velocity. Drive through for speeding in the pit lane. Wow. I know it's been a while since Hungaroring's featured on many calendars, but the drivers really are struggling with the track limits. Really are. So George Cook, how we doing? Great turnout for this, and go teams indeed. You know, I was actually thinking, George, I made a bit of a faux pas not getting you in here on this one. But how was Valheim? How good is that game? Great fun. Great turnout indeed. 50 cars. We even had a server reset. And yeah, we've got 50 cars back in. Andrew Mina cheering on Skaptura, who's currently second in the AMS. He's had a good start to the race so far. Anyone that survived lap 1 can consider themselves to have had a good start to the race. Amadeo De Keyser out for McLeod Racing. He's taken over for Christoph Verstappen. The McLeod Racing car doing really well. A lot of cars being cut. The order has changed wildly since qualifying and indeed since the race start. Where is my mouse gone? Sorry, bear with me a second. I just need to quickly. My mouse keeps taking away, and I know this is highly unprofessional, but we're not set to full screen, so why is it broken? Sorry, apologies. That jumped through the menus, but yeah, just struggling to control the mouse, which is a bit handy. And yeah, I think we do have a couple of drivers on Wi-Fi, a couple of connections looking a bit peaky there. Marco Zaccari, although in Japan, so yeah. Literally the other side of the world. Look, Addison, is he back out on track? Sorry, there he is, yep. So he's come back out to do a second stint. Track limits on this track in the wet is very broken, says Tom Curtin. It must be. It absolutely must be. Addison out on the wet tyres. So we're going to have more rain in 10 minutes and no rain in 30 minutes. Oh, wow. I hope Christian Romano has got Pitwall Live open already so he can keep up to date with everything he's got to take over this race halfway through. Yeah, good luck with that. It's going to be quite the handover. It's going to take me 6 hours to wrap up the everything that's going on. To keep up to date with the action. We've had so much happening. Terry Driscoll is out. He's got Blauwitz chasing him down. Out for QRT. Oh, and that is another sideways facing machine. And I recognise the number. It's Danny McCutcheon. And that is a forlorn looking Ferrari, and we've missed the incident there, so he's had to hold these brakes for quite some time. That's a lot of the field have made their way past there. There's Melker Garby. Currently running at 35th, so quite the ups and downs for the FRL team so far in the race. seems to be running really slowly. Hopefully that's fine on the live end. More cars coming into the pits. On Woodward, while we were watching the replay, Neil Woodward's picked up a drive-through for track limits. The 999 Ferrari for FRL will be coming in for another trip into pits. We've got another yellow flag as well. For one of the cars further up the order, that is Giovannini was temporarily off track there. Sidivi comes in to serve that drive-through at the last possible moment. Giovannini under all kinds of pressure from Lapeo for QRT. It's quite the battle these two are having. And there's a penalty coming in for car 123. Luke Addison picking up a 15-second penalty for causing a collision. We've also got another penalty coming in there as well for car number 81. That's Stuart Packham picking up a penalty as well. The Stuart's certainly kept busy by the weather at the moment. Lap one not without incident, and quite a few of the drivers picking up penalties. There's a 20-second penalty in fact for car 534. That's Viel Voronen for the yellow submarine car. They've got themselves repaired. Well, they've got a 20-second penalty. Woodward in the pits to serve his drive-through. Hayden Harter after a difficult start. Again, got collected and picked up some damage. Now finds himself at 47th position with 20th. Look, Addison just behind them, looking to put a lap up. We've got some more penalties coming in as well. These ones slightly further up the field. Amadeo De Kaiser for McLeod Racing, or certainly the McLeod Racing car. Picking up penalties. That's 15 seconds. Kartinen's picked up a drive-through. I may have already mentioned this one because there's a whole lot of penalties going on, but Kartinen picking up a drive-through for track limits. We've got more penalties coming in as well. Car 971 slightly further down the order, but that is another penalty that's been handed out, which Murat. Majikovsky, there we go. I knew we'd get there eventually. Patrick Majikovsky for the Red Balls car. That is a penalty for them. It's just struggling to keep a hold of the track there as the race leaders make their way through. There's Carton coming in to serve his drive-through. And that's going to give Zaza another position in. Claudio Zaza. Having a bit of an up and down start to the race, but mostly up at the moment, making up some convincing places. Addison as well making up places, but a 15-second penalty as another penalty pops through from the steward's pen. This one has been bestowed upon Simon Risden. So his Ferrari picking up 5 seconds for a collision. Melker Garby picking up the fastest lap, and it looks like they'll be keeping hold of that for quite some time. The rain is reducing, and there is another penalty coming in. More penalties coming in. Oh no, drive-through cleared, and we have another car 531 who's picked up another penalty. That's 534. They're already penalised. Car 303 picking up penalties as well. I hope someone's got a very deep inkwell. Alan Brown had a great battle with Zaza at Brands Hatch. It was an intense race. Yep, he's shown some pace. Someone actually pointed them out to me last night. It's quite a decent YouTuber. Another penalty coming in. Hanadi has picked up a penalties. Morgenstern has picked up a penalty as well, and the Kaiser's still got that penalty to serve, so they're coming in thick and fast at the moment. Up at the front, still 1.3 seconds separating the race leaders. It's Thomas Nopek, the FRL Mercedes, having a phenomenal start to the race. Finds himself, as I say, at 1.3 seconds up the road. And with a good old 12-second gap back to Gilles Alleman. Gilles is quite the driver though. Oh, there's a drive-through for track limits. Wow. Definitely not the type of consistency that you want in a race. Oh, the Red Balls racing car has picked up a fair bit of damage. Insult to injury there. So yeah, big decision on the hands of Patrick Mazikowski and the team. Do you serve the drive-through or do you stop and get the damage repaired? I'm going to guess stop and get the damage repaired because it doesn't look like that steering wheel is the straightest. As you can see, it's sitting at about 10 past 7, which is not the best. So Mazikowski is going to surely have to get repaired before serving the drive-through. Yeah, can't do another lap like that. Yeah, the Porsche really struggling there. Looks tricky today with the weather, it really is. Harter and Scriptura are the goats, indeed they are. Where is Hayden? He's still lapping, he's a bit further down the order, but certainly on a comeback drive, that is for sure. Did I see Carl Van Hoorn there? I did indeed, for Astro Racing. Their lead car at the moment, Yannick Plus there in 8th place. Closing in on De Keyser, but that will be a position that will be taken in the pits for that 15-second penalty. And Thomas Nopek is in 2nd place. Thomas Nopek is in 2nd. There's been a change of lead. Let's see if we can see what happened then. So it's Francesco Adamu that is in the lead. So we're coming through turns 5 and 6. Easily made it through there. Definitely doesn't look close enough for the cars ahead to have been any effect. Comes through the chicane. Oh, side by side, Clean Finland Racing and Adweiser were side by side ahead. The Adweiser car. Oh, the Mercedes just about holding on to the back end there. Taking the blue flag line. Oh, he's right on the middle of the track there. That's going to cause them to run deep. Yep, you saw that problem emerge there. He's flashing the lights, but that may have been partially self-inflicted there, you feel. But whatever it was, it's cost them the lead of the race. As Francesco Adamu says, thank you very much for the indecision. I'm going to run off with the race lead. He's now going to try and get past the Clean Racing Finland car. They could well have been battling for position in about here. But again, one of the cars has had a tricky start. Let's see what Yannick Plus can do into turn 1. Not much at the moment. He was, oh no, I'll tell you what, on the exit of turn 1, no, that could be a different story entirely. The Aston's going to be under all kinds of defensive pressure here in the through turns 3, 4 and 5. They've got a better gap. In fact, that's not even Junior Hughes just ahead of them. Look, Hughes is well up the road. That's a different BMW entirely. The Porsche there firing his way through those puddles. Van Eck is looking close to an overtake here as well. More Ferrari on Ferrari action. Sidivi a bit down the road, 16th position since serving that pit stop. Luke Addison looking for an overtake as well. We're going to see a move into turn number 1. Big old send. A bit of contact there, but he has made the way through. That was for blue flag. Oh, and that's a big miss on the brakes there. And that sees Addison up a position. Doyle going overly defensive into turn number 1 there, you feel, and that's cost him massively. In fact, 2 cars followed. 40th place followed him as well, so Doyle missing his way into turn 1. Luke Addison getting his way up to 17th position. We've got Zaza into the pits. That's not bad for Zaza. That's 5th. Oh no, that is bad for Zaza. That is a lot of damage. Also, the accident has already happened at this point. He's off the track trying to hold on to it again. Another driver. Oh wow, look at the steering wheel. That's definitely not normal for the Ferrari. That is for sure. It's a lot of damage he's taken there. You can see the foot working so hard on the accelerator under the steering wheel. But that is Zaza into the pits to get some damage repaired, potentially a driver swap as well. They've done not bad though, been out 55 minutes, that's a lot longer than some of the teams have managed in opening exchanges. I know, and according to that, everything's running fine. Again, if anyone does have any issues with the audio or visual quality of the stream, please don't be afraid to speak up in chat. I'm getting a few bits and pieces here, but hopefully it looks all good at home. We do have 11 hours of this to go. I'll be here for the next 5-ish. Maybe... Oh no, I'll be here for 4.5, sorry. And then it will be Mr. Romano taking over. That might adjust slightly. Depending on the time. But yeah, the race was slightly late start. It's 12 o'clock now. But yeah, we will have full coverage of the whole race. It will be myself and Christian Romano leading all of the action. Jordan, what have I missed? I had to drive home from work. Oh, Jordan. Genuinely, it would probably take me about 3 hours to go over the opening hour of action. Let's just say the weather has had a massive effect on the cars. The drivers themselves really struggling with the track limits. We've had several drive-throughs for speeding in the pit lane and track limit violations, and in fact we've got another one being served as we speak. Viel Voronen, the yellow submarine car, in for a drive-through. Quite a few penalties for contact as well. Not really a massive surprise given it is the Hungaroring and it is absolutely pouring down with rain. Von Kidrowski is out. There's another penalty coming in from the stewards just as we are talking about that. Majikovski down at the back of the grid. They're back out after getting the car repaired. And let's... So yeah, so much action so far. Gilles Alleman up in third. Nopek and Ademu look like they're set to battle out for quite a while over the race lead. Yannick Plus as well, all over the back still of the Kaiser, but they do have traffic to make their way through as well. Really isn't easy to overtake round here. Definitely not easy to get to find some place to get a safe blue flag overtake as well. Thomas Nopek will be looking for the overtake. It's going to be 4 wide into turn number 1. We've got some back markers. The lead Ferrari of Ademu sends it right up the middle of the two cars, and Nopek follows him right through. And in fact, Nopek into turn number 2. He's going to have the slipstream from the Porsche ahead of him. Fortuitously placed Porsche, the Mercedes. The Porsche gets out of the way. The Mercedes tries to hold the outside line on turn 2, so it's going to be the all-important, or is it the important inside line on turn number 3? He's got the nose in front, but the Ferrari's gone for a cutback out with turn number 3 into turn number 4. They're going to be nose to tail. Is he going to try for another one up the inside? He is not. Phenomenal control and driving between these two, and it is Nopek back in the lead of the race. Oh yeah, now we're into this, and the racing is just getting spicier and spicier. You can see a phenomenal series of corners here from the Mercedes. He really should be the prime car. He gets his nose in front. The Ferrari going for the cutback on the exit at turn number 3, almost losing the nose for his trouble. And then into turn number 4, the very quick right-hander. Oh, he's right on the inside curve again. For me, that is so close to the track limits. It's really not worth it. We've got another penalty coming in for someone outside the top 23. It's not Stuart Parker. It is... oh, it's Simtech racing in the Porsche. Jeremiah Sheeval has picked up 5 seconds there. Hanadi's still got 20 seconds. There's 5-second penalty for car 230. No explanation on that one. There is, of course, a stewarding spreadsheet that you can keep up to date with all of the penalties. Yeah, keep up to date with everything that's going on. Beza B, good luck to the T1 SR boys. Best of luck to the team. Best of luck to everyone taking part in this race. It is the Hungaroring in more than changeable conditions. We've got some information from one of the drivers that during the practice servers, you were getting a rain shower every couple of hours. This is more than just a shower, and it is less than an hour into the race, but it is about to dry once again as the top two once again. Oh, and he's almost gone into the back of the BMW. That's causing all kinds of issues there. Adamu, no slouch at all. I believe, was that Addison that they've just gone past in the Beamer? I think it has. He almost lost out big time there as another Ferrari came through. We've got Lapello still looking for positions. Oh, and he might have... Oh no, it's the 352, sorry, that's a different QRT car. I was about to say he's run deep there, but that's his teammate that's running past. Look at all those penalties that have been handed out. It's Just Loon who's out behind the wheel actually for QRT, so more driver swaps coming in. In fact, I'll tell you what I will do. Let's pop this up. Hopefully that's big enough, but yeah, the SV Frisbee, there is, as you mentioned, there is a revival race coming up. If you do want to take part in any of... Oops, wrong button. Don't do that. If you do want to take part in any of the races with Formula Racing League, FRL, of course, ACC on PC, PS5, rFactor 2 and iRacing. You can find them all there on the SimGrid page. So yeah, make sure you jump over there and get involved in the racing. Why would you not want to? Look at the turnout, look at the action that we've still got, as Sandro Lapello still looking to take fourth place from Giovannini, the Vestas Sport team, having a phenomenal start to the race. Gilles Alleman 15 seconds down on the lead too. But these two keep battling, and they've got a lot of traffic to get. Oh, and there's a car ahead just gone sideways. One of the back markers goes sideways. That is incredible control from the lead two, and it's Sidivi. That was Sidivi. He's having to hold these brakes because there is so much traffic coming past. Oh, and he's collected a Porsche. He's been moved over, and now he's managed to reverse. But Sidivi and the team going from bad to worse. They've already had a drive-through for track limits as well as a penalty. Oh, wow. Corner entry understeer. This is why I commentate and don't drive. I wouldn't even know how to begin to diagnose that issue. Corner entry oversteer. He must have been able to control the car, surely, from touching the curb. So yes, Sidivi back down to 27th position. Still, 10 hours, 55 minutes to go. Plenty of time to make it back. You've got to have faith. Look at those conditions. 10 minutes from now, there will be no rain falling from the sky. This will be playing absolute havoc. Oh no. There is a button to change that race logic clock. I can't remember it. There is. I'll be there for the retro races. Can't wait, says Alan Brown. Nice. Yes, rain, weather, lots of it. Falling from the sky. 6:10 separating the top two. As far as stint timers go, I was trying to get a look at the stint timer there, but it's not happening. So, but yeah, 65-minute stint timers. Car 300 got dating. Don't know what that means. I'm not going to say that word out loud in case it is foreign swear word 30, but car 300 damage. There we go. Yeah, car 300 is carrying damage. Oh, that is Voorthuizen. I hope I'm getting that correct. Where is Baz Tolls me when you really need him? He steered in too sharply to get the oversteer into. Yeah, yeah, it just seemed like not really the type of mistake you would expect from a driver like Davey, but yeah, it just the back of the car really did step out on him. Let's jump up to the front of the grid. Ademu and Nopek separated by 0.8 of a second. Marco Zaccari is out for Vesta Esports and Vesta Sport. Just adding in the E's there. We've got Zaccari hunting down Just Lund, so let's take a close actually at that. Hopefully you are enjoying the broadcast. It is of course brought to you by FRL, sponsored by Coach Dave Delta. 2.0, already over 800,000 laps analysed and recorded, and telemetry sent back to drivers to help improve. And if you are enjoying the stream, please hit that subscribe button. It really does help out FRL. Hit the like button as well. And let me just mute myself because I was able to hear myself there, which is, yeah, quite horrifying. And yeah, if anyone out there feels like sharing the stream amongst your friends, then yeah, please do so. As you can see, incredible action that we've got going on, and it's not going to slow up anytime soon. Hopefully that's shared okay. Yes, perfect. There we go. Fight incoming, says Jan Barth. There's yeah, fights every place at the minute. Let's have a look. We're watching Zaccari closing in on Just Lund. Kartinen for Clean Racing Finland. They're back up to 19th position, so decent recovery drive with them so far. We've got, oh, look at all the action happening further down the grid with Oliver Nerb, and that is Harry Witter and Mark GG. Look how close these all are, and there is blue flags in amongst this as well. Mark GG for the FRL racing team. They started in the pits, got a drive-through for speeding in the pit lane on exit, and then yeah, they've managed to make their way back up to 32nd. I believe this may have been the fight that oh, Pierre Ferrari. I love the fact that you're driving a Ferrari, Pierre. I'm a huge Ferrari fan. And yeah, definitely something more than satisfying. Oh, and that is a wayward. That's two. Oh my goodness, there's yellow flags every place. 511 and 197. That is in two completely different parts of the track as well. It's Jim Emanuelson. Oh, the Taylor Motorsport car. Really struggling there. Another off-track excursion. John Beaton into the pits. Was it Copeland in the BMW there? Actually, hopefully I'm getting that. Copeland for West Competition. Used to seeing them much further up the grid. Another team that had a difficult opening lap, picked up some damage. There's a drive-through for track limits. That's Sheeble up in 29th. Going to need an old-school teleprompter to keep up with everything that's going out on the track at the moment. Terry Driscoll for T1 SR. He's got Junior Hughes behind him. Hughes having an incredible start for the Run DJC team. They're very comfortably inside the top 10. 6th place at the minute. An excellent choice of tyres to start the race. Has held them in phenomenally good stead. We've got overtakes plenty up in the top 10 as Just Lund still looks to fend off. There's another drive-through for track limits. as Lapello looks for an overtake to get himself up to 4th position. We've got blue flags waving past the FRL car. Jusloon still fending off Sculptura. Sculptura leading the way for the AMS. He's got pros either side of him. Marco Zaccari. Good to see the connection there has settled down a bit, a lot less pingy. The car looking very solid at the minute. You can see these conditions not exactly in the driver's favour. There is nothing falling from the sky, as we can see, but the track is very, very, very wet still. As we can see, the QRT car of Jusloon does get overtaken there. Sculptura does make that one stick out to turn number 1. Jusloon running ever so slightly deep into turn 1, and Sculptura not wasting. That's a big send up the inside there. Thankfully, Loon's seen that one coming and got himself out the way. Zaccari was taking absolutely no prisoners there. He was getting that position by hook or by crook. That is Loon down 2 positions in 2 corners. And that is a back marker directly behind them, so that position not instantly under pressure. Second time in my life that I choose the Ferrari. Well, you definitely picked the right race for it. The Ferraris really are doing well here, although let's not look past the Mercedes that is leading, and it was off the start line. The Mercedes got it done. The Ferraris really are getting found out once again. When they first were added to the game, they really did struggle to get started. They were found out off the start in every single race I saw them in. It did seem to balance itself back out, but just recently they really have again off the rolling starts, really struggling to get the power down, get themselves just bogged down. I'm not sure what is going on. It surely can't be that every driver is getting it in the wrong gear. Maybe you do need to start it in second in the Ferrari. But whatever it is, the Mercedes had an incredible start to the race. And has not looked back. You can hear just how deep those puddles are. The wheels absolutely kicking through, and again, puddle kicking up. And that is a second separating them. Lapello now got a second separating him from Giovannini. A lot of traffic involved now as well. Marco Zaccari, we saw him recently get the move done on Jusloon, him and Sculptura. Can he now get ahead of the AM leader? It's going to be quite the mission to do so. The Ferrari does seem to have the Aston's number round here today. It's all about the driver in these conditions. Let's be under absolutely no illusions. We're just over the hour mark. We're 14 minutes into this one. It is FRL leading the way. Imagine hosting an event and then leading it. Some people. Vesta Sport in second, MSR in third, Vesta with the second car in the top 5. Lapello for QRT in 5th position. We've got Rundy JC in 6th, MSR in 7th, McLeod Racing in 8th, TSE Racing, the Project D car, 9th place at the minute, with Vesta Sport making it 3 in the top 10. Marco Zaccari, as we saw recently, again that overtake done on QRT's Jusloon, 11th for them. Remnant Racing, Henry Handy back out in the Honda, 5-second penalty, 12th position. He's got NJR Esports in 13th, Tri-State guided currently by Luke Harrison in 14th, Van Eck for ERA Esports in 15th position. Then it's the MSR Youngsters, the Astro Racing in 16th and 17th. Turn 1 pole position they took in the Porsche. They now find themselves in 18th. Clean Racing Finland in 19th, with Simtech Racing rounding out the top 20 as it stands at the moment. Fastest car on the track, of course, in 27th position. You wouldn't expect anything else at FRL. 22 cars within a second in qualifying, 0.02 of a second separating the top 2 in quali. So you would expect it to be close, but Melker Garby into the Mercedes picking up the fastest lap before the track conditions turned, and they most certainly did turn. And as it's just been pointed out in the chat and up at the top of the screen, we've got rain starting again in 30 minutes. Now, The race started with the track at damp, went to greasy, went to green, then went to optimum as it raised by 1 degree to 24 degrees. It dropped to 23 degrees when it started raining. It almost instantly went to damp and then wet. The track, how much will it dry out now is the question. And how much are we going to see drivers deliberately aiming for the wet part of the track to try and keep the tyre PSIs down. 1.1 seconds separating the race leader Sandro Lapeo for QRT Esports. Still chasing William Giovannini. Great battle of patience between these two. Zakari still not quite got past Scriptura at the moment. A lot of penalties ahead of them. And behind them, so at this stage I don't imagine either driver will be too keen to get into a full-blooded battle. They're going to be gifted quite a few places. Matti Kartinen, they've certainly not been gifted anything this race. It has been full hard work, and it does, again, it just goes to show you how up and down things can be with racing when, oh wow, 2 penalties coming in, we'll go over those in a moment. When 2 cars that could easily be battling for the lead of the race make contact into turn number 10 and almost take one another out, battling for 19th place. We've got a 5-second penalty Carton at the minute. He's going to sail it round at the outside. It's McLaren versus Porsche. Oh, bit of contact on the exit. The Clean Racing Finland car almost came a cropper on the curbs there, but does manage to keep it between the Mayo and the Mustard just about. Berry and Carton, and you think this was for the race lead. Again, cannot stress this enough. These 2 drivers and cars definitely, well, Adam Berry took pole position in qualifying, so the T1 SR car we know is quick. Clean Racing Finland qualified in the top 6, and here they are battling out for 18th position. Cartman with that 5-second penalty, so he will be looking to get ahead. Think it rained for an hour, then stopped for 40 minutes, then rain again, I predict. If that prediction's spot on, Alan, I'll get 6 numbers from you for tonight's lottery as well, please, my man. Thank you very much. But yes, we saw more drive-thrus there. Hanadi in the Honda is into the pits. He's fallen foul. Oh no, sorry, it's Hanadi in the Porsche, fallen foul of the in-game stewards, and we saw Tucker in 41st position. Mike Tucker for Simtech. A stop-go 32nd for speeding in the pit lane, and I believe that was on the back of a drive-through. So they went in for a drive-through penalty for breaching track limits and picked up a speeding violation in the pit lane. Hopefully they've not just picked up another one, but yeah, stop-go 32nd penalty. That is going to put them massively down the order, even with 10 over 40 minutes to go. You really do, let's face it, we'll all know this, and if you don't, free tip for you. Best way to do well in an endurance race, stay out of the pits. Spend as little time as possible in the pits. And yeah, great things will happen. There's a lot of trip into the pits so far for quite a few of the drivers. The leaders are now separated by a second and a half. Apello still hunting down Giovannini. Zakari still behind Scriptura. So Scriptura putting up a great battle at the moment. Yeah, he really is again. So there we go. The track is down to damp and warmer, so it is getting hotter. Well, the track conditions really are going to be up and down. Cartman and Berry, they're still battling out as well. Let's have a look and see how close they are. So close, you actually can't even see Cartman's car for the spoiler on the back of the Porsche. Incredible stuff. They do have Karl Van Hoorn ahead of them as well. In fact, let's jump onto his spoiler and see what he can see. And what he can see is that battle unfolding behind him. He will be dragged into this one pretty soon, it looks like. 10 hour 39 minutes to go, and it is Really getting lively. Thomas Nopek. Round the last corner. Let's see what side of the track he aims for. It does say the track is still damp, but there's definitely a drying line out there. As you can see from that angle, there is the dry line, and Nopek not quite on it until he gets to the braking zone, so his tyres are getting a bit warm. Is that Gilles Alleman in the back? It's not Gilles Alleman, it's a bit further down the road, so that's some back markers that Adamu is making his way. I was going to say, is Alleman caught up that quickly? Let's see what's happening with Luke Addison, the tri-state driver, has just got the overtake done on Penetz. He is... Oh yeah, Penetz trying to cool down his tyres there. As I mentioned, we're going to see drivers aiming for the wet part of the track now that it's starting to dry out. They'll be hoping to nurse these wet tyres until the next stint of rain rather than coming in and change. Luke goes for the cutback, sails that up the inside absolutely stunningly as you'd expect. And that's Tri-State back up to 13th position. Oh, and he's now facing the wrong way. He's now facing the wrong way, so less than 2 corners. Oh, the back of the BMW almost let go on him there. In fact, we saw the back just having a bit of a squiggle. Into the chicane. Wow, steered in too quickly. The same place we've seen a mistake already from one of the drivers, and it's Luke Allison for Tri-State back down to 16th position. And the predicted battle that I thought was going to happen is unfolding, and it's Adam Berry going to be the first to strike. It looks like Carton might get the overtake done. Oh, the turn 1 car making a bit of contact, and it is going to be the Clean Racing Finland car. They're going to go up the inside. They're going to go 3 wide through the penultimate corner, and it's going to be Adam Berry that loses out. It's going to be Van Hoorn that loses on 2 positions there. And the Clean Racing Finland car, after a whole lot of patience behind the Porsche, picks up a double position then into the penultimate corner. We can see the Porsche right on that inside line then. Let's go into Forbidden Chase Cam and see just how close it got between them. Oh, so they did make contact there, and that is what gave Carton in the run up the inside line, almost 3 wide through the penultimate corner. The Porsche makes up a position, but the McLaren makes up 2. Carl Van Hoorn, I did say he would be an unwitting participant in that battle, and yeah, it wasn't that long of a battle. The 2 drivers very quickly and firmly making their way past. The sun has very quickly gotten his hat on. He will be taken off reasonably soon, though. It does say that the track is still damp, but that will be a majority verdict. There's definitely parts of the track that are very dry at the moment. I mean, there's very little water on the line that the drivers are racing on at the minute. Tom Brunel's got the race on the tablet. Nice, dropping in and out. I love to see it. Oh, and we've got 3 cars yellow flagging at the same time. That's Carl Van Hoorn that was actually yellow flagged there. He's gone off the track ever so slightly. They've got Luke Addison ahead of them now, so that's going to be an almighty battle. But there was another 3 cars off track there. For some reason my incident reports aren't fully working. Excellent, thank you very much, Alan. Sharing the stream, yeah, get as many eyes as possible on the race, because yeah, what a race it has proven to be. We've still got 10.5 hours of this one to go. Carton then is now caught up to the back of Luke Addison. So that's going to be another battle brewing there. Can Adam Berry get himself caught up? The tyres are really going to be struggling now, because again, despite the track being registered as damp, that will definitely be a majority overall view. You can see there's definitely parts of the track that are very much dry. Oh, Adam, Alan, yeah, I hope you're feeling better soon. 13 hours sleep due to tablets. Wow, that is, yeah, that is quite the... We'll be calling you Rip Van Winkle. Is it Rip Van Winkle? Yeah, Rip Van Winkle. Dude that fell asleep for years on end. And there's more penalties coming in. Car 331. Please report to the steward's office for a slap on the wrists. It's Melker Garvey picking up 10 seconds. The FRL car that's not Ian Thompson ahead. No, there's so Thompson is a position ahead in the hands, but Garvey picking up 10 seconds there. And in fact, Cian Doyle has picked up one for FRL's Hand of Nez McLaren as well. So that's 10 seconds there. Sheeble's picked up 10 seconds as we saw for Simtech. We saw that earlier. Packham with a 15. Voronin has picked up 25 seconds of penalties. Danny McCutcheon is in the pits. We did see a bit of damage on that car, so not a massive surprise to see them in. Hopefully they're not putting dry tyres on. It's all about the management now, though. Oh, is it going to be worth doing potentially another 30 minutes on wets? All really down to the driver's stints, I would say, but it's incredibly close, as we can see. Well, Harry Witter, one of the TSR1 cars. Three-way battle with... Oh no, sorry, Margie's 3 seconds down the road. One of these BMWs is out of position, and it is... Ren DeLang is out for ERA. Wow, he's almost out on the outside edge there, the Ferrari driver. Trying not to get too involved in the battle that's going on ahead. The drivers are quite a few positions ahead of him, but if he is quicker, he's definitely got every right to unlap himself, just giving the BMW a bit of a nudge. If you could hurry along and let us all catch up, that would be great. Harry Witter is one of those BMWs, and he has just been overtaken. Oliver Nerd just fallen by the wayside. Witter getting the job done. What can he do into turn number 1? They've still got the Ferrari firmly in the slipstream, in fact. And so firmly in the slipstream, he has taken a position, so he's just unlapped himself there. Now puts himself between the battling BMWs. We've got Benjamin Panetz coming into the pits for the MGR Esports team. One of the lead AM cars. No penalty hanging over their head, so they'll get out nice and quickly compared to quite a few of the cars. The positions are going to change drastically after the next round of pit stops, and I think some of the teams might actually be banking on that, given the state of the track, the state of the weather, and the state a lot of their tyres are going to be in. That is for sure. Bear with me a moment, let's pop that on there. That's heavy rain in Cummins, says Alan Brown. It is indeed, yeah. If you add all the penalties together, it would probably add up to a full lap. It might just. 4 hours sleep. Glad he's not racing today. I would stay up till the rain comes and then pit for wets. I would think that would be. Yeah, I would think that would be the option, if I'm being honest. But then I commentate. I hide behind the microphone. Let's face it. So my opinion and judgment on what drivers do and don't do out on track must be taken with a massive container full of salt, like a giant skip of the stuff. Most definitely. Van Eyck was about to come under pressure from Luke Addison, but Van Eyck in the pits. Addison looking to put a lap up on one of the Ferraris. Carrying a bit of damage on that car again. Not many cars escaping, that is for sure. We can see scrapes, bumps and bruises on all of the machines so far. Sandro Lapeo looking still though to improve on his position. He's got Giovannini and Aleman just ahead of him. I did think Aleman was in a good position to catch up to Ademu Nopek ahead, but not to be, as the MSR car, as you can see, has the fellow Ferraris, and there is a drive-through for track limit violations. Says the commentator, who sounds like a broken down record at this point, but the drivers are succumbing to these track limits regularly. And Taylor Motorsports Jim Manuelson, warning number 4 collected by the car, so that will be a trip into the pits. Hayden Harter, who we saw in the pits after the end of lap 1, comes back into the pits at the end of lap number 46. This most likely is on the wet tyres at the minute, and there's rain and 10, so yeah, decent time to come in and get the pit stop done, get a fresh set of wet tyres on in case these are overheating ever so slightly. But yeah, back up to 38th place. There's Marco Akmadza for MGR Esports, the Croatian driver, in 28th. He's got Witter in the BMW just ahead of him. We'll see what's happening up at the top of the grid with the race leaders. Adam is still in second, 2.3 seconds now down the road on Nopek. Gilles Aleman still hanging on to third place, but Giovannini and Lapello still hanging on to the rear spoiler. Oh yeah, moving over to the wet line of the course, wet part of the track, sorry. And the track is just sitting at greasy at the minute, and that is Adam Berry just ahead of them, 16th place. He took pole position in the race, and he's now looking like he's going to lose a lap to the race leaders. He's already then a lap down on Nopek and Ademi. They're already on their way through. We've got overtake attempts from Henry Handy in the Honda. It's Just Lund that he's got ahead of him. Jump onto the passenger seat there and watch this battle unfold through the final few corners. That is a Mercedes they've got ahead of them, which isn't Melker Garby's car. It's one of the TSR1 cars, in fact. So yeah, so that is a blue flag. We'll see what Handy can do in his Honda. He does have a 5-second penalty, so he'll be looking for as many consistently quick and clean laps as he can. Again, ignoring stint timer. Berry picking up a drive-through for ignoring stint timer. Oh no, I wonder how that lap went. Was that a problem on that lap? What is his lap time? 1 minute 33 around the penultimate corner. No, that's absolutely fine. And I was going to say he'd probably be just as well staying out for another couple of laps. So a bit slow on that lap, but certainly certainly a bit early to be picking up a drive-through for the stint timer. Well, that's the position he's in. Back on board with Henry Handy in the Honda. Oh, unused Loon almost putting it off track into the wall. That's going in by Handy up the inside line. Luke Addison not too far down on this battle either by the look. Oh no, that's not Luke Addison's BMW. That is... it's not Junior Hughes either. Oh, it's Nerd Copeland. Mark GG's in the BMW down there as well. So that is one of the cars. Oh, closing right up the T1 SR cars, going past one another as a battle ensues with Akmadza for MJR. Are we going to see Driscoll coming into the pits to get that damage repaired? No, he's staying out. That's going to put him under a whole lot of extra pressure there. I believe that's Witter that's just made his way past there as well. So solid battle still going on there. Ademu still in second. Thomas Nopek really only battling with himself and the traffic. Now 2.3 seconds to the good. Luke Addison is within a second of Morgenstern. We'll see if he can negate the damage that he's carrying. Handy has got the move done, or has he? Round the outside of turn at number 2, I believe it is. Let's have a look at this. Into turn number 1 and see. Yep, straight into turn number 1, no messing about. Oh wow, he's a fair bit back there. Loon must have been very early on the brakes, or very late and ran deep. The Honda, good rotation. And that is quite simply a better exit from turn number 2. Gets his nose in front. Oh, closes the door early on the way into turn number 2. Just letting Loon know that he was there to take that position. So yeah, incredible racing between those two, right through the field. Let's pop that there and pop that there. So yeah, we're just over an hour and a half into the race. There was a slight delay to the start of the race, so don't worry if you're late joining us. There was a slight issue with the server, had to be restarted, so the race itself started a few moments later than planned. And that's notifications about the Steam handover, that's not for another few hours. So yeah, so don't worry if you were late to the proceedings today. The race did start a bit later. And yeah, what a start to the race it's been. We are to a very quick pit stop for myself. I will be back with you all very shortly. And there we go, as expected, a whole lot of cars coming flying into pits. There's the rain back on it. It's going to be straight back off again. Phenomenal times. Go Checa, says Tom Brunel. Yeah, so it really is all happening. We've got race leaders coming into the pits. Adamu is now in the lead. Lapello's in the pits. Aleman up to third. There is Terence Keenan out behind the wheel of the Honda almost going inside the BMW there. That was handy. Tanzini is out. Jan Duffner is out as well. Scriptura on. We've got penalties. Morgenstern, they're still speeding in the pit lane. The MSR youngsters picking up a penalty for this violation. That's a stop, go 30 seconds. Junior Hughes in the pits from 5th. And as predicted, the order really has been thrown on its head now that the penalties have been served through this pit stop. And it is only a short shower again for the drivers to deal with the track temperature. Oh, sideways by Garvey there. They're up to 12th of the 10-second penalty is served. Apologies there, a couple of audio issues sneaking in. Oh, Gilles Aleman's just been overtaken there by Terence Keenan. So that is a great turnaround. Keenan back in the lead of the race. Gilles Aleman was in the pits recently as well, so he got a quicker pit stop and got back out, but Keenan's got it done on track, but Aleman certainly, and that's contact through turn number 1. Oh, and there's a car sideways. That is De Doig, I believe. No, it's the other QRT car, which is Brinkman. It was Tom Brinkman there, so inside the top 10, just into turn number 1. What's the cameraman doing? Nothing useful. Oh, he's a bit late on the brakes. The track's a bit wet, and he's just let the car run ever so slightly deep. And yep, touched that curb, almost collecting the front of the Honda. A definite Code Brown moment there for Handy in the Honda. And that was Tom Brinkman there, finding out the hard way that curbs do kill in the wet, that is for sure. And still got a battle going on at the front. Becky and Aleman already made contact on the way through turn number 1. Let's see how this battle continues onward as Terence Keenan continues onward in the lead. Now 2 seconds to the good. So wasting an absolute big send there by Rebecca once again. Is he going to be able to hold that? Is the cameraman ever going to show us anything other than the bridge across the track there? He is indeed, and there is, it's Gardner that's in the Honda, sorry. So Gardner's taken over from Handy. And back-to-back track limits. For 2 of the cars, another 2 penalties being handed out. This Matthias Sarampa, in fact, out for Clean Racing Finland, not being penalised. It is Sean Warby who's picked up a drive-through. Tice Payne has picked up a drive-through as well, and Yannick Timesh for West Competition Racing is currently serving a drive-through penalty. Absolutely incredible scenes at the Hungaroring today with there's David Macaretta out for TSE. Oh, there's a car sideways into turn number 2. That is Gardner in the Honda again. Oh, and there goes an 2 FRL cars going sideways. That is car number 4. What has just happened there? Yeah, that's Ian Thompson. More drive-thrus coming in. Car 212 picking up a drive-thru as well. Let's see if we can keep it up to date with even... Okay, so we had the Mercedes run out the way. Also, it was Terence Keenan who got himself out the way. He's lost the lead of the race while all that was going on. And the two FRL cars have made contact with one another. They've gone full Haas at the Hungaroring. And yeah, the two of them, and one of them was in a very good position. Jan Duffner's had to come into the pits. Terence Keenan is down to third place. So while all that was going on, Rebecca and Aleman both getting past Keenan. Keenan is now back past Aleman, I believe. Yes, he is. He's back up to second position. Aleman now in third. Roberto Rebecca, though, for Vesta Sport, they are in the lead of the race by 5 seconds. So making their way through that traffic has aided some and really hindered others. It's Rebecca that's got the rub of the green there. Terence Keenan and Gilles Aleman now firmly entrenched in the battle for second and third. Aleman in third, Keenan the driver in second place. Luca Tanzini for Vesta Motorsport and Lucas De Doy for QRT still inside the top 5. Could well see themselves catching up if the drivers ahead continue their trend of battling. Chris Pizik out for Run DJC. They've had a phenomenal start to the race. Very much kept their head down. 6th position at the minute. So too Jan Duffner for MSR Esports. In 7th. Then is Adam Gardner in the Honda leading the way for the ARMS with Chris Barnes out for the TSE Racing's Project D car. Still on the podium in the ARMS is Dave Van Eck for ERA Esports, who are in 3rd for the ARMS. They're in 14th place overall. Jan Barth out and under pressure from Nino Tobin. As we've got another car violating the track limits. Tobin getting the overtake done very quickly there on Duffner as Turner picks up a penalty. The FRL Racing Team's BMW. Another track limit violation. That's the 4th penalty received, and that is a trip to the pits. Rob Hoofs is out for Gazelle Motorsport in the Porsche. He's right on the back of Benjamin Eck. Yeah, someone's not quite right there, but Morgenstern. Oh, so it's Morgenstern who's got close. Sorry, so the telemetry not quite correct there, but yeah, Morgenstern certainly looking quite payless. A bit down the road. Is he going to get this one done into turn 1? The Gazelle Motorsport car looking for the cutback, but Morgenstern wise to that, plants the car perfectly in the middle of the track and holds that position. That is another drive-through that's been delivered by the in-game stewards. It's Sean Warby. He's just had a drive-through penalty. Two laps left for Turner to serve his drive-through. That Porsche really not looking very planted at all. Rebecca now 6.9 seconds up the road. Oh no, that's Aleman. That's Gilles Aleman full sideways. The T1 SR car trying to make his way through. That is incredible. Stay cool, guys. Who leads the AM class at the moment? The AM class is Gardner. Oh, that was someone going sideways. I think we might have missed that. Yeah, Adam Gardner currently leading the way in the ARMS with Barnes for TSE in 2nd, Van Eck in 3rd place. Let's see if they did all survive. Oh, Tanzini really hitting that curb hard there. Gilles Aleman finding himself with a big gap to make up to Keenan. The Mercedes driver really has got the bit between his teeth, but not as much as Rebecca does up at the front. Now a 7-second gap, the biggest gap we've seen since the race started. Oh wow, more drive-throughs for track limits. Lucas De Doig for QRT Esports. 5th position there and coming into the pits. That's going to see Run DJC. Car 72 is on dry tyres at the minute. Ooh, that's quite the gamble. Quite the gamble. Lucas De Doig picking up a penalty. But yeah, Van Eck, that is... Oh yeah, there is a yellow band on the side there. I couldn't see the yellow line on the side of the tyre, but yeah, no, definitely. They are dry tyre. Oh, the FMP Italia car just running deep through turn 12 there. Let's have a look. Manuel Maggione looking to get himself another position. If he can. He's got Barnes ahead of him. They've also got a battle going on with some blue flags just ahead of him with Gilles Aleman in third place. There is the Doig coming into the pits to serve that drive through Chris Pizik. Just being unlapped there by Benjamin Eck, who's in 20th. And there's another drive-through penalty being picked up. This time by Sergio Osorio. That's 352 clearing their drive-through. Sergio Osorio picking up a drive-through penalty. So at the minute we've got one active car on the track with a drive-through. At one point we did see 3 or 4. That is a trend that does look like it's going to keep continuing. For whatever reason, the drivers really are struggling with the track limits, especially in these wet conditions. Manuel Maggione is going to be struggling with that car as well. Is not looking the most planted. He's actually just been overtaken by third place Gilles Aleman. So it just goes to show you how much the fields, parts of the field are spread out. That's Maggione in 9th being overtaken by Aleman in 3rd. I don't think with that damage that he's got, he's going to have enough pace to unlap himself. He is flashing the lights like he wants to unlap himself, but it's one of the fastest drivers on the planet ahead of him. So it's going to be a tall order, especially with the damage. That was a long way back to have a look, although could well have been aiming for the wet part of the track. And that's really not the way you want to take turn 1. That's cost him a lot of time and momentum. You can see the lights furiously flashing at the driver ahead. But he does have track position. If you want to get the overtake done and take back the spot, you do need to make it stick. Here is Tom Brinkman, and he's got the move done on Sarampa. Sarampa making an uncharacteristic error through turn number 2 there. You can see him round the last corner. Got the move up the inside on Brinkman, but Brinkman not to be outdone. Might need to make a quick change to the frame rate just to make sure this keeps running. But you can see into turn 1. Okay, that's what the problem was. He went full send there, made contact with the BMW, and that's let Brinkman right back in the door again. Sarampa and Brinkman will continue to battle. Barnes and Maggione battling for positions inside the top 10. And as you can see, they've got the race leaders and another blue flag battle going on around them as they do. And not to curse the commentator it, but we've actually gone for more than 2 minutes now without someone picking up a drive-through penalty. There is no one on track at the minute who has a drive-through. It's the first time we've seen that since 5 minutes into the race. The track limits really are catching the drivers out. Chris Barnes not being caught out at the moment. He's got Maggione just ahead of him. He's in 2nd place in the AMS, and you can see a couple of the pro drivers ahead. You can see the conditions that the drivers are dealing with. It does say the rain will reduce in a few moments and then it will be gone, so almost playing in perfectly to Alan Brown's predictions so far. Thinks it rains for an hour and stops for 40 minutes. We're certainly somewhere in that region at the minute. Oh, as you can see, the 2 cars ahead are still absolutely going at it. Barnes trying to catch on the back of Maggione. Oh, sorry, the car ahead of Maggione, of course, is Gilles Aleman, who's a lap up on these 2. It just goes to show you how quick some of the drivers are and how much the weather's caught out quite a few of the teams. Matthias Sarampa for the Clean Race in Finland. Still trying to catch up to Brinkman ahead. Brinkman is now being overtaken by not Gilles Aleman and not Terence Keenan. Oh, it was Rebecci. So he is seriously out in the lead. Chris Pizik is down in 7th position. Slightly confusing for me given the cars ahead taking their pit stops. So I think they've had an issue. Jan Duffner for MSR Esports, no issues for him. Does have the Red Balls Racing Porsche just ahead of him. We've got Jay Brooker out for the Turn 1 Sim Racing Porsche that took pole position. Just jumped up to 16, so they've got the move done on Van Eck, nice and quickly. Oh, yeah, my apologies, yeah, so has that only been 20 minutes of rain so far? Oh yeah, no, he did say it would rain for about an hour. Clearly time flies when you're having fun. Okay, yeah, I was just trying to get a clever number there on the number of penalties that we've seen, but I'm going to stop counting because of the pit stops have all got themselves mixed in. Let's see what we do know. We know that Brinkman is on the back of Sarin Pa. He's been hunted down so far. Oh, that's another car facing the wrong way through the chicane, and now appears to be driving the wrong way. And it's Tanzini from fourth. It's Tanzini from fourth place. Let's get a replay and see what's happened there. So through the chicane, he makes the exit. Oh no, two wheels on the grass. I can tell you that's a bad idea. Oh, and he's done well to keep that from going right into the driving line, and that is why we got a registration that he was driving the wrong way up the track. He was just looking to get a bit of momentum and spin that car round. Oh wow, the conditions, the conditions, the conditions. It's going to be the story of this race. We're only 2 hours into this. We've got 10 hours for the drivers still behind the wheel. And the positions have changed so much that even my pit wall live has had an absolute meltdown at the moment trying to keep track of all the penalties. So many pit stops we've had so far. Some teams have been in as many as 6 times. 6 pit stops already for some of the teams. Absolutely incredible stuff that we're seeing here out on track at the Hungaroring. Who says the Hungaroring doesn't see any action? That would be me. I did say that. I stand corrected. Thank you, Hungary. Matt Jordan, he was in the chat first today, an hour and a half before the broadcast. I think it was an hour or so. He's now out on track. We've got Jack Davidson, the slightly more sim racing brother of Jim. Boom. Thanks very much. Neil Woodward, Marco Keddy, both out. Marco in the McLaren, not often you see that one. Nikon ahead of him for Sim Tech Racing, another team. Penalties and drive-throughs down to 44th by Bilagagian for Yellow Submarine again. Penalties, Ahoy, Rendell, Lang for ERA, they for a penalty drive-through as well. Jim Emanuelson, we've seen damage and a couple of drive-throughs for track limits there, and that's all down at the back of the field. Up at the front, it's pretty much been the same story apart from the top 3. Christopher Streppen is back behind the wheel, so that's a great drive by him to get the team back up and running. So yeah, for Streppen, and he's all over the back of Maggione, who we saw take that damage not too long ago. Still carrying it for Vesta Sports. I'm determined to put an E in there, haven't I? But Maggione coming under all kinds of pressure. Barnes as well. Chris Barnes for TSE, putting all the pressure on Chris Pizik at the minute. The Run DJC BMW driver is on dry tyres. So he'll be hoping the rain stops very quickly, but the BMW is on dry tyres. The car chasing him down is on the wet tyre. Wow. Between the weather conditions and the drive-through penalty has been registered. Let's have a look and see who the lucky recipient of this one is. Oh, it's Sean Warby. Stop go 32nd for speeding in the pit lane. That is while serving the drive-through. That is really is as unfortunate as it gets, and he's come straight back into the pits at the end of this lap to try and serve this one. Hopefully they can get the track limit right this time. Wow, all the changes all the time. Claudio Zaza in and out of the pit. 30th position there, but again, positions to be made up all over the track. We'll keep an eye on Verstappen at the minute. He really is giving Mangione a run for his money. Mangione on the dry tyre. Oh no, my apologies, he is on the wet. There's no yellow band on that, so yeah, so he is on the wet tyre, but he is carrying that damage. It's all about whether Aston Martin can get the overtake done. You can visibly see the amount of steering input that's having to be put in by the drivers to keep the cars on the track. Oh, and over that chicane, that is a brave amount of care to be taken in these conditions. There's the stop go cleared by car 531. And certainly nothing popping up to indicate another penalty, thankfully. GR in the chat, come on Chris. Yeah, I mean, let's be fair, all the drivers here need a massive G up because this is tricky conditions. The rain is going to stop very shortly indeed, and when it does, are we going to see another mad scramble for the pits, and we're going to see another rain cloud suddenly appear. Oh wow, would you believe me if I said someone's just picked up a drive-through for track limit violations? No, they have, genuinely. We've got Marcelino in the BMW, he's out for Tri-State. So another team that's picked up a penalty or two in the race so far. They've now picked up a drive-through for track limit violations. That's going to see them down quite a few positions when they come back out as well. Oh wow. I tell ya, I don't know which I would enjoy least at the moment, being a driver in this team or being a team manager trying to organise what is going on out on track, because it is not easy out there at the minute for the drivers trying to figure out what they're going to do. And more rain is coming. The rain will stop for about 10 minutes and then it's going to start again. 2 laps left for Marcelino to serve his drive-through. 10 minutes for anyone that stayed out on dry tyres to make the most of them. Is that going to be long enough? No. Quite frankly, is the straight shot answer to that. There's no way 10 minutes is going to have been worth it. So the drivers that did stay out on the dry tyres hoping for that dry stint of rain, it really is not going their way at the minute. We did get notification. It was Alan Brown who was pointing out in the chat during the practice server. You were looking at a rain shower every 2 hours. It's been a lot more than that, and it's been a lot more than just shower. This could certainly have been considered a bit of a shower compared to the rain that we saw at the start of the race, certainly. But at the minute, it is all kinds of craziness out on track. So the drivers now that gambled on the dry tyres are going to get left behind as the drivers that sensibly at the time took the wet tyres are going to be given an extra bit of a pat on the back and a helping hand, as we're only going to have 10 dry minutes Now, how will the track evolve in those 10 minutes? We saw how quickly it evolved at the start. Very quickly went from greasy to damp to green to optimum. Oh, and he's very nearly. That wasn't an optimum corner entry there from Verstappen. I think we can all agree on that one. He just had to get an extra bit of steering input in there just to make sure he avoided that contact. That was very close between the two. It's not even remotely close between the drivers up at the front. Vesta Sport have taken this one and they are running with it. Roberto Ribicci, hopefully I'm getting that. If I do pronounce any of the names incorrectly, please do feel free to correct me. I would rather be corrected and correct than incorrect and brutalising someone's name. This weather is just something else, says Sandro. I cannot in any way, shape or form disagree with you there. If this was a debating club, you win. Congratulations, hands down. That is insane. I love it. As a broadcaster and a commentator, I'm absolutely fascinated by the dynamics that this is going to cause right through the field. As I was saying, as a driver and a team manager, maybe not so much. It's certainly been an interesting one. We're going to keep an eye on this battle with Verstappen though. Maggione doing a phenomenal job fending him off at the moment. Well, we'll get some, yeah, let's get some dash cam. So many teams getting shafted with the Withersea ship, indeed. And to be fair, there's quite a few teams that are doing it to themselves with the amount of drive-through penalties that we're seeing. Yeah, with the amount of drive-through penalties that we are seeing for track limits, and I've just looked away at the timing tower, and Christopher Verstappen is ahead. He's got the overtake done. There we go. Surely good to watch, but hell to drive in. Yes, exactly, Sandro. Yeah. Could not have worded that any better. And, oh wow, he's gone ultra defensive and he's put the Aston Martin right on the inside line. That has not deterred him in the slightest. He really wanted that apex. He got the apex, he got the position. And that is Christopher Verstappen up to 8th place. You get the feeling that this battle is not done and dusted. Verstappen showing very good pace behind. Can he now get a bit of a gap to Maggione? We know Maggione is carrying a bit of damage. We also know that Benjamin Eck is in the fastest car on track, and they've just got the overtake done. So let's have another look at this one. Oh, went to the outside, showed him the outside, took the inside. Is he close enough there? Oh, the BMW generously leaving space because the Mercedes was not generously yielding into that corner. But yeah, he does take that position. So that is Benjamin Eck up to 17th, and there is a drive-through penalty. Oliver Nerve, the not alien crew, not the track limit crew either, it would appear. That is a second drive-through, I believe, for them in the number 180 car, currently in 24th. That position will tumble momentarily when they come in to take the pits. Marco Akmadza is out for MGR. He is flashing furiously at the BMW ahead of him. That is Simon Turner. This is for position. Oh no, okay, so the 197 Ferrari is a back marker, but that is Turner under all kinds of pressure. Great job on comms so far, Phil. Thank you very much. You're going to do 12 hours? No, I'll be here. I believe I'm here till 4:30 UK time. So yeah, I'm doing the opening 6 hours, and then it will be Chromedix. Oh, the Lambo Akmadze, he's made that easy. Although that Mercedes isn't for position, that is for a blue flag. He's run ever so slightly deep there. Simon Turner will be eternally grateful to see the gap extend there. What happened to number 300? Well, more than likely a drive-through for track limit violations, because yeah, we've seen several of them. Car 300, why can't I see 300? Oh, okay. Arnold Kassing for Gazelle Motorsport in the arms. Yeah, drive-through penalty, and I think they also received 15 seconds of penalty for causing contact. There was a bit of, and they've pitted as well. But according to, I'm just having a look for them on. It looks like pit wall line might be broken. Very weird, they're not showing a pit wall live. Manuel Novak, the rain is a roller coaster today. You are not mistaken. You are not mistaken. It is definitely keeping the drivers on their toes. And more of them in the pitch. Jan Barth looking for a move on Van Eyck. Nino Tobin looking to get onto the wet part of the track to dry the tyres. The track has evolved to damp, but it's going to rain again. So we're likely to see another mad rush of drivers into the pits to change. We've seen a few teams try and stay out on the soft tyre, hoping that the rain would stop. It did stop, but it started again immediately. So yeah, those that went for the gamble didn't quite pay off in their favour. Those that stayed out on the wet tyres, it's definitely worked out well for them. Verstappen and the team being one of them. Up at the front, we've still got Rebecci leading the way. Gilles Aleman comes into the pits. It's going to be another swift stop onto the wet tyres. Still sitting at damp. And there is a drive-through for track limits once again. It's Dale Hughes this time in the Ferrari. Oh, all kinds of light flashing going on there. Hughes just getting caught up in a battle for 24th position as the QRT car goes round the outside. That is a Simon Turner. The FRL BMW coming under pressure from Agmadza there as they made their way through the traffic. They did successfully get their way through. Jan Barth for Advisor. Hopefully the audio's still running. He really is putting the pressure on Van Eyck at the moment. Van Eyck fending him off pretty well though. Chris Barnes leading the way for the arms. Van Eyck second in the arms at the minute. Okay, 300 didn't have a drive-through. Yeah, probably one of the few cars that hasn't had a drive-through so far. Battle for P19, we can do. That's what we're on board with now, actually. Yeah. Yeah, we're on board with that one now. Jan Barth. Again, you can see, you can tell which cars are on the wet tyres and trying to get them cooled down again. Van Eyck managing to stay on the drier line. Barth having to move over onto the wet part of the track to try and cool the towers. Oh, tyres, not towers. Why has that just changed? I've just leant on the mouse. My apologies. Just as he's run deep, we'll look back at that battle and see how it unfolded. Oh no, so they both made a meal of it into turn number one there by the looks of it. The Ferrari ahead definitely did not go quietly into turn number one. And you can see the different parts of the tracks being used by both cars. So yeah, into turn number one, the Ferrari, oh, he did run a bit deep. The Porsche trying to come back there, has a wiggle on exit, can't quite get the power planted down. And yeah, Van Eyck ends up with a decent enough gap again. Jan Barth continuing to chase though. even had a nice new addition to the livery as well, with the number on the roof as well. I like that. I like that. We've got Brooker ahead of them. He's in 14th place, heading up on, closing in on Chris Pizik, who's in 13th place. But again, they've got a 10-second penalty, so another couple of penalties being handed out. It's Tanzini for Vesta, who's been given 5 seconds as well. So that will certainly help the Doig try and catch back up after his trip into the pits for a drive-through. So yeah, 5 seconds there, 10 seconds on Brooker. At the minute, that's the only penalties I believe we've got on the board. It is indeed. So maybe, just as I say, it's maybe calming down ever so slightly. We see Etienne Mouton being overtaken there by Sidivi. Sidivi's car certainly been in and out of the wars so far. 31st position he finds himself in at the minute for Velocity Esports. Again, not sure why their livery didn't work. I've got enough copies of, certainly sure of enough copies of it on the hard drive so far. Ribici now 14 seconds up the road. What a race they're having so far. Tanzini still carrying a bit of damage. The Doig in 4th. Duffner in 5th for the MSR Esports car. Jakob Schaber is out for MSR's Esports Community car. Adam Gardner in the Honda leading the way in the arms. Oh wow. Almost led the way into the wall over that chicane there again. The amount of curb action that some of these drivers are relying on really does put the absolute fear of God into me, to be fair. Nino Tobin for Astro Racing, right on the back of Benjamin Eck. In fact, no, not on the back of Benjamin Eck. That is Akmadza, who is a blue flag, giving a bit of slipstream to the Ferrari. The Ferrari following to get the slipstream and then sails up the inside line with the Mercedes lurking in the background. Tobin will be keen to catch up to Eck as quickly as possible. Try and follow Benjamin potentially back through the field. They've still got the fastest lap of the race. It was set during dry conditions, during the temporary dry conditions at the start of the race. The track certainly hasn't been dry since. There is a drive-through for track limit violations. Honestly, even I'm getting bored with the sound of my voice saying that. The drivers really are having a field day out here today. Let's see who the lucky recipient of this one. It's not Neil Wood, it's Matt Jordan. It is the Red Balls racing team. They're back in. Then for a drive-through, DeLang in the Ferrari to take a pits. Davidson in as well. Oh, the Turn 1 Sim Racing Ferrari looks fairly forlorn. Let's see what's happening with Fabio Giaffreda. The FMP Italia car was close to an overtake there. Couldn't quite make it stick and finds himself all at sea. We've got Matt Comiskey, who's recently joined the fray and not wasting any time at all, making friends and taking places. He's looking to get the move done on Pryor in the Ferrari, and it looks like he might have got this done in the last corner. They're going to go side by side and battle out on the exit. Pryor's got 2 wheels on the inside curve, but manages to keep the car moving. Not enough for Comiskey to lose the position, though. The Mercedes is now the front runner to take the spot into turn number 1. We've got the Ferrari, and Comiskey is clearly ahead. Oh, and that's going to be close to BMW. That's, look, Ariston's Tri-State car that's getting involved in the battle just ahead. Giaffreda is a bit down the field at the minute, but we've got Tamesh. I believe that is in 30th position just ahead. Yes, it is. The West Competition racing car almost coming a cropper from that battle that was taking place all around them there. Did manage to survive. Let's see what Comiskey. We've got more cars coming at the pits. Sean Warby into the pits and Daniel Halverson into the pits as well for the FRL Hand of Nez. So they're coming in for another pit stop. That'll be a driver swap. The track's still rated as greasy, very cloudy, rain coming soon. It says, we'll see when we get more rain, we'll see when we get more track limit violations and more penalties. It doesn't even feel like Corsa the commentator now, because yeah, the drivers are really going for it. Yeah, I think it's the best way we could describe it at the minute, and they're properly going for it at the minute. Turn 1's Jay Brooker, getting the move done on fellow post driver there. Is that Robinson that's out behind the wheel? No, it's not. Robinson's out for Simtech, so that was the Red Balls car that he's just overtaken there. That is Roberto Rebecci still leading the way for Vestas Sport. And let's get a look at the gap. It was 14 seconds at one point, and it is still 14 seconds then. So Terence Keenan stopping the raw ever so slightly. Tanzini still in third for Vestas Sport. QRT back up to fourth with MSR in fifth. And 6th position, in fact. Then it's McLeod Racing in 7th, Gardner in 8th for Remnant Racing, and then it's Vestas Sport with another car in the top 10. Maggione guiding the Ferrari 9th place at the minute. Chris Barnes for TSE, their Project D car, rounding up the top 10 at the minute with Matthias Serempa. Clean Racing Finland in 11th, and it is Simtech in 12th with Turn 1 Sim in 13th. Penalty coming through from the stewards. We'll look at that in a moment. Car 999. We've got Run DJC in 14th position with QRT in 15th. It's FRL in 16th position. Astro Racing in 17th. Tri-State, as we've just seen an overtake done there. Thomas Marcellino out behind the wheel of the BMW, 18th position. Then in 19th overall, but third in class, it's ERA Esports. More penalties coming in from the stewards. As Van Eck, as I just mentioned, ERA, yep, so they are third in the AMS, and it's Jan Barth for Advisor rounding out the top 20. And then he's got a train of the AMS behind him. Oh, that was almost a train of post parts left across the track there. That turn 3 curb, it's a killer. We're seeing Morganson coming into the pits, but that's not what I was looking for. Tice Payne is what I was looking for. Difficult start to the race for Tice. I've seen him racing quite a few series. A solid driver, but he's really struggled with the Hungaroring conditions so far. 10-second penalty hanging over the car's head. 27th place overall, 20th in the pro category at the minute. And drive-through for track limits, 3 laps left. They've just picked up a drive-through for track limits. Confusing times. Yeah, going to be honest, I'm not sure I fully understand what's just happened there. I'm sure car 999 had a drive-through for track limits. It's just said there are 3 laps left to serve it. Let's pick them up. But anyway, he's in the pit now. Neil Woodward in the pits for FRL Racing. It is going to be a drive-through penalty. What is it? Is he going to... Now, is this one of the tricky situations? Oh no, the steering wheel is straight-ish. Which probably isn't the best thing for racing, so he may well have pitted, stopped to get a repair, but he has served the drive-through. As we see, another drive-through coming in. It's for Etienne Mouton. Yeah, the LTR car. They've picked up a penalty as Tice Payne comes into the pits to pick up a fresh set of tyres. We're going to have rain falling in about 10 minutes, allegedly. So we'll see if it does. Payne in the pits, that's him. Dry tyres look to be faster at this point. I would say they potentially are. But given the amount of time we've had... Oh, and there's a car facing completely the wrong way. It's David Dvorak for the Yellow Submarine car. Another car that's really not had the most auspicious of starts. So let's see what's happened with Dvorak here. We can't see for the sign, but we can guess. Cold, damp curbs. And on slick tyre. Actually, it's hard to tell if they're slicks because of the yellow trim on the actual wheel itself. Rain will be falling again though, so it's all going to be about the wet tyres now. I think Neil Woodward picking up more penalties, 25 seconds he's picked up. Rebecci leading the way. The gap now down to under 14 seconds, 13.955 seconds now separate the top two. So Keenan finding a bit of time on his rival ahead as he's making his way through the traffic, but not a massive amount. Certainly, Manuel Maggione still carrying a bit of damage? Question? No. Back out and flying within 6/10 of AM leader Gardner. Jakob Schaber within 1.3 seconds of Christopher Streppen up ahead as well as Nino Tobin all over the back of Tom Brinkman, the QRT driver. Is going to be feeling that pressure and in fact could be about to succumb to an overtake. As Marcelino looks to go around the outside. It does look like Brinkman is carrying a bit of damage, and I think Tobin has, very comfortably got the move done. Already miles down the road, Tobin then up to 15th position as more blue flags make their way through. There's confirmation on the timing tower. Let's have a look at Manuel Maggione still. This one isn't going to get him any extra points in the series, but it's certainly going to get him closer to his end goal of getting closer to the pro drivers ahead. Gardner, of course, doesn't need to yield here. It is technically a blue flag, but kind of not. Both cars. Synchronised sliding on corner exit could definitely be a thing. I think we're going to see some of the in-game stewards. They're definitely going to need a Hogmanay drink after this one. Let's see, it's Frank Sedivi. Velocity Esports with another drive-through penalty. It's a tough opening to the season so far. Certainly one of the more difficult tracks out there to get overtakes done. Definitely not a difficult track to pick up a drive-through or violate the track limits. Keenan finding another second and a half on Rebecci then. And the track's still at Greasy. We've got more rain in 10 minutes, and that amount of rainfall will increase shortly thereafter. 2 laps left for car 88 to serve their drive-through. 80 laps into this one. And it is absolutely anybody's guess who's going to win this. Given the conditions, the penalties, it's quite the tall order to guesstimate who's going to do well come the end of the race. The positions really have shuttled up and down, so have the positions and the conditions. Have both drastically changed since the rain started. Oh, he's got a good line up the inside, but can he hold it? He's going off the outside line for the final corner, but it is the Honda that does the running in the slower corners. Of course, the Honda, very little in the way of traction control, whether you want it switched on or not. Tom Brinkman at the pits. So Brinkman in for QRT. Manuel Maggione trying to find any part of the track with any water on it whatsoever to keep those wet tyres cool and keep them in the window for the impending rain. Does well on the brakes through turn number 1, but the Honda does just enough to keep his nose in front. The gap up at the front between Rebecci and Keenan. On again. We're seeing it at turn number 2, the chasing car really getting caught out by the car ahead braking. 13.4 seconds, so it's gone back to Rebecci's favour ever so slightly. We'll stay here and keep an eye on this battle. Brinkman still into the pits. He's the only car in there at the moment. James Williams has just exited the pit as well, and I think Gardner has just exited 8th position. Then Maggione, we're going to see another 2 cars going side by side through the mid-track chicane, and there it is. Oh, and that is definitely a track cut. I think if we go into Forbidden Far chase cam and watch this one, so through turn 5, he's got the rain lights on obviously. So much of the curb being used there. So this bit fine, this bit here, ooh. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure that in-game stewards are going to be massively enamoured with that use of the exit curb on that chicane. 9.5 out of... Though with the amount of drive-through penalties that are being picked up by the rest of the field, it's you probably could account for picking up at least one yourself and still do quite well. Brinkman finally out with the pits. That is the longest pit stop we've seen by any car so far. And one of the TSE cars was in for almost 4 minutes. Yeah, so many pit stops so far. No surprise, the two cars leading the way have only done 2 pit stops each. So they've managed to stay, despite everything that's been going on so far, they've managed to stay pretty much on strategy. And it's working wonders for them up at the front. The only cars to have less than 3 pit stops so far are the Vesta Sport and, not that Vesta Sport car, this FRL car that are leading the way. Let's jump back on though with Gardner. Has been overtaken by Maggione. Brooker with a 10-second penalty and about to come under some serious pressure as well. Let's have a look and see if we can figure this one out. Wow, Maggione's got... right, I think my telemetry might be having a bit of a fit at the moment. So yeah, so this is back through the chicane after they've got the overtake done. Verstappen looking quick, Schaber looking very quick as well, but it's Maggione that I'm interested in here. I think he has a bit of an excursion. Okay, it's a blue flag that's involved. Oh, as the Honda in the background runs deep again, the drivers really are getting caught out by turn 1. I would hazard a guess that that is where the vast majority of the track limit violations are being picked up, given the number of cars that we've seen leave the track there. Chris Pissick, run DJC, 13th position, and just nicely getting the overtake done there on Brooker, up to 12th place then for the Run DJC team. At the expense of one-time race leader and actually pole sitter Jay Brooker and the Turn 1 Sim Racing team. That's them 13th place. Van Eck coming in to the pits. Jan Duffner looking to get an overtake done on the Doig. A lot of traffic in front of them will certainly help aid in that venture. In fact, it's the race leader that's making his way past. Wow. Yeah, that is quite the stint. The Doig comes into the pits just as the rain starts falling again, and there is a speeding in the pit lane violation for Van Eck. That's the 4th or 5th one of them we've seen. We've almost seen a collision in the background. The Red Balls Racing and FRL's Ferrari almost coming together into turn number 1, as we can see over the back of Verstoistis ERA spoiler. Oh, the FRL Ferrari really struggling to find the track there. That's a lot of damage being carried there as well. I believe that might actually be James Williams that's behind the wheel, but yes, it is. So carrying a bit of damage there further down the field. But that was a battle for position with Jordan. Oh no, he's a lap down on Jordan, sorry. But Williams carrying a whole lot of damage that will not be ideal in these conditions. I know, insightful commentary always here. De Doig in and out of the pits. It's Nick Brunschnicks that's taken over for the QRT car. That's quite the driver lineup they've got now. They've added quite a few names to the QRT's lineup. Some quick drivers as well. There's Jan Barth coming in. He's in for Adweiser. He'll be taking that pit. The battle between Keenan and Rebecca up in the front, swinging back in the favour of Rebecca. Let's get some close-up camera action. Just in time to see the advertising hoardings once again. But yeah, Rebecca up at the front. 14.5 second gap. 15 second gap. My apologies. What a drive they're having in this weather. We've got a yellow flag. A whole lot of cars coming into the pits. Whole lot of cars coming in. That's Tri-State coming in. Vesta Sport coming in. Bath's already in there. Varzoitis is in for a stop-go 30-second penalty. And we have a yellow flag in the pits. Let me just see if I can figure out what is going on there. It is Frank Sidivi. For some reason is shown as a yellow flag in the pits. Ah, because he's not in his pit box. Strange. The red balls car is in as well. Sidivi's been DQ'd. So not 100% sure what's going on there, but Sidivi has been DQ'd. Matt Jordan, as we saw, he's in the pits. Now, one of those cars is not in the correct pit box. And I think we've just seen a car disconnect, in fact. More cars are coming at the pits. There's Mark Bayless coming in for TSR1's BMW. They're coming in from 18th position. Timich is in as well. For West Competition Racing, they've had quite a few trips into the pits. We've got a potential overtake brewing. Simon Turner all over the back of Agmadza. This for top 5 honours, in fact podium honours. Potentially in the arms when the race plays out a bit further. Bayliss, Soria, Agmadza and Turner. All pretty close, and that is Turner from FRL Racing. He's got oh no, that's the Simtech car that's looking to unlap itself involved there as well. Chris Pizik comes in to the pits. That is Bayliss. That is Chris Pizik, their BMW for Run DJC in the pits. Jan Duffner into the pits as well. And here comes Terence Keenan. Well, Terence Keenan's ahead of Rebecca. How on earth have I missed that? Wow, so while all that was going on, did Rebecca come into the pits? Keenan's certainly in the pits. Roberto Rebecca, now he's not showing up on my telemetry. Okay, yeah, Pitbull Live not 100% effective for today's race, I'm going to guesstimate. Definitely something up there, but at the minute, yeah, it is Terence Keenan comes into the pits from the lead of the race. Rebecca is in second, and is Rebecca behind the wheel? But for some reason not shown on Pitwall Live. Let me see if I can get this to reset. Sorry, yes, Rebecca did come into the pits. There we go. Oh, back in the day when we used to mock people. Yeah, just switch it off and on again, it'll work. It genuinely does work. Yeah, Rebecca came in to the pits. He was in for a minute 3, minute 14 for Terence Keenan. So it is going to be nowhere near close, because look at Tanzini, who still needs to take a pit. He's popped himself between the two cars, and that's a big gap Rebecca's now got to Keenan. 8 seconds quicker in the pits, and he was already 14 seconds ahead. Tanzini with the pit stop to take. carrying a bit of damage still. Let's see where Tennis Kieran shakes out. Chris Barnes out for TSE, sorry, on his way in. As with the yellow flag, still got a yellow flag in the pits. And we've got one out on track as well. As Brunschitz goes past Gardner, Sarim Pa and Verstappen involved in battles as well. They're all changing positions as the pit stops iron themselves out. There's Verstappen there. Going past, as I say, a couple of cars in the pits. Henry Handy for Remnant Racing round the last corner. It's got, I believe that's Terence Keenan directly behind them. Yes, it is. Third place. Looking to go a lap up. Tanzini's come into the pit, so that's Keenan back into second. Tanzini, of course, with that 5 seconds to serve. There is a drive through. It's Bayliss in the BMW. It's for track limits. We've got Knott out in the Porsche, Vaughan out in the BMW, Fabian Karner back out for Advisor. Jacobs is out on track as well. Tanzini has served the penalty. Keenan back up to second. Any minute now we'll get a confirmation on the gap. That is sizable though. 8 seconds quicker, 31 seconds is the difference at the minute between the bets. I don't believe it's that long. And another drive through. Track limits have been breached 4 times by the MSR youngsters, and it's Liam Washer who will have to serve the drive through as Melker Garby makes his way past. 15th position, fastest car on track, making their way back through the field. But there is Washer coming in to take that drive through. Nino Tobin is into the pits as well for Astro, so a couple of positions will be dropped there. That means Clean Racing Finland back up to 11. Skaptura, hopefully getting that someplace close to correct, in 10th place. Second in the arms at the moment, and it is Remnant Racing and Henry Handy in the Honda. As we see an Advisor car facing the wrong way out of in the penultimate few corners. That was car 971. I think they've just come out of the pits as well. Let's see now. And now my remote tool is frozen. Excellent. But yeah, that was definitely an Advisor car. That was definitely the Advisor Porsche. We've got some new drivers as well. Raphael Zompel is out for MSR Esports. Taking over there is Nick Brunschitz, who's back out for QRT. Up at the front, Jakob Schabers behind the wheel. Sanapar, Robinson, Pizik, Garby. Liam Knott for Turn 1 Sim Racing out in the Porsche that took pole position. We've got Sam Vaughan out for Tri-State. With Fabian Karner. There is the 934. There is another drive-through for track limits. Another drive-through for track limits. Yeah, wow. Marco von Kidrowski for the Anhaltiner racing team. Again, hopefully getting those pronunciations somewhere close to correct. But they're in 48th position and they've got a drive-through penalty. James Williams on his out lap got a freshly repaired Ferrari. And yeah, probably one of the hot favourites to win this race in my opinion, given the amount of penalties and drive-throughs that are being handed out to the rest of the field. I think just sheer war of attrition, I'm going to give Williams and the crew a decent chance of getting right up through the field. If this keeps up, we're getting heavier rain in 10 minutes and then it's going to be gone. We're going to be back to cloudy conditions with no rain falling, but for how long? Yeah, the sim racing gods are really having a giggle at the driver's expense today. Fabian Giuffreda in for FMP Italia. They've had a few trips out of the pits. The end of lap 1 especially, getting that damage repaired. Maggione is in the pits for Vesta Esports. And there's 2 drive-throughs picked up back-to-back then. Fabian Karner picking up a drive-through for track limits in the Advisor Porsche. And there's another penalty picked up. So to get these in order, it was Danny McCutcheon who picked up a drive-through for track limit violations. There he is in the Turn 1 sim racing car. And then shortly after, Tom Bryce for SimTech. He's picked up a drive-through as well, a second drive-through for that car. So drive-throughs really are like buses at the moment. You wait 30 seconds for one and then several come along at once. There's another one. That is Baz Telnix for ERA Esports. Picked up a drive-through for track limit violations. Anyone that had over 400 drive-throughs by the end of the race, you're on track to collect those winnings. Yannick Timic for West Competition Racing. We've seen a couple of penalties. Penalty trips into the pits. They've got Michael Stoll of the Not Alien crew, again another car. There's a couple of trips into the pits for penalties, but the two BMWs battling for 28th at the minute. It is Pro versus Arms, so you would expect the West Competition car to get ahead. 2 laps left for car 474 to serve their drive-through. Something else caught my eye up at the front. There it is there, Carl Van Hoon, the Astro Racing team. 17th there in at the minute. Which is of course 15th in the pros. They've got 2 arms ahead of them. Handy still leading the way in the pros. Scriptura still in second. Chris Soter, who was in the chat earlier on, behind the wheel of the BMW, did car 182 switch drivers. Let's have a look and see. No. Bayliss has been out for just over an hour. Harry Witter was in the car previously, but Bayliss has been in for a couple of pit stops during his stint. But from what I can see here, no driver swap on the most recent stop. Unless it just hasn't registered yet. Let me have a look and see. Yeah, no, still Bayliss, who's out behind the wheel. Let's see what Yannick Timic is doing. The West Competition Racing car, I did say the Pro. I didn't imagine it would be too long before he got that overtake done. And there we can see into turn number 1, job done. Out of the last corner. Oh, and it has a bit of lateral movement there, but still manages to get the power down better than Stoll. How close is he getting? Still in that spray. The rain really coming down now. The dry air part of the track, not so dry now. Just a better corner entry on the brakes. See one of the Ferraris wayward through turn 1. Turn 1 really has been an absolute killer round here. During this race, we've got Bayliss trying to catch up to Vartsiotis for ERA, the ERA driver though. Again, turn number 1. The brakes on the way in, really catching the drivers out. No such problems for Ribici up at the front. 30 seconds is now the gap he's got over Terence Keenan. Jakob Schaber in third for MSR Esports, with Tanzini still running in 4th place. No drive-through there. Drive-through cleared, in fact. So they're coming in. Let's have a look at Bayliss. Louis Washer back in the pits. Where's Bayliss gone? There he is there. Trying to get his way past Vartsiotis. Confirmation one of the cars still needs to serve a drive-through. That's not a fresh drive-through notification. Battle for P3 in the AM class. Yes, I believe Vartsiotis and Chris Soter is what we're watching at the minute. Soter is the car in third. That is confirmation that someone's got 2 laps left to serve their penalty. Well, yeah, certainly it's Soter at the minute holding on to a podium position in the arms. It's going to be a big ask. I was going to say it's going to be a big ask holding on to that, but if the 2 cars that are chasing him keep battling the way they do, it will result in him finding a big gap as the Ferrari runs too deep, tries to over defend into the penultimate corner. And on the exit, that is a job done for Bayliss, and Varsoitis really losing pace there compared to these two through the final couple of corners. Let's see what Soter can do, and more importantly what Bayliss can do into turn number 1. Both of them need to get this absolutely spot on, and that is a pretty close approximation to spot on there, although just as I say that, Chris Soter runs deep in turn 1, unsurprisingly, and it is a drive-through penalty for the FRL racing car, which means Bayliss, one way or another, was getting that position, and he's already got it done. As we can see, a car slowly rolling. Washer and Comiskey in the pits. Now, who's that? Oh, it's Karel van Hoorn in the Astro racing car. Running deep on the exit to turn 3, finds himself down in position. Christopher Streppen looking to improve on his position still. It's Brunschnicks for QRT that's ahead of him. Aston versus Ferrari. Good to see that Aston battling away. He's got the inside line. 1 lap left for someone that served a drive-through. Chris Soter's got 2 laps left. And that's Christopher Streppen getting that overtake done. Very nicely done indeed. That's then back up to 6th position. Tanzini, despite the 5-second penalty, is right on the back of Jakob Schaber. They've got the Run DJC BMW in 13th, just behind them as well. In fact, oh, and that is loose on the exit there from Schaber going into turn number 4. Is Tanzini going to look up the inside? Not quite got the pace to do so. Schaber going full defensive mode. They're going to head towards the mid-lap chicane. See, even with the rain lights on the back, you can barely see the rain lights because of the spray that's coming up from the cars. Almost seems irrelevant in these conditions, especially during the day. But they're still chasing. Can Tanzini get this done? Pizik finds himself in an interesting position. He's caught right up to the back of these two. Can he unlap himself? Or can he safely unlap himself while these two battle? Surely not into the penultimate corner. Most definitely not, although there is Pizik arriving quickly on the scene. You can see just how close the car in 13th place has got to the battle for 3rd. It does look like he's got the pace to safely unlap himself. It's one thing having the pace, it's another thing using it. Again, especially around the track like this. The two cars head battling for the podium, and it's not going to be much of a battle there as Jakob Schaber lights up the back tyres in the wet conditions out in the last corner. Both drivers looking for the inside line. Tanzini is on the melted rubber that's been left behind on the track. He's gone late on the brakes into turn number 1. Is it too late? It might be, as Schaber looks for the cutback. He's got the inside line on the exit to turn number 1. It means he's going to be on the outside of 2 and the inside of 3. Is it best to be on the inside of 3? You really want that momentum that are side by side into turn number 2. Pizik with a VIP seat to watch this battle unfold, but it is Tanzini who does get the job done. Sticks with the task at hand and gets his way through 2 and 3 very quickly indeed. Jakob Schaber in 4th position. That's a drive-through being cleared, not another one accrued. Feels weird, it's been almost 3 minutes since we've had a drive-through penalty. Certainly not been that long since we've had some fiercely fought overtakes. Melker Garby looking to make another overtake. He's not far behind. He's actually on the back of Chris Pizik. Hence Pizik's enthusiasm to get ahead of the battle in front of him, because he's got one brewing behind him that's very much going to involve him and finishing positions. Mercedes versus BMW. Pizik versus Garby. And it is Pizik again. You can see it looks so much quicker Then Schaber ahead of him, but can't quite get the overtake done, and it is going to be costing as Melker Garby is right on the back of that rear spoiler. Now very nearly makes contact, almost took the rear splitter off the back of the BMW. That extension arm holding it on was very nearly taken away there. Into the last corner, all three drivers taking more of a middling line. I would definitely be in the same boat. I'm not even sorry. Around that last corner, those wet curves, definitely don't want to touch. The car will over-rotate, and the last thing you need to do is encourage it to over-rotate. Into turn number 1 though, late on the brakes, the Mercedes goes side by side with the BMW again. The inside line of turn 1 seems to be the prime line, and it is Melker Garby up to 13th position. That is 11th overall, with 2 of the drivers ahead of him in the AM category. Oh, and he's tapped the podium. He's tapped the podium, he's been spun, he's been triple tapped there. That is Jakob Schaber in 4th place, has just been collected. Now, officially, Melker Garby in this situation is a back marker. They may be the fastest car on track, they may be battling for the race lead, but he is unlapping himself here, and it is his responsibility to do so cleanly. We'll let the stewards decide what's happening there. Oh, he did look like he ran ever so slightly deep, but the Mercedes BMW goes through, so the Merc loses the position, and the Ferrari takes a couple of taps there. Oh, and the two of them are still inseparable. Schaber didn't actually lose any positions there. It was Melker Garby that did. Chris Pizik successfully making his way through. Oof, says Shep, agreed. Melker Garby still trying to get that position done. There is blue flags waving because Schaber is ahead of Garby, so the blue flags will continue to wave, but that is Garby has now made his way through. Not sure how fabulously happy Jakob Schaber will be at that. It has been a while, you're right, for anybody that just thought to themselves, it's been a while since anyone's violated the track limits enough to get themselves a drive-through penalty. Well, fear not, faithful viewers. David Dvorak, he got your back. The yellow submarine car picking up a drive-through. So too Matt Jordan. The Red Balls racing team, they've certainly made the Red Balls of this one. That's a second or third drive-through for track limits they find the Porsche being bestowed with. So that's 2 cars rapid fire. Again, just like buses. You wait 2 laps for a drive-through, and then several come along at once. We've got a battle brewing in 27th place. This one for top 10 honours in the... Oh no, this one is in the pros, sorry. And we've got some more steward penalties coming in. That is 15 seconds for Turner in the AM BMW. Hayden Harter, good to see the comeback charge there on 23rd. 23rd they've got themselves up to. We're on board with Paul Sims. He's taken over for Zaza and their racing team's car. He's got Temech just ahead of him. This is a battle for position. 22nd, I believe it is, up for... Oh no, they've got 22nd. 20th, in fact. There's 7 arms ahead of them at the minute. 15 seconds for car 197. That's another time penalty in from the stewards. And it is Parks that's picked that one up for Taylor Motorsports. And in fact, that's been rounded up to 20 seconds then for Parks. Another 5 seconds for causing a collision. That would be James Williams. So I know that in the sim racing community you'll get people that do like to accuse hosts of being more lenient with their drivers. James Williams picking up a penalty. D-Mark, how we doing? It's a sick livery on the Aston 77. A little bird told me there's a QR code that you can scan on the roof. Same goes for 93. Ah, nice. That is a nice livery, Mr. Macaretta. Good to see you in. Now, we hope you're not getting me into trouble here, Mr. Macaretta. There you go. That did work. There you go. The QR code on that one did work. Excellent. I love it. Very good. Very good. Very good. We've got some overtakes going on while I'm spinning over the comedy stylings of the liveries. That is, yeah, that's excellent. Hopefully more people manage to get that as well. Mattea. So he's got one. Is it the same QR code? It is the same QR code. Excellent stuff. Excellent stuff. So there we go. Yeah, hopefully a few other people manage to scan that. If not, you can rewind the broadcast and go and scan that. Definitely worth doing. Incredible scenes. Rafael Zompel. 4th place. He's actually just got the move done on Jakob Schaber. Let's see if we can catch that. Schaber losing 2 positions. So let's see if we can. Wow, really just did not get any pace at all out of 8. He's on that inside curve again. No momentum whatsoever on the corner exit, and that is an easy overtake in the end for Zompel, and Verstappen clearly straight into pounce as well. Oh yeah, cuts him back absolutely stunningly then. So yeah, a bit of a struggle for Schaber at the minute. That is down 2 places. Verstappen then all over the back of Zompel, who's out for MSR Esports. That's his first stint in the car. Wow, we're a fair chunk into this. That's already... Is that 3 hours gone already? Why am I struggling to do the maths on that? It is 3 hours gone already. Wow. Yeah, seems to go 4 hours. Incredible. But yeah, 3 hours into this one. And yeah, Rebecca might be running away with that with the front, but for me, this race is absolutely wide open. I mean, any endurance race with 9 hours to go is definitely nowhere near decided. But the way the weather has been on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, and the addiction to drive-throughs that some of the drivers have in the race so far, it is pretty astounding. So yeah, definitely still all to play for, and we're going to be doing most of this at night pretty soon as well. We're only about 3 hours away from hitting the night phase. In fact, if that was 3 PM local time where I am, it would be pitch black. There it is! Another drive-through penalty. We're still on board with Zompel at the moment. I did miss the car. Oh, and that is a whole lot of turn 3 curb action once again. So close between these two at the minute. I really do want to have a look and see where that penalty went. In the mid-lap chicane, over the curb. Yep, Zompel a bit more sensible on the curb. But Aston Martin really looking to settle. Look at the way McLeod is McLeod racing. The way Verstappen attacks those corner curves is absolutely incredible in that Aston Martin. Flies over them like it's absolutely perfect driving conditions, which it most definitely is not. The track will evolve again in about 10, or it'll start to evolve again in about 10 minutes time. The amount of rain falling has reduced drastically during this shower, and we will be rain free in 10 minutes, certainly precipitation free in 10 minutes. We won't be water free in 10 minutes, that is for sure. How soon are we going to see any more rain? and how much is this having an effect on the drivers and teams' strategies. Verstappen at the minute, yeah, definitely still a whole lot of rain falling, and there is another drive-through for track limits. We've got 2 active cars on track with drive-throughs at the minute. It is Cody Besselink for Astro Racing. Picked up a drive-through, and did I see another car? No, I did not. No, oh, my apologies. It wasn't the second car. It was Besselink picking up. Just notification that you had a lap left to take it. 45th, Dylan Hall for LTR. Is that no? I know the name Dylan Hall from someplace. 45th position he's in at the minute. Oh, and that is all kind of clumsy. Oh, and he's tried to get off the track to avoid any more contact, and it's caused more contact with the Lambos. The Lambo throws himself back on the exit at turn number 1. That certainly could have been an interesting rejoin, as Tom Miller all over the back. The FRL Hand Nez car hunting down the Simtech Porsche. The Simtech Porsche again carrying a whole lot of damage, so this shouldn't be too difficult an overtake. You would think, yeah, the Porsche just running deep. He's carrying, as I mentioned, damage, and that is Tory Miller for the Hand Nez FRL car, up to 43rd position. Oh, that wasn't even for over. That wasn't even for position, was that? Oh, he is up to 42nd. My apologies. There's the Red Balls car behind Matt Jordan, looking to improve his position as well. Gets the overtake done through the penultimate corner. Drivers up at the front still having an absolute field day. They're only half. Rebecci, Keenan and Tanzini, so too Verstappen, barely halfway into these stints, but the track has, it says it stopped raining. Has the rain stopped falling from the sky? Yes, it has. There's definitely still water on the track. So with 30 minutes left of their stint, how well will the wet tyres hold up towards the end of the race? Jakob Schaber, who we've seen lose position so far, and in fact Verstappen did get ahead of Zompel. Oh, as the Simtech Porsche is stationary on the exit of turn number 6. That's definitely not what you need. Zompel making his way past. Jakob Schaber will soon be on the scene. He's got Brunschicks very much in tow. Oh, and over the curb in. That is Brunschicks almost goes into the back of Schaber there. We'll jump on. He's still got the window wipers on. Oh, so there is still... Oh, well, no, that'll be more for the spray rather than rain actually falling from the sky, of course. So we'll jump onto the... Oh, what's going on there? Bit of a... so you almost went in the back of the Ferrari in the braking zone of the chicane, making their way into sector 3. Was that a touch of the curb to send him the wrong way? We'll find out momentarily. Splashes his way through yet another puddle on the track. Oh yeah, wow. Very little that Brunschicks did there, and he is now stationary at the side of the track from 9th place. Wow, hopefully they can get running again. That would be an absolute nightmare for them if they've had some kind of technical difficulty. Of course, they can't just return to the pits. They will be causing a yellow flag there, so they will need to get the car moved by hook or by crook. I believe we saw him moving there just as I moved over to confirm that Simon Turner for FRL has picked up a drive-through for track limits. Let's see. Brunschicks is moving again. So he has got the car moving again, thankfully, but down a couple of positions. 10th place they now find themselves in. The track still registered as wet. No rain falling from the sky at the moment, so the drivers will be happy out there on the wet tyres. We'll see as and when that changes. Rebecci, 32 seconds up the road from Terence Keenan. That is quite the drive up at the front from Rebecci. And just as I say that, Keenan just having a bit of a wobble on the curves. He has settled that one down though. And it's Rebecci who's very firmly entrenched with a whole lot of traffic. There's another FRL Mercedes there close to him. Got one of the MSR youngsters. 2 laps left to serve the drive-through for the driver we've just mentioned. There's that many of them had drive-throughs. I'm really genuinely struggling to keep up with it all. Who's it that's just got the drive-through? He's got 2 laps left to take it anyway. It's Turner. Of course it is. Simon Turner for FRL. So yeah, confirmation. He's got 2 laps left to serve that penalty. Melker Garby got 10 seconds to serve in his pit stop. He's also got Chris Pizik in the BMW, still very much chasing him down. Liam Knott is in the turn 1 sim Porsche. He is closing in on Pizik ahead of him as well. This car took pole position and was leading the race until the track dried out. The wet tyres really were not the go-to, but it's one of those, you take the gamble. If it works, you're a genius. If it doesn't, you're not. It's probably the best language I can use at this time of day, although it depends on what part of the world you are in as to what time of the day it is, I guess. There is, excellent, yep, so there's Chrome with X, confirmation, yep, he'll be taking over. Wow, only a couple of hours until he does. Are we really that far in? We are indeed. 8 hours 46 left to go. Actually, you can tell it's called a cup of tea. You can tell it's been a while. The cup of tea is freezing. Who are we on board with? We're on board with the race leader. Barely had any camera time so far. Was very much not in contention until they absolutely were. And when they were in the lead. Keenan, long-time race leader in that AMG, still comfortably in second. Tanzini for Vesta Sport. 2 cars in the top 3, not too shabby as shown so far. Christopher Streppen for McLeod Racing in 4th. It's MSR Esports in 5th and 6th position. Then Remnant 7th overall, leading the way in the AMS, which means Matteo Cusimano for Vesta Motorsport is in 7th in the pros. Clean Racing Finland, goodness me, Clean Racing Finland, they're in 8th in the pros. QRT in 9th, and Melker Garby currently rounds out the top 10 in the pro category. It is Matthias Sculptura though, who is 11th place ahead of quite a few of the pros. 2nd in the AMS at the moment, and down in 20th place, Mark Bayliss for TSR1 on the podium in the AMS and having a decent race so far. We did see a penalty recently picked up with her back out and flying. Back out on the wet tyres. The track is now damp, so it has evolved once again. And that is it, back up to damp. Alex Whittingham in Withington. My apologies, Alex. Hopefully I got that correct eventually. Third time lucky, you know what to say. But Alex Withington, welcome in. Thank you very much for tuning in. Hope everyone's enjoying the broadcast. Of course, it is round number 1 of the Coach Dave Delta Endurance GT3 2024 series, brought to you by FRL. You can experience seamless setup management with Delta. Perfect for a set of Corsa Competizione and iRacing players looking to optimise their performance. And that is not the link I was trying to cleverly share in the chat. If you are interested in the Coach Dave Delta, you can visit the website there. And if you are interested in getting involved in any of the racing here at FRL, you can jump on to the SimGrid host page and find all the racing. ACC on PS5, PC, rFactor 2 on PC, and of course iRacing all on PC. A few more penalties coming in from the stewards at the moment as well, so we'll let them come in. Hayden Harter has just picked up 10 seconds then. The TSE car having an inauspicious start to the race, getting collected in an incident. They've come back out, got the damage repaired. Cusimano this is the blue flag, so this will be a very quick overtake here. Another penalty coming in, 15 seconds for car number 5. Loving the broadcast, watching my boys rain. Space Galleria, thank you very much for tuning in, glad you're enjoying it. I would run on the assumption that you would be a Vesta Sport fan. Loving watching the boys rain. I mean, you could spell that rain either way, really, with the amount of rain that we've seen on and off. I think it's been one of the most exciting parts of the race. The way the weather has evolved, the way we've seen the cars have to react. Some cars stayed out on the dry tyre, they took the gamble, and they got a slap in the face from the sim racing gods. The drivers that stayed out and nursed those wet tyres, looking for every single last piece of puddle they could find to keep the PSI in that vital window, yeah, they were absolutely rewarded. And yeah, any drivers or teams that can keep it between the mayo and the mustard and not fall foul of turn 1, as we just saw in the background. More rain, I can't even finish my train of thought, and we've got more rain on the horizon. 30 minutes from now, more water will fall from the sky. So once again, we've got this amazing dynamic of what the teams are going to do. They're on wet tyres. Do we now need to nurse them for 30 minutes? And a lot of them are going to have to come in the pit soon. Just as I'm saying that out loud, Roberto Ribecci has got 25 minutes left of his stint. He's got 25 minutes left of his stint. The track is going to... Oh, is it going to get to greasy? Is it going to get to green? 24 degrees in these conditions, so I'll be in a second. There we go. I'm going to leave this quickly on autopilot. I need to take a very quick pit stop myself, just fix something in the background. Apologies. Bear with me a few moments. Enjoy the racing action. I'll be back very shortly. There we go, that should hopefully still be running. Yeah, as you can see, some of the drivers still got... Oh, that is some battle into turn 1. All 4 have made it through. Oh, the BMW and the Porsche almost having a touch. Jakob Shaver finding his way in for another pit stop. That's going to put Handy up to 6th overall. Fabian Karner in the pits as well. Oh, and there is another drive-through. Oh, and that is a big contact. Sam Vaughan. I'm not sure what happened ahead. There was another car just ahead of him that he's made contact with. Is the Simtech Porsche. Oh, and they've had a big wiggle on the exit, so they've touched on the way out of turn number 1. As you can see, into turn number 2. The BMW holding his position. The Porsche... No, everything looked fine there. Oh, no, okay, so it was the car ahead. The MSR Youngsters car touched the curb, unsettled his car, which unsettled the Porsche, which has unceremoniously unsettled Sam Vaughan as well. The Tri-State Racing BMW rejoined 16th position. The conditions. It really has been going to be a war of attrition for the drivers today. Roberto Ribecci winning that war of attrition handsomely at the minute with over 30 seconds to the good over Terence Keenan. He is a fair bit down the road still. Luca Tanzini for Vesta Sport. Third place, Christopher Streppen still in fourth, with Raphael Zompel. Just letting the BMW of Run DJC unlap themselves, but they've made a meal at turn one, so they've relapped them again. And I think the Run DJC car is under pressure from Lot Noise Nut. Sorry, that's a blue flag. Looking to go past as the AM leader comes in to the pits, and so too does Baz Telnix for ERA. No penalties there. Did we see another drive-through? Nope. No more drive-throughs. Washer comes in to the pits as well, so more pit stops being taken. The MSR Youngsters car, they've come in. Let's see if there's any change up at the front. There's Jakob Schaber, gets ahead of a couple of the QRT cars. That's Tice Payne's car down at the back of the grid. Let's see what's happening. In fact, Liam Knott, I didn't think he was close to pissing ahead, but he is certainly closing in. This car, of course, the car that took pole position in qualifying. Still got... Oh, and that's Pizik making a big mistake through turn 10. That's going to be a run deep. The Porsche is surely sizing this one up. He's got a beautiful cutback. He's going to be on the outside line going into the final corner. Again, goes for the cutback. The BMW tries to defend the line, but the Porsche with a beautiful line through the last corner. The BMW are right out on that outside curbing, and it's the turn one sim racing car. They're full side by side. Who's going to win this one into turn number one? Can they both survive turn number one? Extremely different track conditions to the left and right hand side of the track into one, but it is the Porsche that powers through and gets the position from the BMW. Then Liam Knott in turn one sim racing back up the 13th position. Which wasn't as easy to say as you might think there, apparently. Over the front, Rebecci still with that huge gap over Terence Keenan. So it is Vesta Sport in first and third position. 2 podium spots being held by the team at the minute, and well deserving of them. With the way they've run the race and the strategy so far, unsurprisingly, the only 3 cars... sorry, there's only 4 cars that have had 3 or less pit stops, and they are the cars currently leading the way. Oh, my apologies, sorry. Car 52 have only been in 3 times as well. Apologies to Matteo Cusimano. Vesta Sport, they are, third car in the top 6. They've only been in the pits 3 times as well. So it just goes to show you how well Zompel and Verstappen are doing. They've had extra trips into the pits. Noob Fixer, good afternoon. We are afternoon now, it's 2:30. I think we can say good afternoon safely now. Good morning to anyone that is in America, and good evening to anyone that's in Australia. Just to make sure we cover all the bases. We've got 8 hours 34 minutes so far in the race. We've covered all the bases as far as weather goes, and we've got more on the horizon. The track did get up to damp. We're going to see rain again soon. It is now greasy, so the track is evolving, but it is going to get wet again. And for a few of the drivers, it is going to be just about. Noob Fixer, are you in Scotland as well? It is very cold. It is very cold. One of the reasons I just had to stop the broadcast was to go and find my fingerless gloves. So... yes, I can confirm I'm wearing 3 or 4 layers, fingerless gloves, the whole shebang. And I'm going to have to make another cup of tea very soon to stop my poor little fingertips freezing clean off. So yeah, cheers for tuning in. And yeah, make sure you get those extra layers on. It's definitely cold up here near the Arctic Circle. Matthias Sarenpa for Clean Racing Finland. They've got themselves back into the top 10. A lot of pit stops still to take. From Yorkshire. Nice. Yorkshire. A fellow tea drinker. I mean, I'm making an assumption there, but if there's one thing that people from Scotland and people from Yorkshire has got in common, that would be an overly massive fascination in cups of tea. So yeah, beer's in. Thank you very much. Baltic mate, hey, get them on. It really is. It is most definitely as cold as it gets. Like really cold. Sam and Pat in the pits. Hayden Harter got that 10-second penalty. I thought we saw a notification of Justin De Jong coming in. That wasn't for a penalty. I thought that was a penalty inspired stop, but it's not Justin De Jong coming in. We've got Matt Jordan still out in 7th. Then there is Dominic Joy, Dylan Hall, who are still out as well. McCutcheon, Von Kidrowski out for the Annaltiner Racing team. James Williams as well. He's got a 10-second penalty. Yorkshire massive, says Junior. JR, hello from York. Yo, welcome in. Tea drinkers of the world unite. We've got 8.5 hours of Betchy and Keenan up at the front. I've just checked their lap times actually. Not lap time, sorry. The stint time was 49 and 47 minutes respectively. They've been out on track, so Ravici will be in less than 16 minutes to take his next pit stop. It's still saying that the rain is 30 minutes away, so we'll see if that has any effect. Liam Knott for turn 1. Stop go 32nd for speeding. Oh, and he's lost the back of the car. What on earth happened there? Let's go into Forbidden Chase Cam. There we go. Jay Brooker, give yourselves a drive through early to get back in sync with the weather. Not a bad idea. Oh, that's a. Oh, he's just lost it on the curve, putting the foot down. The mixed conditions catching all the drivers out right through the field. And yeah, Liam Knott was on an absolute charge there, and that's given Larry Immonen, sorry, too many M's, Immonen, for Clean Racing Finland. First stint in the car during this race. And yeah, it's going to be on a dryish track. Now, it does look like that is dry tyres. So that is dry tyres, so they're hoping that the rain doesn't hit as hard as it is predicted to do. That is going to, yeah, it was a nice save, you're right. Most definitely a phenomenal save. Couldn't quite save the position though, did save the car from the wall. With the pace that Liam is showing though, I'm sure it won't be long before he's caught back up. 4 seconds down on that lap he was there. I know 315, Polish boy on run. Okay. Yeah, there's Chris there out for the Run DJC team. Yeah, I think there was a couple of teams did the same thing as well, Junior. JR, it was definitely a few teams that thought they tried to gamble on the dry tyre. Again, it's one of those, if you pull it off, you're a genius. If it doesn't fall in your favour though, it can definitely be costly. A couple of the drivers finding that one out. What was I looking at there? My apologies. We're looking at Chris Pizzett. Melker Garby headed. Did see another penalty popping through there from the stewards. And it is Dylan Hall. raced against Dylan. I'm sure I know the name from someplace and I just can't place it. I think I might have raced against Dylan in the league. It was anyway, 15-second penalty for the LTR car. He's in a pro car, so he could have been in the division above me actually. But there we go. Lucas Keel for the MSR youngsters coming out to take a first stint, and he's all over the back of Hanadi already. This is for position in class. And the Porsche engine absolutely screaming to try and keep the McLaren behind at the minute. The McLaren, the most weight added to any of the cars in the race. It is the custom LFM low fuel motorsport balance of performance that's used. 28 kilograms added to the McLaren around this track. 2 kilograms removed from the Mercedes around this track. It just goes to show you the huge weight difference between the two cars. Wow, that's an interesting way for the Porsche Minardi to mount that curve on the way through turn number 1. Well, we've seen a lot of cars run deep at turn 1, but I'd rather run a bit deep than overly interact with the curve on the right on the way in. On again, how is he managing to hold on to that Porsche? Lucas Keel as well, monkey see, monkey do. And there is, it's Gadsden that's picked up a drive-through. Dylan Hall runs the Sarco community. Has he ever raced in an American league? New World Sim Racing, by any chance? Was it New World? New World Sim... Yeah, but yeah, if you do, I realise you might not know that particular strategy a little bit, says Beerson. But anyway, thank you very much for shipping in. But yeah, I think I might have been in the same league as him in New World Sim Racing, which was on a late night for me. But yeah, it was a good day. I'm sure he was a couple of divisions above me. I was very much in the entry level drivers. Billy Gadjan, as I just mentioned, picking up a drive-through penalty. Matt Jordan is into the pits for another stop. Dylan Hall there, the 15-second penalty. Yes, we do have a few American races. Ah, okay, so yeah, I've been on the track with them at the same time then. Yeah, I'll rephrase that. I wouldn't say I've raced them. I've been on track at the same time. Very much quicker. A whole lot quicker than me, that is for sure. Paul Sims out for Zaza. Got Michael Stahl ahead. Stahl's been involved in a couple of battles so far. They're not alien crew. Can we see cars 300, please? You obviously, the please was implied with a smile, I'm assuming. But Javier, yes we can. How do you pronounce that surname? Javier Catalars? I'm not even going to try and butcher that one again. We'll just go with Javier. My apologies for the pronunciation. Let's see, car 300. They got a request earlier, actually. There we go. As we see someone coming into the pits. There's Rob Hoofs there. The Gazelle Motorsport Porsche. Of course it is. There it is there. In fact, have we got anybody close to an overtake? Sims is close to an overtake at the moment, so it's Keel. Yeah, we could show the car, bit of gratuitous livery there. I do like to show off the liveries because I understand how much work and effort goes into the liveries. I've tried it for a whole 4 minutes, absolutely threw my toys out the pram, gave up, and let better people do it. Oh, nice. Going to be in more FRL races this year. Excellent. There is, yeah, there's lots going on. We do have, as you can see, the FRL team. I have quite a few of events going on. They're all running at the bottom corner. The revival race, the 4 classic tracks with the old cars. They're getting a custom balance of power made. There is the Formula Racing League host page if you want to get involved in any of the racing, and of course if you are looking to improve on your times, then yeah, Coach Dave Academy Delta, or Coach Dave Delta as it's called. Series sponsors for this one. It's seamless setup management with Delta. If you're looking to optimise your performance, definitely a good place to go. So Noob Fixer. Oh, you did mention that, yes. So you do the liveries. Very nice. Very nice. A whole different level of talent. I tell you, a whole different level of talent doing those liveries. It's really something I could not get to grips with. We do have a drive-through. 2 laps left to serve. Car 197, which is not at the front of the grid. Mickey Taylor for Taylor Motorsports. That is another drive-through. The track limit violations just keep stacking and stacking and stacking. Jenny Patterson out for Red Balls Racing. There's a few blue flags ahead, but Dominic Joy not too far down the road in the Simtech Porsche. In fact, right involved with some blue flags. That's Clean Racing Finland. There is the Red Balls Porsche about to catch up to Joy, in fact. So this is going to be a battle for 10th place in the AM class. I don't know why it took me so long to find the word AM there. It's not even that many letters. Oh, well, there you go. If you like a livery, Google Noob Fixer. Oh, there we go. So Noob Fixer does the liveries as well. Nice. Oh my goodness, was that a contact? I know we've seen issues into turn number 1, but surely didn't miss his brakes by that much. So the Mercedes moving over to let the Clean Racing Finland car through, and Jenny Patterson, what a move that is, phenomenal. Up the inside, really took advantage of the traffic there. There's a Mercedes in the background. Oh, he's doing his best to avoid contact. He's a bit late on the brakes, too busy watching the cars around him, misses the brakes, and then takes avoidant action to make sure he avoids contact. But that is Patterson freshly out the pits and up a position in Australia as well. Wow, it's like 3 in the morning. That's dedication right there. Patterson behind the wheel, 3 in the morning, and taking places. Nice. Carl Van Hoon for Astro. We've seen him take and lose places so far in the race. He's certainly steadied the lap times down at the minute. 1 minute 45.1 his last lap. He's got Vaughan still ahead of him. They're outside the top 10, but because they've got 2 pros ahead of him, they're not that far off a top 10 overall finish. Christopher Streppen into the pits. An hour and 1 minute into his stint, so he definitely had another couple of laps left, potentially. Maybe just the end of the tyre wear. They have been on an optimum track on wet tyres now for quite a few laps. It's going to be interesting to see how he gets up. Matt Jordan in the chat cheering on Jenny. Indeed, good start. Is Jenny actually, I mean, I know it says Australian flag, so I'm not doubting in any way, shape or form that she is Australian. Is she actually in Australia at the minute? Because it is like 3 o'clock in the morning. That is, yeah, incredible. Oh, I did wonder. We've seen a couple of cars that ended up slightly wayward. I've wondered, I did mention a couple of times, technical issues. They can strike real or sim racers alike. It's yeah, it's indiscriminate the way technology likes to stick its oar in. Oh, good work on the brakes from Hayden Harter there. Pulls the TSE car in to take another pit stop for them. Oh, an Australian that lives in Holland. Right, okay, there we go. Michael Firth, car 54 on wets too. Not worth pit time to put dry on then wets again. I thought that. I did think that, yeah, especially with how heavy the rain is about to come down. It really is about to come absolutely piling down from the sky. Clean Racing Finland. Larry Eminen trying to get past Melker Garvey. Garvey in the fastest car on track, but that is a beautiful move by the Larry Eminen there in the last corner. Absolutely set up the overtake there, and that's a very nice move by him. And in fact, let's watch that again. So the back mark of the slight tap on the Mercedes, but certainly didn't have any detrimental effect. It was this corner here, the penultimate corner. The Mercedes just ran too deep, and that is far too inviting for a driver like him to turn down clearly. The Mercedes came back, but again, just runs that little bit deep this time into the final corner, and the clean racing Finland car shows a very clean pair of heels to the Mercedes on the corner exit. There is some beautiful trees. There is the nose of a BMW. That was a lot closer than I was expecting. That is Michael Stahl, who's still out in his BMW. 30th position he's running at the moment. Now finds himself between the battle for, in the middle of the battle for, oh well, let's say it's for 10th. This is actually for 8th because there's 2 arms ahead of them. So theoretically, they will be looking for 8th overall. The Doig will be looking for more places as well. Another car that's seen more than its fair share of trips into the pits. He is up to 13th position now that Vaughan has come in to take a pit stop. We've got Paul Sims behind the wheel of the Zaza car. They're in the pits as well. We've got Bayliss in the pits also. Further down the field, no one in the pits at the minute, but they will all be flooding in pretty soon, given some of the stint timers that I'm looking at here. Of course, if you do want to keep up to date with all the live telemetry that's going on during the race, Pitwall Live, the FRL server is fully running, and that is a race into the pits between Schaber and the race leader there, Rebecca, actually overtaking him on the way into the pits. That's how you can tell he's competitive. Now, Schaber surely having a problem. That is far too slow to be going into the pits. I know you need to be cautious you don't pick up a penalty for speeding in the pit lane, but... Or maybe he's just moving over to let the race leader through. They're not even on the same team. Strange times. Strange times. But yeah, a few cars in. Schaber in the pits. Keenan comes in as well. Let's see what Luca Tanzini does. They're going to have to come in and take on a fresh set of wet tyres, even though the track is currently optimum. Some of the team names running at the bottom. It's a normal time for him being in Holland. Well, there we go. So what is that? Yeah, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Quite a difference between 4 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon, that is for sure. There's Keenan. Still in the pits. Another very, very, very quick pit stop from Rebecci and the crew. It's actually Carlo Barberi who is out behind the wheel. Again, if I'm butchering any of these surnames, please do feel free to correct me in the chat. You know what they say, never correct a fool, it will anger them. Instead, correct a wise man, because he will thank you for the knowledge. Never a truer word was spoken. Marco... Can't even say the name now. I really do need a fresh cup of tea. Melker Garvey comes in to the pits. He's got 10 seconds to remain stationary before his mechanics can go to work. Timed it not bad though. The raid should be coming pretty soon. Barbary out for Vesta Sport. I would bet folding money on wet tyres. Yes, indeed. The amount of tyre management that's gone on in this race has been absolutely incredible. We're just reaching the 4-hour mark in the race, and because of the rain, the dry, we've had teams try and stay out on the dries to try and nurse them till it gets dry. We've now got teams coming out the pits to an optimum 23-degree track on wet tyres that they're now going to have to nurse until the rain starts, and then pray the rain lasts long enough to at least get to the end of their stint. Fascinating dynamics coming to life. Not seen many drive-throughs in the past 20 minutes, which is surprising considering we've seen 700 or 800 in the... I know, If I've told you once, I've told you a million times. Stop exaggerating. But no, we've seen hundreds of drive-thrus, I promise. Yeah, the track limits very much the drivers on take it or leave it. And that is a straight DQ. We've got a straight DQ for one of the cars. Liam not. Turn one. What? Now, we did see this earlier. One of the cars had a problem with connecting one of their drivers that had to be DSQ'd, but yeah, Nicholas Landon's just taken to the wheel. So they have swapped drivers. That is a strange one. Tyce Payne in the pits as well. James Williams still out on track. He's not in the pink pig livery, but we'll let him off, I suppose. He's got a lot going on in the background. Good to see him out on track and getting involved in as many of the races as he can this year. It'll be good. I know he does love his driving. Pending penalties cleared. There we go. So yeah, that has been cleared as expected. Jay has just been lifted. And speaking of lifted, let it rain. Un-DSQ them. I think you were looking at the spell there, but yeah, they have been un-DQ'd. So Langdon will resume behind the wheel. There's Matthew Feltham in the pits for SimTech. A difficult race for the Porsche so far, but they're still in 14th position. Liam Knott now, that is, it does say that Langdon is behind the wheel, so he should be able to just keep going. Yeah, you must have to be going pretty fast to get a straight DQ. Varzoitis in the pits. That's a lot of damage on the front of his Ferrari. Let's stop watching the cars in the pits. Let's watch the cars out on track, shall we? Barbary still leading the way for Vesta with FRL in second. It's McLeod Racing coming to the pits from third, meaning MSR Esports. They're close. Will they take that third place? Henry Handy in the Honda. Not long out the pits. 5th place overall. Stop with 32nd for causing a collision. Car 166. Okay, so that is not. Liam Knott has there. So nice. Nicholas Langdon is out with Stockwell 32nd for causing a collision there for the Porsche. So that is quite the comeback drive they've got on their hands at the moment, that is for sure. We're going to jam that on auto. Christopher Streppen, as we saw in the pits, Handy into the pits as well. Zagetti. Francesco Zagetti. Oh, he's got damage on the car. And that is the TSE car behind him. Who have we got behind the wheel of that now? Macaretta! David Macaretta. As Zagetti into turn number 2. There's Eminem. My apologies. Emonen in the middle. Eminem into the pits. Albin Esman. 331 exclamation marks. Yes, not the best to start. The opening lap was cruel. The weather has been crueler. So Jay, the stop go 32nd, that's come from the stewards for causing a collision. I'm just going to check the magic spreadsheet that I got. I think. Nope, that's not the link I need. Robinson in the chat. Car 473, amazing. 47th to 16th. Yeah, Simtech, yeah, they've done well. The other, where is the other FRL car that started 50th? Oh, Watkins Glen, New York. Forza Matteo says, Joseph Scarptura, congratulations on your drive. Running on the podium. There we go. Okay, bear me a second. Well, I'm going to quickly have a look here and see if I can get confirmation. Yeah, I mean, I'm maybe looking through this a bit quick. Yeah, I did see one incident with a car, but it certainly didn't state a minor collision had caused a spin for yourself in car 27. It might be worth jumping in Discord and having a quick word with the stewards and see if they can shed some light on it. There may well still be more to come through on the sheet that I can't quite see yet. But yeah, certainly I would have a word and see. Good morning again, Joseph Scriptura. Welcome in from Watkins Glen. What a racetrack Watkins Glen is. I'm constantly singing the praises of that track. Definitely one of the greatest additions to any sim racing game ever. I presume as that's why they did for me when I forgot how to exit the pit. Okay. Okay, so doing 100. Oh, okay. Right, okay, great watching. Go Team Car BMW 315. Oh wow, while I've been looking away, we've got more penalties. Michelle Spolino for FMP Italia. They've picked up a drive-through penalty just ahead of Arnold Casing for Gazelle. They've picked up a drive-through penalty as well. Let's see, we've got, there's Coles out on track as well. First time in today's race for Tim. Behind the wheel of the Run DJC Racing BMW, which has been requested on screen. There we go. Or got a mention on in the chat, so yeah, we'll give them a bit of time on screen. Tim Coles, as I say, it's his first drive in the race so far. We are 4 hours into this one, and it is still Vesta Motorsport first and third. Christoph Stachecki out behind the wheel of the Mercedes for FRL. They're currently in second place. Then it's McLeod Racing in fourth, with MSR Esports in fifth position. We've got Vesta in sixth. Then it is Remnant Racing leading the way in the arms, seventh overall. Lucas de Doig for QRT. Then Clean Racing Finland. 7th and 8th and 9th overall, but 7th and 8th in the pros, which means it's MSR in 9th and FRL inside the top 10 once again. in the, well, 11th, but again, there is an arm ahead of them, so they will be 10th overall in the pro standings. And Benjamin not wasting any time catching up. Absolutely flying through the field at the minute. And he does need a good drive after his opening few lap difficulties. It really has been a solid performance from the FRL team trying to catch back up to the drivers ahead. Look at this rain. Where's the one? There we go, we can do that one. We're getting even more rain in 10 minutes, then there's going to be less rain in 20 minutes, but only slightly less rain. So I don't think at this point we're going to see many teams trying to take a gamble on the dry tyres. That would be borderline suicide, to be honest. Doug, thanks, doing a great job. I appreciate that. Space Car Racing. Hey Doug, thank you very much. I'm glad you are enjoying. It's certainly been an action-packed race, and there is absolutely no sign of that abating anytime soon. As we can see, more cars chasing their way around the track. I do need to grab myself a quick top-up and a quick pit stop for the comedy drive-through for speeding in the pit lane. Copeland, car 33, another BMW, picking up a penalty. Drivers really aren't messing about with the track limits today. Zero regard for them whatsoever. West Competition Racing picking up another drive-through as FMP Italia come into the pits to serve a drive-through penalty. Kyle O'Brien congratulating Matteo. Plenty going on out on track still. But yeah, let's leave this running. We do have the drivers running at the bottom of the screen as well. We can take that off just now. There we go. For anybody who does want to keep up to date with all the results, action and live races when they're going to happen. Not only can you subscribe on the YouTube channel, it's that little button under there that says subscribe. There's also a thumbs up. If you could hit that too, massively appreciated. Thank you all. FRL. Oh, wow. I was going to say all FRL's races back catalogue. That was nearly the back of the FRL Mercedes into the wall. Wow, he's really struggling to keep a hold of that thing. Is he on dry tyres? Surely not. Please don't call me Shirley. There we go. I know he's on wet tyres, definitely. All back catalogued on Formula Racing League's YouTube page. They have channels dedicated to ACC on Twitch as well for the PlayStation 5. A lot of races take place here on YouTube. So yeah, thank you to anyone subscribing and hitting the thumbs up. Make sure you hit the bell as well to get notifications every time Formula Racing League goes live. And there is another drive-through penalty. This is for Hanadi. Who's further up? You've got some action going on there. Yeah, let me grab a drink. Bear with me a few moments. Quick pit stop for the commentary team. And yeah, we'll be back in a moment. Oh, and we've the autopilot seems to have broken somewhat. As I get back though, I can see we've got more drive-throughs. The MSR youngsters picking themselves up a drive-through penalty. We've got Akmadza ahead actually looking for an overtake. Where's he gone? There he is there. The MGR Esports car's got Lund just ahead of him. The Pro QRT car really hasn't had a decent rub of the green so far. In fact, let's watch and see top 10 battles. Benjamin Eck looking to get past Gilles Alleman. Wow, this could be a phenomenal battle. Gilles at the moment just inside at the top 10. Still got one of the arms ahead of him. Mercedes, look how close he's getting under braking. Can he make this move stick into turn number 1? We've got more penalties coming in as well. Car 300. Akmadza is still looking for the overtake. I see a D Van Eck and J Van Eck. Okay, yeah. Could well be related, but then again, it might not be. More penalties coming in for drivers further down the field. Eck so close again on the brakes, doesn't try anything sensibly, if you ask me, into turn number 1. Let's go the Swedish Mafia. Says Smiley. I was going to say car 331 is they've definitely got the Swedish House Mafia behind the wheel. One of the greatest acts live, it has to be said. I've thoroughly enjoyed going to see them quite a few times. But they are getting Arrett brothers or not. I'm honestly not 100% sure. And I don't want to make any assumptions because the last time I did that I offended a father and son. So yeah, they may well be related. But as they say, when you make an assumption, it makes an ass of you and me. So yeah, I won't be throwing my hat into the ring to guess as to any potential relationship between the two. But yeah, it's definitely likely. Benjamin Eck still all over the back of Alleman. He's really got his work cut out for him. Gilles Alleman is no slouch behind the wheel. In fact, I'm surprised to see him so far down the order, if I'm being honest. 9th place. At the minute, the Ferrari really is struggling, and there's a drive-through for track limits. 2 cars at exactly the same time, and they're actually following one another as well. So one's made the mistake and the other one's followed, and it's been enough for both of them to pick up a penalty. Then it is broken. It's working again. It's the Doig for QRT and Marcellino for Tri-State. So another drive-through for the Tri-State team in the BMW. It really has been a race of penalties. I thought the weather was going to be the most dominant factor in the race. It's the track limits. It is incredible how many times they've been violated so far by the drivers, and we're not even at the halfway mark of the race. Still got 8 hours left to go. That is some amount of time for the teams to have spent in the pits so far. Benjamin Eck still trying to get the overtake done on Gilles Alleman. Christoph Stachecki still trying to close in on Barbary up ahead, but Barbary is not slowing down in the slightest. I thought there was another drive-through, looking at too many screens, but that is confirmation. 2 laps left. Oh, and that is confirmation. I'm going to declare that as a track limit cut. They really are abusing the curves in the middle of the course. That middle chicane, and you can see just what car 1, 2, 3 has got one. That seems like a strange one. It's just changed Marcellino's penalty to a stop with 30 seconds for speeding in the pit lane. That might have been handed down by the stewards, in fact, so we'll see if that pops up on the spreadsheet. Remember as well, Pitwall Live is fully active. You might need to do a quick restart on it because we did do a server restart at the start of the race. At the end of qualifying to the start of the race, the server was reset. Listen to those brakes squealing in the wet. I wonder how the brakes are going to get on with the drivers as well. Many of the teams actually started with the wet brake pads as he goes for a look up the inside of turn number 2. Is this the moment the Mercedes makes it stick? He's got his nose in front. Gilles Aleman very graciously. Yeah, it often takes 2 drivers to make an overtake. And certainly there, that looked like Aleman didn't put up too much of a battle. The Mercedes really getting good rotation and a phenomenal exit out of turn number 1 there. It didn't look like Aleman actually was able to put up too much of a defence. He just goes that a little bit later on the brakes, but still manages to get, slides out in front there. So Aleman, yeah, didn't massively have a choice in that one now that we're looking at it again. But that is Benjamin Eck back up to single figures. There is De Doig for QRT into the pit to serve that drive-through. Another drive-through being served. If anyone has managed to keep count of the penalties that we've seen served so far, please do feel free to pop numbers in the chat. There has been quite a few. Daniel Blauwitz is just out of the pits as Simon Risden comes into the pits. I've got another couple of penalties that were handed out as well. Liam de Koch for ERA has been given 15 seconds, and Jaco Van Eck for Simtech been given a penalty, as well as we've got Marco von Kidrowski in for a drive-through for breaching track limits. 47th position at the minute. James Williams still out on track as well, love to see it. 48th position at the minute. That is the TSE car, which will have Macaretta or Harter behind the wheel at the moment. He says confidently, and remembers they've got 3 or 4 drivers registered for this race today. We've got Copeland looking for overtakes over Terry Driscoll at the minute as well. The BMW battling with the Mercedes for 22nd place in the pros, because they've got so many arms ahead of them. Stoll in the arms, looking to get one over on Claudio Zaza. Although a bit of a gap's just opened up there. Zaza all over the back of Chris Soter, in fact. Soter in the FRL Aston. Got the pro driver just behind him, currently running in 3rd place. Oh no, sorry, 4th place in the arms. Oh no, sorry, 5th place in the arms. My apologies. It's Gardner, Barnes, Witter, Akmadza is in 4th in the Lamb, and then Chris Soter 5th for the arms. He's got Zaza, so even if Zaza overtakes him, it won't cost him any points in his race. And even if he does, still 7 hours and 47 minutes and 300 or 400 drive-through penalties for track limits to be served by the majority of the teams, you would say. Gilles Aleman will be looking to serve up some overtaking revenge if he can. He's certainly keeping in touch with Benjamin Eck at the moment. There's an MSR Youngsters car ahead of him who looks like he's just appeared. No, he's not. He's used the pit lane to aid the blue flag advances of the cars behind him. But certainly Aleman not giving up the hunt on this one by any means. Although in saying that, as soon as they get out of the last corner, the Mercedes leaving the Ferrari absolutely standing. For the back of the Mercedes, trying its best to let go there, but Eck managing to tame the beast out of turn number 1 into turn 2, where he got the overtake done, catching up on quite a few of the cars ahead. Space Galilea, let's go run DJC Racing indeed, and we've got Climax 7. Go Vesta Sport, go. They most definitely are going at the minute, 1st and 3rd place. And another car or 2 in the top 10 as well, so phenomenal race for the team so far. Really will stamp a marker down for the rest of the competition. Of course, the next race, 4 hours at Donington, that is February the 3rd. We've got March the 2nd for 6 hours of Valencia. Then it is May the 4th, be with you. That joke will be used several times during that race. That's Suzuka. Then in June the 1st, a 6-hour event. Ooh. QRT and FRL almost coming together in a 6-hour event, which will be 2 3-hour races, one at Oulton followed by one at Snetterton. All the fun in the fair. And then it is the big one, the newest edition, or it will be the newest edition when they get round to adding it. It's going to be the Nordschleife. That will be a 24-hour race. Then it's Watkins Glen, Zolder, Laguna Seca, and finishing off at Kyalami. Another absolutely world-class calendar put together by the gang at FRL. And again, big thanks to Coach Dave Delta for sponsoring the series. Dancing Panther. Without Matteo, this race is nothing. Which Matteo? Sorry, which Matteo is it to which you refer? Dancing Panther, but welcome in. Beers and GT 315, TJC 315. For Run DJC, there we go. Good to see the Run DJC team getting a lot of support in the chat. Let's see. Who's everyone else cheering for, by the way? Who are you part of a team? Is anyone else still to take a turn behind the wheel? And if you are taking a turn behind the wheel, are you hoping for rain or dry? At the minute, I don't think anybody's getting a particular choice either way by the look of it. The rain will subside in 10 minutes and be gone in 30 minutes, which again will fall in perfectly. And oh, hello. We'll let the ringing slightly calm down. Apologies, that loud bang that you hear, that is an audio glitch within ACC. It catches me out all the time. I can assure you that it gave me as much of a fright as anyone else. My right ear is still ringing. Be careful, Shep. But yeah, the gunshot, I don't know what, I've honestly got no idea what causes it. I've not seen many things online as to any explanation as to what causes it, but it does seem to happen to me at least once during the broadcast, and it is so loud in my earphones, it's incredible. And yeah, as someone that really likes audio and has got himself a decent enough pair of headphones, they certainly weren't super expensive, but are you okay? To be honest, JR, I'm hiding under the desk right now. There we go, yeah. There's been a couple of times I thought I heard the bang in the earphones. It was actually a car crash out in the street. They do like to get a bit wild out there, but no, that's it's a painful one. It is a painful one, but we're back in the room. David Macaretta, he is absolutely back. They really do, Space Galleria. They really do. It's so bad, isn't it? It really is so bad. I cannot for the life of me figure out what it is. Yeah, it's just crazy. It's absolutely criminal that something like that happens. And I'm now tentatively listening to the rest of the broadcast. So again, apologies for anyone that did have earphones on for that. I understand wholeheartedly how loud it is. It's not something that I have mysteriously managed to generate. It is an issue with ACC. So Kunos, you've done lots of wonderful things recently. Let's keep it going and fix the audio, please. Thank you very much. David Macaretta, he's given Witter an absolute run for his money at the minute. The pro driver's got 5-second penalty, but he's certainly got the bit between his teeth. He's in 16th overall at the moment, which puts him 13th in the pros, which is actually a decent position for them to be in, considering the incident that they were inadvertently caught up in through turn 3, lap 1. Which does seem like an absolute lifetime ago, considering everything that we've seen happen so far. But Macaretta in the rain, looking to get an overtake done around a very, very, very tricky track. There's another drive-through for track limits. It's Chris Salter in the arms, 5th place out the window. For the moment, at least, that is going to let Van Eck through. As Macaretta still tries to find his way past the T1 SR car. Who we've got? We've still got Barbary leading the way, so it's still first and third. For Vesta Sport, that name it totally escaped me there. Christoph Stachecki, where am I going? David Macaretta, there we go. Yeah, let's keep an eye on that one. Is that James Williams in the chat? Is he still behind the wheel? No, he's still behind the wheel. Is that Keddy? Faster, it must be Keddy. Marco, my apologies. I keep forgetting that the two of you share that account. Welcome in, Marco. How was your stint? I did see you in the car earlier. When are you back out? How are you enjoying the conditions? Do you want to just jump in the commentary box so I can interview you? I should probably jump in the comms box because... oh no, Chromalix has got... oh yes, an hour before Chromalix is here. So yeah, I'll jump in the commentary box now, get myself set up. There we go. That'll be Keddy, yep indeed. And at the speed that I speak, he's probably got absolutely zero idea what it is I just said anyway, so... So apart from the loud banging noise, I apologise for the loud droning noise that's gone on during the broadcast. That is just my accent and voice. What can you do? What can you do? We're on board still with Macaretta. We can watch this battle between the Aston and the BMW unfold, and look at the pace he's got again. Is he going to get close enough in the braking zone to send it up the inside? He is not. Oh no, he is. He's going to go for it. He's taking the apex, and he's got the Honda behind him as well. That is Gardner. Is that Gardner in the Honda? Wow, how are they registered as an ARM team when they're going to be able to lap the pros? That is some result for Gardner in the team. In that Honda, again, low fuel motorsports, balance of performance, it works. It really does. We're seeing Hondas, BMWs, I didn't mean to say BMW there, I meant to say Bentley. But yeah, Hondas, Bentleys, Aston Martins, all very competitive, giving us nice mixed grids of cars. None of this top 15 McLaren with the odd BMW and Lambo thrown in there because a couple of crazy drivers have got talent of the gods. Blue flag, so he is going to put another lap up on the TSE car. Unsurprisingly, David Macaretta showing absolute class there, despite hunting down that position. Lets the blue flag through as quickly as possible. He's going to jump straight back in and try and get as much slipstream as he can as Adam Gardner comes in to Sorry, that's Adam Gardner that's gone through. It's Yannick Plus that's pulled into the pits for the MSR esports team. There is Gardner there, bridging the gap between the two battling drivers inside the top 10. Macaretta still within a second. Cole's getting close to Ikmadza as well. And the Lambo has vanished. Okay, he's just got an incredible exit there. That gap was nowhere near as big as that when they were going through Sector 2. But it certainly is now. So back on board with Macaretta. And the battle has continued, so the Honda's made his way past Witter as well. Witter now under pressure from Macaretta. He is in the ARMS and Macaretta is in the pros, but there's no straight stipulation. They're all fighting for overall track position as well, entirely at the ARMS discretion if they want to let the pro driver through. I know myself personally, I cannot wait to let them past. Definitely don't need the extra pressure. Witter fending off phenomenally at the moment. Into turn number 1 once again. Oh, the Aston opening up ever so slightly, just getting that slightly better line through turn number 1. Look at the extra pace he's got out with turn 1, heading towards turn number 2. He's surely going to go for the inside line later on the brakes. Is he going to get the apex? Oh, and he's turned the car's rotated. Did he touch the curves? Did he touch the other car? Let's jump on to forbidden far chase cam. Wow, that looks terrible from that angle. Yeah, so let's see the exit to turn number 1. I mean, he got a really good turn 1 there, did Macaretta. I don't think there's any denying that. He gets a good run. He has a look up the inside. Yeah, bit of a touch, and that's turned the car in. Again, that'll be one for the stewards to look at as we look back up at the front. Barbary still leading the way, Stachecki in second. Oh, the Run DJC car is carrying a whole lot of damage there. Oh, wow. Themselves and the Ferrari. That is a whole lot of battering and bruising that's going on with those two cars. And they've got, is that James Williams coming up behind them as well. He's looking to unlap himself against these two. Oh, as we quickly fast forward in time. Hopefully nobody got too motion sick with that one. But yeah, the Run DJC car definitely feeling the pain, and they've got a while, I believe, before their next pit stop, or certainly before the next scheduled pit stop for their stint timer. Yeah, it's going to be a long end to the stint. For quite a few of the cars carrying that damage. They will all be out on wet tyres. The Mercedes just muscling his way through there. That is Stachecki looking to catch back up with the race leaders, who are absolutely monstering the rest of the field. That's a good half a lap up on the rest of the field. In fact, Stachecki only just through that middle chicane there. Barbary already onto his next lap, so he is hoofing it up at the front now. Looking very good for them so far. We're going to see another change in track conditions, because we're about to see another change in the weather. I know, hard to believe, but we're going to have less rain in about 10 minutes, and we're going to have no rain in about 30 minutes time. Oh, and some of these drivers up at the front, they're about 20 minutes away from their stint ending. So they will really be looking for some kind of update on the weather as to what is going to be happening after that 30 minutes. They're all going to be coming in around about that time. Just pop some lights on. There we go. Let there be light. What was I talking about there? My apologies. Yes, of course, the pit strategy is how that's going to unfold now. We've got drivers coming in about 20 minutes time. We've got the weather very much changing in 30 minutes time. So what is the tyre choice going to be? We've already seen some teams try and stay out on the wet, try and stay out on the dry, sorry. Drive through for track limits is De Keyser in 4th. Wow, so that's going to be another pit stop there. Colder tyres on the way back out. But yeah, as I was saying before I interrupted myself twice, it's going to be interesting to see what the tyre choice is at the next pit stop. The weather has been extremely changeable, and so far the teams gambling on the dry tyres have been the teams that have lost out. Nursing the wet tyres definitely seems to have been the way forward, and it's definitely yielding better results for the teams that are using that strategy. Is that going to be the case though in the latter half of the race? It's certainly a headache I'm glad I don't have. Just keeping up with the actions enough. Trying to predict what the weathers do and what tyres to use. That is an entirely different kettle of fish. We've got back markers and blue flags interacting with each other right down through the field. Williams has made up a position on the Halterner racing team. Von Kidrowski, after another drive-through penalty, finds himself 20 seconds down. Williams for FRL in 47th, LTR in 46th with Turn 1 Sim Racing. Got Adrian Heinowitz, my apologies, in 45th, Simtech 44th place at the minute. Patterson for Red Balls in 43rd. It's FRL in 42nd position with Taylor Motorsports in 41st. Yellow Submarine, they've got themselves in 40th at the minute with Simtech Racing in 39th position. ERA Esports are in 38th, just ahead of them QRT in 37th. Then it is Simon Risden out in his Ferrari with FRL 2 cars ahead of him. One at the wheel, John Beaton, one Mark GG. Of course, they started in 50th position from the pits up to 34th, so great drive by them. Alan Hanukuk is out for the MSR Youngsters. He's in 33rd position with FMP Italia back up to 32nd. Sean YSS, the Stanislav Hanadi at the wheel of their Porsche, 31st position. Then is Astro Racing Team, their B car, in 30th with Gazelle in 29th. It's West Competition Racing, 28th position for them. The Not Alien crew running in 27th with T1 SR, their 4th car. The Mercedes running 26th overall. They are behind Chris Soter for the FRL team, who's got the ERA Esports ahead. Another drive-through coming in, car 254. Then it is Zaza Racing Team in 23rd, QRT in 22nd, and Run DJC now in 21st position. Inside the top 20, it is Turn 1 Sim Racing in 20th, with MGR Esports in 19th. Adwiser in 18th place. Then it's TSC Racing's Phoenixian car in 17th position. Marcellino driving the Tri-State BMW in 16th with TSR1 in 15th position also. Simtech Racing got their 2nd car, 14th place at the moment. I feel like we might have jumped a few places there. Oh no, TSR1 Simtech Racing, and then QRT in 13th. Astro in 12th, and TSE in 11th. In the top 10, FRL have got their Mercedes back up, Benjamin Eck behind the wheel. MSR still in 9th with MSR also in 8th position. Clean Racing Finland are back up to 7th place. Remnant Racing in 6th, and Vesta all dominant in the top 5 as they've got a car in 5th position. McLeod Racing are up to 4th. It's then Vesta again in 3rd place. Then it's FRL in 2nd, and Vesta still leading the way. Carlo Barbary having a flawless stint so far despite these changeable weather conditions. He is not letting up the pace up at the front, and is easily 3 to 4 tenths a lap quicker than Stachecki, but he is slower than his teammate Szigeti by about half a second a lap at the minute. So if anything, Stachecki might need to be looking over his shoulder sooner rather than later, because Szigeti, despite carrying the damage, which I'm now assuming is a graphical glitch, I'm thinking that has been repaired, and we just can't see the repair on screen, but that is... yeah, a bit of damage, but he is moving very quickly, faster than the race leader at the minute. Let's see what Benjamin Eck is doing. He's back on... he's back onto the back of Aleman. We've had lots of drive-throughs coming in. One for Mark GG for track limits, and I believe there was another one as well. It must have already been served. Yeah, no sign of it there, so let's go back to Benjamin Eck and Gilles Aleman, see how they got on. That's an FRL McLaren just behind, 34th position they're in at the minute, so they are blue flags, so they'll be staying well out of the way of this one. Yeah, passenger seat in the Mercedes is actually not too bad, so let's stay on there. We get to listen to the phenomenal engine that is in the Mercedes. Gilles Aleman, full defensive mode ahead. He knows he's got his work cut out for him, keeping Eck behind him. He's had quite a task so far. It was a slight mistake by Eck. We saw the two cars separated. 2 laps left for Mark GG to serve that drive-through, as Benjamin Eck comes firing into turn number 1, but he is still under the rear spoiler of Aleman ahead of him. Jan Duffner is moving quicker actually, that's just caught my attention. He's just putting in some very good sectors here actually. Eminem is going to need to look over the shoulders fairly promptly. Car looking a bit squished in that rear view mirror there. Definitely not. Oh, Aleman right out again. The driver's so brave on these wet curves, but has that compromised the acceleration? Into turn number 5 again, the Mercedes getting so close. A lot closer than before in fact, and under braking he really has attached himself to the rear splitter of the car ahead. Coming through this middle chicane then, can both drivers keep this at the right side of the track limits? It would appear so. Oh, and that's a big old wiggle. Okay, so track, let's talk strategy at this point. This looks like we're going to get a bit of dry. The teams are currently coming to the end. What have we got left? 13 minutes left of Barbary's stint. The cars that were on board with Benjamin Eck, he's got 15 minutes left of his stint. Aleman's got 13 minutes left, so yeah, that could be pretty perfect timing to come in and get some dry tyres on. But then the big question is, will the track be dry long enough to be able to use the dry tyre, or is it going to be a case of coming back in 30 minutes to put the wets back on? We'll see what happens. The Doig looking for an overtake for QRT. He's got Astro Racing just ahead of him. Passenger seat there, not so good. There is the driver's view. And it is Ferrari on Ferrari action. Bellotti for Astro Racing. Coming under all kinds of pressure. The Doig generously lifting before the braking zone there to make sure he didn't get too close through that chicane. Because let's face it, that's definitely not some place you want to be messing about. We've seen a couple of cars go side by side through there, and both of the cars, or sorry, all 4 cars that were involved in side by sides through there have all seen themselves in the pits for drive-through penalties for track limit violations. Oh, and it's so close. Who's going to get the overtake done first? Is it going to be the Doig, or is it going to be Benjamin Eck? We'll actually see another good, interesting question. Are we going to see any improvement on the fastest lap of the race? It's currently a 1 minute 44.0. We saw 1 minute 42s. Oh, and the turn in again. Something is going on at that corner. Somebody's got oil on the track or something, because that is just unnatural for the cars through turn number 9. Once again, we're just seeing the steering input. In fact, let's see if it is the steering input, because Gilles Aleman, it's not often he makes mistakes. I'm going to be honest. Oh, so he was out. Oh yeah, no, he had very little control of the car on the way in, so it was touching the curb on the way through the chicane on the way into turn number 8. He had to fight to keep the car going the way he does. All things considered, that's actually a phenomenal save there by Gilles. That could have been so much worse. And again, we are reporting live from the Hungaroring. Unbelievably, one of the drivers has violated the track limits 4 times and been given a drive-through penalty. The driver in question, Jaco Van Eck. The Simtech Racing Porsche. Straight into the pits to serve that penalty. Which again, not too bad an idea considering the rain's going to be ending pretty soon. Cautiously into the pits as well, wants to make absolutely sure not to violate any more track limits. And end up with another speeding infractions for speeding in the pit lane. Definitely don't be doing 100 miles an hour in the pit lane, that will get you a straight disqualification. De Kock though, he's got the overtake done, he's got Risden behind him now. Risden carrying a bit of damage. Oh, and he's almost violated that pit line. Now, I'm not sure if he gets a penalty for that. Are you allowed to put any wheels at all over the pit exit line if there's a car in the pit exit lane? I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. That might be a penalty for Risden. For crossing that line. We'll let the stewards figure that one out though. Ulrich the Jagger is out. And I'm not going to do the joke he's got the moves like, I promise. 46th position out for his first stint in the race. James Williams having a phenomenal couple of stints as well. He's made it up a position despite an inauspicious start to his stint where he was on the receiving end of some contact, took a fair bit of damage. Ulrich the Jagger out, putting in some laps and drive-throughs are all getting served now. Macaretta. No, think tyres meant to not. No, think tyres meant to not go over the white line. Yeah, Alan, I think, yeah, so basically I think you're agreeing with me then that you're not allowed to put any tyres over the white line, especially. I know they do it at Paul Ricard because you don't really have a choice at Paul Ricard, even though it's kind of a rule. Go on car 55, please, is the word that we're all looking for. But yeah, car 54, we could do that. Terry Driscoll. He's been involved in quite a lot of action so far, actually. We've seen Terry's car quite a bit. Yeah, I do like the T1 SR liveries. Oh, my apologies, Steez. You were saying go on car 54 as in cheering on car 54. You weren't saying to me to put the camera on car 54. My apologies. I've picked you up for manners when it was completely uncalled for. So, sorry, Steezy. But yeah, cheering on car 54 there. Will we? No, we won't, because we've got a double overtake pending up ahead. I was going to do some free cam, but let's have a look at this one. The TSE Decone car. We've seen the pace that Macaretta and Harter have got behind the wheel. A slight mistake by Harter. Was it a contact? Yeah, something happened. He's dropped in. There's been that much happening. I'm really struggling to keep up with it all. But we'll crack on with what we can visually see, and what we can see is Macaretta getting another overtake done. He's got Marcelino behind him. He's got Marcelino ahead of him, sorry. And that is a blue flag, the MSR Youngsters car that was involved earlier. Of course, it was the MSR Youngsters car that went sideways, touched the BMW, which then touched the Aston Martin and sent them spinning. Marcelino under serious amounts of pressure, and the pressure all will be multiplied onto the back of Harry Witter, the TSR1 car. Has got the two pros battling away directly behind him. Again, if I was in this position, I'd be moving promptly out of the way. But Witter absolutely Yeah, absolutely not compelled to do so. You can certainly hold that. Oh, the BMW are really looking lively out the last corner. Let's see if we can see this a back marker. Oh, it's one of the TSR1 McLarens just popping out the way for his team's sister car. Heavy braking in the background. Oh, Macaretta again having to run just that little bit wide to make room for traffic on the way through turn number 1. So it's given Marcellino a little bit of breathing space. To give him giving him a bit of breathing space there through turn number 3, where it all went so horribly wrong a few laps ago. They've all made it through this time though. Harry Witter, 3rd place currently in the AMS, 15th place overall, which is a great start to the race. 7 hours and 50 minutes. That's 5 hours. Oh, and the BMW, the back of the BMW again looking so lively. These conditions really are putting the drivers to the test. Let's just watch this extra steering input as he tries to wrestle the car. So smooth out of turn 3 into 4. Over the curb. That's a really good turn 4 as well. Just on the exit of turn 5, just a bit much on the power. Wow, full steering lock to the left to keep it going to the right. But he did survive there. Good save by Marcellino. As Macaretta still lurks in the background. Tim Coles is not the driver I was looking for. It was Nicholas Longdon, turn 1 Sims Porsche. Took pole position, one-time leader of the race. Coming to the pits from 20th position. And Witter's come into the pits as well. So is Macaretta. Macaretta comes in to the pits. We've got a couple of penalties. Car number 6. Oh, and we've got a stop go 32nd for speeding in the pit lane. They've only just come in. It's Nicholas Landon for turn 1. Stop go 32nd. I'm trying to currently figure out who's actually been the busier during this race. Is it myself? Is it the live stewards? Or is it the in-game stewards? We could run a little poll. Yeah, first race of the championship, first race of the year, and what a start to the race it's been. What a start to this season has been as well. It's going to be an absolute barn burner right down to Kyalami. Oh, and there is another barn being burnt as well. That is a wayward Mercedes. It's not Stachecki, can't confirm of wrong colour of livery. It is 2-5. Where is my missing Mercedes? It wasn't Driscoll. Am I missing a Merc? It would appear so. There he is there. It was Von Kudrowski. We can see a bit of damage on the front of that car from that contact. There's Daniel Blauwitz. He's interested in a battle with Mark GG. GG's carrying a bit of damage on the front of that BMW. Yep, Blauwitz has got himself a few dents and scrapes on the McLaren as well. The Ferrari, sorry. So it's going to be an interesting battle between these two. You can see the lights flash. Is he going for it into turn 5? Surely not. Who's ready for another stint on slicks, says that hand guy. It's yeah, it looks like it is going to be slicks for the drivers. This does look like it's going to be the longest period without rain if it stays as is. You're going to see the teams coming in. Yeah, there's Barbary coming in from the lead already. The track's at damp, so yeah, they will be straight back out. That is Mark Bayliss. That is the race leader, Carlo Barbary. He's got wet tyres. Barbary's come out on wet tyres. Wow. So there we go. We've seen teams gamble on the dries. Now Barbary and Vesta are gambling on the wets. Let's see if Stachecki does the same. I just want to double check. Yep, there's no yellow line on the side of those tyres. And there you go, you can clearly see the grooves in those tyres. So there we go then. That is Barbary, race leader, has come back out on wet tyres despite there being no rain forecast for the next 30 minutes. The track has also tumbled by 3 degrees as well, and he's almost gone into the back of that back marker there, but the Ferrari driver does survive and continue on. But this is certainly an interesting dynamic. It's, well, what does the Checky do at this point? Still stationary. Hey, no spoilers. Okay, car 787, the strategy is being dished out to the world. There is the Checky on dry tyres. Stachecki's out on dry tyres. Breaking news. Let's just confirm that again. He's in the Merc. There you go, you can see through the gap in the bodywork, completely smooth tyres that are all but interacting with the underside of the wheel arch there. But yeah, so it is the soft tyre, the dry tyre versus the wet tyre on a damp track. Who comes out on top of this one? Benjamin X coming into the pits. Let's see what he's done. Oh, we've got a stop go 30-second for speeding in the pit lane as we've got more teams in and out of the pits. It is 971. That is one of the Advisor cars. Coles and Van Eck come into the pits. The other Van Eck. Because we've got D and J. It's J that came in, handed over to D. D is now back in. Potentially to change tyres. Where is car 971? Oh. Or was that them serving a penalty? Oh, Neil Woodward out the pits. He's just taken over from James Williams, the benevolent leader here at Formula Racing League. He is very much the spreadsheets what Neo was to the Matrix. Yeah, a couple of good stints there from James. He picked up a bit of damage, as we saw at the start of the race. At the start of his stint, got that repaired, made up a position. It's now Woodward taking over behind the wheel. We'll see if it goes for them. There is Patterson. That was the penalty. I could not see it for looking. Stop go 30-second for speeding in the pit lane. Patterson and the Red Balls racing team. So that is another trip into the pits that they'll have. Up at the front, the battle of the tyres. How does this one play out, and why am I still getting that crackling in my ears? We've got Sagetti in the pits. The track is still registered as damp. It's full cloud cover. Stachecki is on the softs. Barbary is on the wet and coming up to traffic. We don't have a flying lap yet for Stachecki, but at the minute Barbary 1 minute 49.7, his first out lap. The Keyser, who had a drive through himself, still in 4th place when he's to come into the pits as Marco Zachary comes out for Vesta Sports. Sorry, comes in for Vesta Sports. We've also got Chris Barn in from the AMS. Second place for the TSC Racing Project D car. So there, 9th overall. Zach Dahl takes 9th place as he goes through again on the dry tyres. So interesting choice by the race leader. How is it going to hold up? Tri-State. They're back out on wets as well. Wow, so we're seeing a lot more drivers gambling on the wets than we did gamble on the softs earlier on. So we'll see how that works out for all the teams concerned. Just ahead of Molina is Hayden Harter. Let's see if I can get a look at what tyres. Hayden's on the slicks. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, it does look like the teams are simply gambling on the fact that we've not seen much of a gap in the rain so far this race. So they'll be hoping that that trend continues. Fascinating next hour and a half again. All eyes clearly on the top right of the screen to keep an eye on when and if we're going to get some more rain. We might not see any rain until the end of the race now, that is the thing. For the fair bit of it so far, doesn't mean we're going to continue in that trend. Barbary just making his way past one of the QRT cars. Oh wow. Yep, Barbary on the softs. 2 seconds almost quicker than Barbary. Yeah, so Stachecki really does need to find some pace. He's obviously not on the ideal tyre at the... Well, I mean, what is the ideal tyre on a damp, cold track? Coldish track, 21 degrees, so it's not that cold. It could certainly be a lot colder, so having overheated softs might be the strategy. It might be the strategy, but of course Barbary is going faster at the minute on the wets. Let's see what this lap time is. As he crosses the line, it is another 1 minute 49.9, so very consistent lap times coming in. Let's see what Stachecki can do. He needs to get into the 1 minute 49s, or this strategy is not going to work. He is half a second quicker out of the pits on this lap. A lot of quick times coming in down the field actually. Alex Zagdal going quick on the softs. We've got Dedoy going quick on the wets. Jakob Schaber, what is he out in? He's on the dry tyres. Yeah, there's some blue flags ahead of him as well. We just see it. So he kind of avoids that curve, but is that because he was going for the overtake, or is it because he doesn't want his front tyres overheating too much? Or potentially cooling too much actually. No grip in a very cold... Ah, that's gone wrong. Ah, sorry, I keep saying a very cold track. It's 21 degrees, so it's not very cold. It could certainly be colder. The driver's going to have to deal with definitely worse conditions than this, but the changeability is certainly going to keep them on their toes. Stachecki crosses the line, 1 minute 50.5, just not quick enough. It is not quick enough. Carlo Barbary on those wet tyres, again 0.6 of a second quicker than... but then Stachecki was on that last lap, almost gave him the credit for the first and second lap there. Barbary cross line, 1 minute 50.1, so that's the slowest lap he's put in since he got out of the pits. It's still half a second quicker than what Stachecki has managed to do on the dry tyres. The track though now is greasy. Still no sign of any more rain coming. Nugget box, yep, greasy now, is drying. It is indeed. As you can see, straight through the puddle there. On the exit to turn number 2, I would guesstimate that's not the normal line you would see from the Ferrari driver. Definitely still some puddles out on the track though, as we can see the Gazelle Motorsport car flashing spray every single place. Jakob Schaber round the outside of his teammate as one of the FRL cars. Cars closes in as well. It's been a while, but we are back on track. It's funny, in these races you usually see easy a couple hundred pit stops. Because obviously the drivers need to stop every 65 minutes. It's a 12-hour race, so you're looking at least 10 pit stops to get through. You can't 50 teams, 48 teams left, 480 times. We're going to see cars into the pits. That's going to be near doubled. With Simon Risden coming in to serve another drive-through for violating track limits. Oh, it's Rennie the Lang would jump on board just as he's spinning. Is the Run DJC car out the race? The commentary is phenomenal. Thank you, buddy. From a fellow Scotsman, thank you very much. Oh no, I'm sorry. Who am I? I'm getting confused. There we go. I'm getting confused with everything that's going on. Was it yourself? Who was it that was from Scotland? Oh yeah, so he's just lost it on the exit there. Floppy Fox is behind the wheel. Be afraid, people. Be very afraid. But new fixer, I'm glad you're enjoying the broadcast so far. I don't have much long left actually. Time really does fly when you're having fun, and the drivers have definitely made this an interesting one. Certainly wouldn't have been massively interesting from their point of view, because drivers like Adam Berry, the Turn 1 car, took pole position in qualifying and now finds himself in 25th. It was yourself. I was looking through there. I knew it was. But yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. There will be more there. Mr. As I say, Christian Romano, Mr. Chromedix, the full-blooded Italian, he will be taking over the broadcast and concluding the race with you all. He is an absolute cut above as well, so you will be hopefully enjoying that as well. I guarantee you. Well, with this race in action, how can you not? It's the Checky. Now, is that Sagetti is a bit down the road. That's an MSR Porsche. It's just behind him. Ulrich still in fourth. Jan Duffner in fifth position. So MSR certainly having a phenomenal showing as well. In fact, it's Jan Duffner in fifth, who is directly behind Stachecki. So I knew it was one of the top five, but Stachecki and Barbary really are a different class at the minute. They are a lap up on the entire field. At least a lap up on the entire field. So yeah, some serious pace they're showing. And again, Carlo Barbary on the wet tyre on a greasy track. Oh, now, there we go. Chinks in the armour. He's just lost 1.1 seconds off his own lap time. Now, there is a lot of traffic here as well. But is this the point at which the wet tyres stop working and the dry tyre continues or starts to work? Let's see what Stachecki can do on this lap, because certainly Barbary, 1 minute 50.8, as I say, that's a second slower than he's been consistently putting in since he came out the pit. Can confirm he is down on his lap time massively through turn number 1. What is on? Stachecki is up on his lap time by a phenomenal amount. The battle. Is it about to engage? Let's see. We've got no rain due for at least 30 minutes. The track is greasy, 20 degrees, so it is getting slightly cooler. We are 5 p.m. evening local time, so it's certainly not going to get any warmer at this point. The cooler the track gets, the longer it will take to evolve. There are 48 cars still out on track, so the dry line should dry up pretty quickly as we see more cars coming into the pits. Look forward to that and more of yourself in the future. Thank you very much, Noob Fixer. To be honest, with the racing that gets put on, it's very easy to do my job. Very easy to do my job, because there's always something to talk about. Did Barbary just crash the number 5 out? I don't know. That would be Dylan Hall's car. He did look a bit close actually. I think I half took my eye off it. Oh no, so there's what happened there. One of the QRT cars missed his brakes, took a void in action. Hall thought he was about to take contact. So he moved out of the way, and again moved swiftly out of the way there as well. Okay, now, does Barbary come up behind him here? No, Barbary's still miles down the road. So yeah, so I think that was just... Oh, exit at turn 1 the last lap. Alright, my replay won't go that far back, so potentially... Oh, that's the SimTech car taking a tap in the rear from one of the TS1 cars. Big old battle going on in the background behind the race leader. If there is anything on towards the stewards, should hopefully pick up on it. Michael Stall into his pit stall as two cars race to jam on the brakes. Now that is Hanadi in for a drive-through as well. Although he is going to come to a stop. Take his pit stop. Wow, what? That wasn't long enough to do anything. How is that? This won't count as a drive-through, or... Oh, it will clear the stint timer. Ah, right, okay. Now, that is a thing. You can breach your stint timer violation if... Your stint timer if you were to serve a drive-through at the end of your stint. So let me just check and see if I'm factually correct on that. Hanadi maybe needed to extend his stint. So you could... Because you can't clear your timer with a drive-through. Yeah, that's exactly what the problem was. He was about to run out of time on his stint, so he's had to come in, stop the car to extend the stint long enough to be able to serve his drive-through penalty. Painful. That is painful. Oh, there we go. Drive-through. Matt Pryor. He's straight in the pits. That's the Assetto Racing Team B. Hanadi with the stop with 30 seconds now. That's been upgraded to for speeding in the pit lane. So Hanadi is going to have to come in for a stop, go 30 seconds, and then come back in for a drive-through penalty. Going to be breaking all kinds of records for pit stops here. We've got Linus Dellenbach in the pit. Again, if I do pronounce anyone's name incorrectly, please do throw a correct pronunciation in the chat. I do not mind being corrected at all. Justin De Jong picking up a drive-through penalty. Track limit violations. The FRL McLaren joining a laundry list of cars with extra trips into the pits. I was about... Oh, of course, Linus, yeah, car 202 and 212. That would, of course, then be MSR Esports. Jakob Schaber behind the wheel of the Ferrari at the minute. There is Jan Duffner behind the wheel of the Porsche. And of course, car 202. I do like MSR's new livery. It's like gratuitous livery shots. If anyone does have any of the cars, any teams that you would like to have a look at, please do just, yeah, throw the word please in the chat with a car number, and we can get you a look at your favourite team's liveries, all the sponsors as well. It's always good to get some camera time. Thank you to everyone and anyone that sponsors sim racing events. Much like Coach Dave Delta, of course, sponsoring this series with FRL. Hashtag fight MSR. Nice. Fuck, let's get through. There we go. So yeah, if there is any cars out on track that you want to get some camera time, give me a shout. Pog, rain in 30 minutes. Rain in 30 minutes. Wow. I really feel like a terrible person inside for celebrating the fact that we're going to get more rain in 30 minutes, but we're getting more rain in 30 minutes. And it is going to make the race interesting because now Carlo Barberi is seriously struggling between the tyres and the traffic. He is an average of 4 seconds slower than his own pace on these tyres, and 7 seconds a lap slower than Krzysztof Styczecki. 7 seconds slower than Krzysztof Styczecki at the minute. So the dry tyres certainly finding some purchase on the tarmac at the minute, but as Javier has just pointed out, we've got more rain coming. There is the slim possibility the track could just reach optimum before the rain starts. I reckon it will at least get to green. It should at least get to green, surely. Will it? Or is that just wishful thinking for me because I want to make it even more interesting? And I use the word interesting in inverted quotes for the drivers and the teams. New picks, woohoo! More rain, feels like home. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And there's been a lot of rain falling here recently. A lot of rain falling. I had to go through to Clydebank the other day. My goodness me. It was, yeah, soggy on the west coast. Let's see, Styczecki over the line on that one. That is another 1 minute 46.3. Barbary's last lap. What? Stopped myself in my tracks there. He did come in and take another pit stop. So there we go. That's why his last lap was a 2 minute 47. That was a pitted lap. I didn't even see that at the top. And unsurprisingly, back out on the soft, the dry tyre. I apologise. I keep calling it the softs. There is no distinction between soft and hard. They are the slicks or the wets. Oh, and that again. How are they not getting a slap on the wrist? It's surely a drive-through coming from the top team. Look at the gap at the top. It's back down to 9 seconds. So at the minute then, I think we would have to say that the tyre choice has worked in the favour of Styczecki. That gap at one point was 40 seconds. Now thanks to that tyre choice, they find themselves within 10 seconds. Of course, Barbary has taken a pit stop, so that has reset his stint timer. So it now adds a bit of a different dynamic as to what's going to happen between the two teams. They're all out on dry tyres now though, and we're getting heavy rain in 30 minutes. Now Styczecki's been out for 21. Barbary has, as we've just seen, only just out for a lap. Jan Duffner, 47 minutes into his stint. Oh yeah, that's not bad. He could at least get to the end of his stint before the rain comes, based on what we're seeing here. Don't quote me on that though. Bayless, no, Brinkman, 30 minutes into his stint. Well, the rest of the team in fairly recently. Some of them are quite long stops. I'm wondering if they are for changes of brake pads. I wonder if that is brake pads. I wonder. The Run DJC car, they were disconnected from the server and they have managed to get their way back in. And moving very quickly indeed as well. So I was just looking at the sector times there, but that, yeah, hard break for the Run DJC team, but they have made it back into the server. They will continue on. Still got over half the race to go with the pace that they've been showing. Who knows? We've got Mike Tucker versus Jenny Patterson. Simtech versus Red Balls Racing. Out with turn number 1, the two Porsches separated by naught but 0.2 of a second. We've already seen the overtaking prowess that Patterson holds, and doesn't take too long to get that done. In fact, Mike Tucker, going very slowly there indeed. So I'm not sure if you had an issue there, just letting the faster cars through as well. There was a couple of cars making their way through there as well. Lucas Keel for the MSR Youngsters comes in to take another pit stop for them. This one not mandated by the stewards for track limits, more to do with the driver's stint timer. So this one more on strategy than some of the previous trips that we've seen in. Tristan Sleutel for Gazelle Motorsport. Again, I feel like a broken down record. Apologies. We're getting drive-throughs for track limits, and apologies for the surnames. I do have a quick practice of some of these, most of these before the race, but they can catch you out a bit when you're live. But yeah, Tristan out first stint in the race as we reach the halfway mark. We've got Sergio Osorio. A fair chunk down the road, but Osorio is definitely quick. The track is optimum. The track has reached optimum pretty quickly as well for 20 degrees. Stachecki, wow. Barbary's already found 2 seconds. The gap up to 11. And that might even extend even more here. I mean, either way, even if Barbary did lose a bit of time being out on the wets, I think that's been negated now by coming out on the dry. So did Stachecki win that battle of the tyre choices there, or is Barbary, I mean, completely unfazed, was setting faster laps on the wets? As soon as he wasn't setting the faster laps, comes in, puts the dry tyre on, starts setting faster laps again, and is in fact 1.3 seconds quicker than Stachecki on that last lap. They've got it absolutely dialed in, the Vesta Sport team at the minute. It's incredible pace they're showing, and some pretty spot on strategy as well, giving their drivers the best chance possible to bring home a solid 2 podiums. They could have 2 cars on the podium. They certainly do at the minute. No slouches behind them though. Verstappen, Ulrich and the gang. The McLeod Racing team are very, very, very quick. And there's, yeah, we've still got the second half of the race to go. And a lot of quick drivers right through the field. Of course, Clean Racing Finland, MSR are in there, and Alex Zakdal. Have you had a new fastest lap set? We have. De Jong. Didn't he do well? Wow, the track's barely got to optimum and he's already done a 44.0 and taken the fastest lap of the race. 2 tenths quicker than Barbary. Sagetti 44.002. So he's just taken the fastest lap. Yep, lap times are absolutely tumbling. So yeah, the drivers will be making the most of this stint for absolutely sure. Rain still threatened. It's still Vesta Sport first and third with FRL Racing. Still sandwiched in the middle there in second. McLeod in fourth. Remnant in fifth. Vesta in sixth position. Clean Racing in seventh. It's MSR in eighth. FRL in ninth. That's easy for me to say. I'll just put my false teeth back in the correct way. Jakob Schaber, MSR, rounding out the top 10. Matthew Feltham in 11th with Nick Brunschnicks for QRT in 12th. It's Astro Racing still in 13th with TSE. Go on, Hayden Harter, 14th position. Matteo Scriptura, who was at one point leading in the AMS, now in second place. Look at the bounce on the back of that Aston. All the sparks coming up. He even had a chance to say hi in the chat. 15th overall got Mark Bayliss. 1.9 seconds down the road, but Bayliss is carrying a 15-second penalty, and that will keep him ahead of Pinette at the current pace. But there's no guarantee of that later on in the race. Pinette's putting in some very decent sectors in the Lambo so far, and is out on the dry tyres as well. I don't imagine there's going to be many cars still out nursing the wets. It really is going to be an uphill task on an optimum 20-degree track to keep them at the right pressure and then get them back into the window once the rain does start. As confirmed, the Floppy Fox is out behind the wheel for T1 SR. Good to see that he signed up to a team. Yeah, in the Mercedes no less. He usually drives the Ferrari, but I'll let him off. He's joined the new team. He's obviously trying to impress the new team principal. So yeah, I'll be a bit forgiving of Floppy Fox. We've got Nimble David, who's cheering on car 534. Where's 534 gone? There. There we go. The Yellow Submarine Racing Team. Again, another team I'm surprised they've got themselves and Velocity. Neither of their liveries worked. But I do have them on Awesome Sim Racing, so I'm not sure. Oh, making contact on a straight. Both drivers should be receiving a 30-second penalty for that. But again, I'm not a steward. But I think we all know where I would fall on the line of firm penalties. Yeah, falling in there certainly in the 534, the Yellow Submarine car. I got distracted trying to get the livery work, but it's still not going to pop up. Leighton Austin for West Competition. Oh, that is a blue flag, but Nerb is catching up in the BMW behind, so he doesn't want to give up too much time. As Nerb rounds at the first corner, and with the contact of the two cars ahead, that might be all he needs to get closed right in turn 2, and it is indeed interesting position for Austin now. That's one of the lead MSR cars that just went through. I've actually just discussed that car, so I should know that it is Jan Duffner in 8th position. He's now dragging the two BMWs with him. Nerb only 7 tenths behind. He's moving a bit quicker than Austin is at the moment. Track at Optimum still says 30 minutes to rain, so it hasn't quite reached the 10-minute window yet. We've got 38 minutes to go until the halfway mark of the race. Is the rain going to hold off until we reach 6 hours? Is it going to hold off long enough for the drivers to get their stints finished? We've got the Krzysztof Stachecki 31 minutes in to a 65-minute stint, so he's got 34 minutes left, and apparently it's going to be 30 minutes until the rain arrives. This could play right into the hands of Stachecki, and it's going to need to if they're going to make an impression on the lead that the Vesta Sport team have got up at the front. 15 seconds the gap is now back up to. Barbary really can get the job done. 1 minute 44.042. And is the holder of the fastest lap. That one slipped under my radar ever so slightly. 1 minute 43.3, 7 tenths quicker. Absolutely incredible. Unsurprisingly, the first car to breach 1 minute 44s. But down into the 43s and goes quicker again with a 1 minute 43.180. Really making the most of those tyres. 17 seconds is now the gap to Stachecki. And Stachecki is going to need to start getting the foot down a bit, because Szigeti behind, 1 minute 44.3. Again, at the moment, now the cars are on the same tyres, about half a second a lap quicker than Stachecki up ahead. So while I've been looking at the gap between Barbary and Stachecki, I really should have been keeping an eye on Stachecki and Szigeti. He is about half a lap down at the minute, but definitely showing some very, very, very good pace. Climax in the Jack Francisco Szigeti. More penalties coming in from the stewards. Sculptura and Bayless both copping 15 seconds from the stewards. Does still look like Szigeti's car's carrying damage. I don't believe he is though. I think that is just a graphical glitch. We've got the Altenheimer Mercedes just in the background there. More blue flags making their way through. Szigeti is still hanging on to third. Paul Sims up to 20th position for the Zaza Racing team. Again, another team that's been fairly up and down. Chris Pizik will be out looking to make amends for this cruel server disconnect. We've got a couple of other drivers making an initial appearance in the race. Daniel Halverson for FRL behind the wheel of the Mercedes. And I did see another name. We'll come back to that though, because Chris Pizik did get the overtake done as Tucker comes into the pits. As we see another drive-through for track limits is Von Kidrowski. The Mercedes carrying a bit of damage still, and yeah, very much getting himself very firmly out the way for the blue flags, and I think that's cost him a couple of warnings with the stewards. Yeah, it's definitely true, you can be too nice. Yeah, I've certainly seen that happen to myself a few times, but yeah, Von Kidrowski, another drive-through to serve. Sluitel in 28th. Looking to get the move done on Matt Pryor. This is for position in the class. These two in the arms looking to chase down a top 5 spot if they can. Sluitel looking very much quicker than Pryor at the moment. We'll see if he can get the job done and get the overtake done before he comes into the pits. Yeah, they're all going to be coming to the end of the stint very shortly. Make sure, and yeah, again, if anyone is, not again, sorry, first I mentioned, if anybody is watching this, we've been going for quite some time now. First off, I hope you are enjoying the broadcast. I hope you've hit subscribe and like, and I hope you've jumped onto the SimGrid page to give FRL a follow, but make sure you keep yourself hydrated. I know you see a lot of streamers that have their hydrate command things. That make sure yourself as a viewer, and that is contact on the corner exit between the two Ferraris. That was certainly a spicy one there. Van Eck on the exit into the first turn. That wasn't the cleverest of moves there. The stewards are going to frown heavily upon that one, thankfully. I'd imagine both drivers will receive a penalty for that. Barbary is my father. Oh, Gabri Bassi, welcome in. Your father is absolutely flying, my friend. He is decimating the rest of the field. His consistency is borderline horrifying. His fastest lap of the race, he's gone quicker again with a 1 minute 43.180. His last lap was a 43.242. Less than half a tenth between his lap times and what could be described as a changeable track conditions. And he's just done a 1 minute 43.9. So yeah, he's got pace, consistency. The team strategy, or if it's himself that came up with the strategy, or the team's quite a few cars in here, so I'd imagine there's a fair bit of organisation goes on behind the scenes, and yeah, incredible stuff from Barbary up at the front. I mean, that gap to Stachecki is now up to 20 seconds. 20 seconds. That is Jakob Schaber looking to unlap himself, in fact. So Stachecki not getting to grips. Reuter Racing, been watching since the start. Going to eat lunch now. Great race, everyone. Royalty Racing, thank you very much for tuning in. And again, if anybody else out there, if you have been watching from the start, get yourself something to eat, something to drink, a few star jumps to get the blood pumping. I'm quite lucky. I've got a set of stairs in my house. I just run up and down them a couple of times. At my age, it really does the trick. Brunschnick's looking to do the trick on Feltham at the minute. The QRT Ferrari getting very much to within striking distance of 11th. This, of course, we put him 10th in class. They do still have the AM driver Henry Handy up in 5th position overall. The Honda really is doing some phenomenal work. Again, let's hear it for the LFM Bop. Good to see all these cars getting involved and fighting for places up at the top, and at the minute in the arms it is looking well, we're only at the halfway mark. Let's not count our chickens before the hatch. It's easy to see that I'll be handing over to Christian Romano pretty soon. Just because my stint's coming to an end, it certainly doesn't mean it is for the drivers. 10 minutes till the rain. We've got 26 minutes until Stachecki's stint is up. Barbary can stay out for another 44 minutes because of that quick tyre change he did mid-stint. It's worked out phenomenally. Matt Pryor looking for a move on Sloytle. Then Sloytle catching up to Michael Firth, and in fact it's Firth that's going to potentially be losing 2 positions here, given how closely he's being followed at the minute, and in fact he has instantly lost 2 positions there. Firth now finding himself behind the Ferrari and the Porsche. Sloytle and Pryor, those two will continue their battle into turn number 1, as we'll jump on with Matt Pryor to see. And in fact Sloytle gets a phenomenal exit out the last turn and easily reaches turn 1 well before Pryor. So that's a good solid double overtake there. Firth just doing his best to keep it on track at the minute. Which was he on wet tyres? No, he's not. It's very hard to see the yellow stripe when they've got the yellow, the luminous tyre trim. Car 197. Recognise that number. Has not been one of the cars up at the front of the field. There we go, Nick Parks for Taylor Motorsport. Another penalty being handed out there. 15 seconds. DeLang with 10. Risden with 20. And De Jong with a 15-second penalty. In fact, De Jong lining up an overtake as well, potentially into turn number 1. Still got a battle going on ahead of him as well between cars that are ahead of him. Mark GG closing in on Slater. Oh, David Slater is out for QRT. Another driver making a first appearance in the race today. And Slater handily hanging on to that one. It's Hanadi that is ahead of him, closing in on De Jong as the TSE car looks to make his way through the traffic. We've also got Pryor, who's close. Van Eck getting close as well. And I've got that muted just in case. Perfect. Rain in 10 now, says Javier. Yes. Oh wow, now a moment ago it said there was going to be rain in 10 and it was a single line of rain. We've now got a double line of rain and we've got a plus sign in 30 minutes. Klaus Christiansen, Happy New Year, Merry Christmas. I hope you had a phenomenal one, bud. How are you getting on? Are you no entry into this race, this series? Or are you purely iRacing these days? Let us know. But yeah, and again, I'll extend that to everyone that's watching. I hope everyone had an absolutely phenomenal Christmas and New Year. Whatever it is that makes your heart happy at that time of year, whether that's out partying wild like I used to back in the day, or nice quiet one at home with the kids like I do now. Either way, I wouldn't change any of it. So yeah, I hope everyone else out there, I hope Santa Claus was good. I hope your Christmas dinner was cooked to perfection, and I hope your post-Christmas dinner nap was filled with dreams of not having to do the dishes. We've got still, they're definitely going to be doing the dishes. There will be some victory champers getting sprayed about, and imagine the Vesta Sports Operations Centre will be alive with activity at the minute. They've got 2 cars on the podium, and both of them going quicker currently than Christoph Stachecki in the Mercedes. Oh, the Daytona 24. I know a few people that are doing that very same thing. Oh, none of them are on practicing right now. Well, there we go. Klaus, you are Santa Claus. Right, excellent. Well, next time I come to visit, I'll be parked on your knee, hitting you with a monster list. Thank you very much for revealing that. So if anyone is looking for a head start on the Christmas list next year, just, yeah, drop Klaus here drop him a DM. I believe he is available for photographs sometime in June. I think Santa gets a week off in June between sorting out Christmas list, so give him a shout. You can get him around. Benjamin Panetz for MJR Esports, looking to get an overtake on the Advisor car while being hunted down by, I believe that's Berry in 21st. It is. So Berry looking to unlap himself, unsurprisingly. They took pole position. Did I mention that, by the way? They took pole position in qualifying and now find themselves in 21st place. It just goes to show you endurance racing. I did say at the start as well, no battle plan survives first contact with the enemy. And no battle plan survives first contact with the rain at Hungaroring. As we have seen, Panet's still involved in a battle there. We've got Dave Van Eyck involved in a battle. He's just out of the pits. The Advisor car quickly gets out of the way. So Manuel Novak's lost the position to Panet's there, but you get the feeling he's going to be able to get that one back pretty quickly. Yeah, week off in June, that's the one. I thought you'd like that. I thought you'd like that. Still watching this battle then. Benjamin Panetz, Feltham into the pits. Panetz gives up the ghost very quickly for the TS1R car, T1SR car. Sometimes you just really struggle. It's Adam Berry behind the wheel. The Turn 1 Sim Racing, of course. So of course it's T1SR. Turn 1 Sim Racing. It's so simple. So simple. But yeah, simply gets that overtake done. That's going to leave the battle to continue with Panetz. So he's unlapped himself there. Benjamin Panetz, how much of a gap has he got now? He's got Novak 1.4 seconds down, so that's worked out pretty well. Oh wow, rain is here and falling, and the track is already greasy as Feltham comes into the pits. Manuel Novak there, 18th position. Sorry, that's not where I was looking for. It was Molina who's into the pits as well. We've got more pit stops up at the front. Christoph Stachecki taking no chances this time. Straight into the pits. Now, what has that done to his stint timer? 46 seconds. So 46 minutes. 46 seconds. Yeah, that's how long he was out on track for. Well done, Mr. Commentator. Really on the ball. Sagetti into the port. Kusamano comes in. Kartunen, sorry, comes in for the Clean Racing Finland team. Alex Zakdal's in, and imagine Shabar Brunsitz. Barbary comes in as well. He's almost right on the back. Stachecki is surely going to come in as well. Oh no, Stachecki back out. Stachecki's already back out. Leading forward. Yep, wet tyres. They've all gone straight to the wet tyres. Can't say I am surprised by that. I don't think we're going to see many teams try and gamble, especially given the way the weather is reading up there in the radar. We've got more rain coming in 10, then even more coming in 30 minutes time. The track already greasy and down to 18 degrees as well. This is going to wreak havoc for the tyres. Cars 77 and 78 right next to one another. Just one of them's in second place, the other one is in 14th. Of course, Hayden Harter. Considering the contact that the TSE car took in the opening laps, a phenomenal comeback drive. Quite a few cars in the same position. Harter having a good run. There is Barbary on the wet tyres. That's Melker Garby. The other FRL In 9th place, just losing the lap. So Zakdal has handed over to Melker Garby. That will confirm on the telemetry tower once we get through the Sector 1 timing line. Melker Garby definitely behind the wheel of the car. Martin Ulrich is out for McLeod. William Giovannini is out for Vesta. And it's Francesco Adamu that's back out for Vesta Esports. Vesta Sport. I'm determined to put an E in the middle of that team name for some reason. Apologies, team. So yeah, that is Vesta Sport, as I say, back out in the lead. Terence Keenan back behind the wheel of the Mercedes for FRL, back out in second now. How does his pace go to compare to the drivers ahead and behind? I don't think it's any slight to say that Barbary definitely had the making of Stachecki, and Francesco Zaghetti as well, I would say, was moving faster. Yeah, he was 3/10 a lap quicker than Stachecki was. Both of them considerably slower than Carlo Barbary. What a stint he's had. What a race Barbary's had. Jan Duffner's just come into the pits. That's an hour and 15 minutes. No, that can't be right. Have they changed the stint timer? Sorry, bear with me a second. Yeah, just checking there. Sorry, one of the teams, it says they were out for 75 minutes, but the stint timer should be 65 minutes. So I'm not sure. Let's use the old... sorry, yet again, I get lost in data. I do apologise. I'm just looking at a lot of numbers on the screen there and doing a bit of maths in my head. I really do need to stop doing that. Manuel Novak coming into the pits for Advisor. We've got Jacobs lining up an overtake. 23rd place for the QRT driver at the moment. Drive through for track limits. They're coming in thick and fast still. That's Turner in the arms. Koikoven is the driver coming under pressure from Jacobs, and I think Jacobs has just got that move done. Drive through for track limit violations. Another car has picked up a drive through. So as the conditions get worse, so does the driver's ability to keep it between the Mayo and the Mustard. That's Viel Vorinen for the Yellow Submarine team. There McLaren reaching and breaching the 4 warnings. So it's off to the pits you go. Tilnex back out for ERA. Had a couple of stints earlier in the race, back out for more racing action. Jim Emanuelson out for Taylor Motorsports as well. And wow, that is Slater picking up a drive-through as well. I mean, Lucas Keel for the MSR Youngsters kind of feel like I'm waiting on a full house here. Is that a terrible thing to say? With three drivers all right next to one another positionally, all picking up track limits. Keel, the only one of the four not to do so. There's Voronen in to serve his drive-through. Slater stayed out for another lap as Lombardi comes in to take a pit stop. The FMP Italia car back up to 27th position. As Adamu tears off into the distance. Yeah, just checking some admin stuff in the background. Adamu out in front. Let's see what the lap time's like. 1 minute 52.0 for Adamu. 1 minute 52.0 for Keenan. 1 minute 52.4 for Giovannini. And a drive-through penalty for track limit violations. Matthew Feltham. Simtech Racing, he's got a car sideways in front of him as well. That McLaren did not look clever. This car 971 got 2 laps left. That's Advisor have picked up a penalty as well. Patrick Majigovski. Oh no, that's Red Balls Racing. My apologies. Why do I get that number mixed up with Advisor? But it's Red Balls Racing, another drive-through penalty they've picked up. For track limits. Tom Bryce is out, Simtech Racing. That's his first stint, I believe. Oh, and it's really not been a great stint as we see a Ferrari of FRL go spinning. Not sure what happened there, so let's jump back on board. Okay, yeah, I think we can guess the Simtech car not looking clever there. A lot of separation between the bonnet and front bumper. Let's see into turn 5. Wow. That'll be a penalty. Yeah, just got some confirmation there, but yeah, 65-minute stint timer. Some weird readouts on today on Pitwall Live. Cody Bestlick is caught up to Soter in the Aston Martin. This is for a position in the AMS. Yeah, so Slater in the pits to serve his drive-through. Adamu still flying up at the front convincingly. Terence Keenan actually going a bit quicker than Adamu on that last lap. Giovanni finding some pace to Max Christopher Streppen. Currently the fastest driver on track by absolute head and shoulders. He's lapping under 1 minute 59 at the minute with a 1 minute 58.980 on that last lap. So again, just goes to show you, you need strength and depth right through the whole team. Without question. And yeah, strength and depth, so bringing it, certainly the McLeod team. Manuel Novak finding a lot of pace in the Porsche as well. And we've got Ayrton Kukoven for ERA Esports. 23rd place, catching up to the back of Jacobs. Again, that will be aided by some blue flag traffic ahead. You can see Cody Beslick on the timing tower as well. Closing in on Chris Soter still. Hasn't found an overtake in the past couple of laps. We'll see if that changes over the next few. Chase Gordon out for TSE. It's his first stint in the race as well. So welcome in, Chase, the TSE Racing Project D car. Currently in second in the AMS, 15th overall. That is quite a showing in a 50-car grid. Not too bad at all. Very quickly. Very quick pit stop for the top of the team. Back in a moment. There we go, we're on board at the moment. Majakowski, who is surrounded by cars. That is the race leader, just making his way past once again. Ademu putting more laps up on the rest of the field. It is only the top three that are on the lead lap, but Verstappen is again lap on lap quicker than the three drivers ahead. Alicia Lecomte, yep, fair point. Let's do that. For anyone that hasn't seen it, I did. Alicia used the QR code earlier on. I was very impressed. Very impressed. Let me see, David Macaretta. Hopefully it'll still work in the rain. Let's bum, bum, bum. So if anyone's got a camera phone, please do feel free to have a scan of the QR code provided by David Macaretta and the TSE team. There's on the top of all the TSE cars. We've got a drive-through for Gardner. Oh, Gardner leading the AMS, 5th overall, picks up a drive-through. That's going to be a few positions lost. Although compared to some of the other cars, it's still a decent showing considering when you consider just how many drive-throughs we've seen. Hopefully everyone's had a chance to have a go on the QR code. Of course I can. Richard Gordon, yes, don't spoil it. Jacko Van Eck. Jacko, can you answer a question? Please. Car 475, there's two Van Ecks behind the wheel. Yourself and Dan. Any relation? Someone guessed brothers. I didn't want to guess because the last time I guessed brothers, I offended a father and son. But there is 475. There's Simtech Racing. In fact, let's get a... Oh, there we go, a charity appeal there. Simpsons Memory Box Appeal. Everyone, straight to Google. Open a window, jump on Google, Simpsons Memorial Box Appeal. Good to see. Simtech Racing, Fanatec, bit of Tag Heuer on the car. Lovely stuff. Ah, Dave is there as well. Not brothers, right, okay. No, sorry, he is fast, I'm not, right, okay. We have some Van X, and there's also me. Eck. How we doing, Benjamin? Yep, we've got all the X in the chat tonight. And in the race. But yes, there is car 475. We'll get some more action when it is back out on track with Sheeble just coming in to the pits. Oh, Michael Floppy Foxforth. He's picked up a drive-through, unfortunately, and look at that. All the drivers around picked up drive-throughs, and Lucas Keel did finally succumb. So he's picked up a drive-through as well, so he's going to get thrown right back into the mix with the drivers that he was racing with. Bubba Racing, let's go QRT. Now, let's find some QRT, TSE, Hayden Harter. Absolutely love the barcode, by the way, Hayden. I did get myself involved in that. Where are QRT? Oh, Lapeo, there he is. Sandro is out. He was in the chat earlier. Again, another livery. I really do like the colour blue on this. Let's have a gratuitous look at this while we get to the middle part of the race. Oh, drive-through by race control for car 999. Some more penalties getting handed out. Further down the field. Wow, Michael Firth with a drive-through. Drive-through cleared by Keel. Hughes has picked up 5 seconds, and Neil Woodward has picked up a drive-through from race control for causing a collision. So yeah, you can say what you like about FRL, you cannot accuse them of unbiased stewarding, that is for sure. Yeah, that number 999 Ferrari has had a few penalties today. But yeah, as you'd expect, completely even stewarding right across the whole field. And Adam, he is stewarding himself to victory. What can Verstappen do? He is still... Oh no, he's not. My apologies. Adam has found 4/10 on him on that last lap. So Verstappen finally losing a bit of time to the race leaders, but he's definitely chasing to get himself onto that lead lap. He is now on the lead lap. Just as Adamu finishes his. So yeah, he's almost a lap down. So he's got some running, quite a fair bit of running to go. Bit of an issue. Bubba Racing, always good to hear Raven. Thank you very much, I appreciate that. Hayden Harter, great to hear your soothing voice as always. I know quite a few people that would disagree with the soothing part, Hayden. Yeah, Hayden, I can assure you. But yeah, appreciate all the love in the chat. Gogo Matt number 473 doing some great stints, says De Gaulle. 473, let's get some camera time there. Oh, for Simtech, yep, there we go. We've just had them up on. Was it 473? Oh no, it was 475, sorry. 475, same team, same livery, same car, but different. Same Porsche, same car as in Porsche is what I was meaning. So yeah, let's do. Again, if anybody else is cheering on any specific teams, or if you're looking to take part, or if anyone that's part of the SimTech racing team wants to give us a rundown on what the Simpson Memorial box appeal is, we will see. We'll have, yeah, we can have a quick look at that as well. Let us know what that is. Some members of the community may want to get themselves involved. That is a nice looking Porsche. In fact, if we jump onto the wing mirror. Yeah, let's do that. Saber, give a shout out to my boy Tory. He is carrying our car. So yeah, give me Tory's full name. Sorry, Saber. Which car is that again? Making dinner and listening to the Scottish Purple Burglar Alarm. Love it. Klaus, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Apparently it's really difficult to say Purple Burglar Alarm. No idea. Watch Ayrton in the 72 for a bit. He's only 15. Wow. I'm cheering on all FRL Faster teams and the FRL Olympic teams as well. Ayrton in car 72 is 15 years old. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Radio problems with car 123. No comms with Luke. Oh, nightmare. Oh, Tory Miller in the 511. Go on, Tory. Yeah, we'll get the... Why is that stationary? There we go. Oh, so Luke Addison is currently without radio comms. I do know internet and electricity in his part of the world is, yeah, it's a bit tricky at the best of times, but the tri-state car there that are there in the BMW, and yes, so we'll tell you what, we'll come back to Luke Addison because we've got car 72 got a shout first. Ayrton Kuikoven for ERA, right, okay, yep, so 15 years old. That is... right, I'll need to try and sort that out. Yeah, we'll see if we can get that going. 5-3, another track limit violation. Car 534. That is Voronin for the Yellow Submarine team. So yeah, another drive through there, and car 511, Tory Miller. Let's jump on board there. Ah, the hand. Oh, that's going to need the hand of God to make it back to the pits. That's a lot of separation between the front bumper and the bonnet. Unfortunately, you can see the safety clasp. No place near where it should be. Look at the radiator there. There goes the McLeod racing car in 4th place. Well, that's some angle on those front tyres. And there's a drive-through for car 202. It's Gilles Alleman. Oh, the MSR Esports car inside the top 10. So we're starting to see some cracks appear in the top 10 drivers. Looks like you need some racing tape on that front bumper. Yeah, a bit of gaffer tape and some super glue, you'll be fine. Oh, the damage isn't accurate, we don't have any. Oh, okay. Ah, okay, so it is just a graphical glitch. The damage has been repaired, but it just doesn't look so right. So the car is running fine. Excellent. Good, good. okay. So, oh yeah, we do have... we are going to do a handover. Yeah, we're about to switch commentators and broadcasters. It will be the Italian genius himself, Mr. Cristian Romano. Not only is he a phenomenal commentator and broadcaster, he is disgustingly quick and unbelievably good at race strategy as well. He is the full package, and it is very, very, very annoying, if I'm being honest. But yeah, he has been having some issues with his heating, which, yeah, I can assure you at this time of year in Europe, not so much fun. Not so much fun. But he will be joining us very shortly. I want to say a massive, massive thank you to everyone that's been in the chat, especially those cheering on your team. In fact, big special shout out to all the lurkers in the chat. I too myself am a bit of a lurker when it comes to stream sometimes, so I do find myself lurking about. So thank you to everyone that's been in. Thank you to everyone that's given a subscription and a like to the stream. It really does mean a massive amount. There is another stream just about to start, so there we go. The stream will shortly be switching over. So yes, where is the current live stream? There we go. Yes, so we will be switching over to Chromedix very shortly. He has jumped in the commentary box, so we'll get a quick hello. But thank you to everyone again. Nuggetbox, thanks for the great comment once again. Have a great one. I will indeed. Thank you very much. Been watching the stream since the start, says Alan Brown. Massively appreciate that. It's been an incredible race, and thankfully we've got an incredible broadcaster and commentator to bring home the proceedings. Mr. Cristian Romano, are you there, sir? How are you? Yep, I feel your pain. I'm in 4 layers with fingerless gloves on indoors, my friend. So yeah, I can definitely sympathise. Indeed. Well, I'll tell you, you'll have plenty to talk about with this race, my man. It has been absolutely off the charts. The rain has come and gone and come and gone and come and gone and come and gone and come and gone, and there's been approximately 1.2 million drive-throughs for track limit violations. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, my friend. I hope you're ready for it. Oh.
So yeah.
There we go. Right, are you ready to take over?
Give me a second. It's
sure.
Just opening one thing.
There we go. We've got Christian up live. Thank you for pointing that out, James. I did have it on mute in case you joined, because we know that you do have your very specific little entrance music. James knows. James knows.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay.
You good to go?
Yep.
Okay, so there we go. Thank you very much, everyone. The stream will be